Your host, Sam Ellard. To my right-hand side, as always, is William Hills, Lee Phelps, and Scott Saunders back on the show. Big Manchester United fan, regular contributor. Contributor. There we go. It's nice.
It's both right.
It's nice to get off to a really good start to the show as well. Paquetá or Paquetá, who knows? It's not Graham Potter, is it? More than that shortly. And also as well, Quaker Afari should be here, but he's not here. I mean, it feels like I'm digging him out, but you'll probably know that he's late when he walks in midway through the first half, right? And you realise it was sort of a man down or something like that. So hey, anyway, it is talkSPORT Goals with you until 5:30, and we're going to be keeping you across a busy day of football up and down the country in the Premier League, all the way throughout the EFL. Brentford versus Manchester United is the early kickoff in the Premier League. It has just got underway since Manchester United have been taken over by Ruben Amorim. They are still yet to win back-to-back matches in the Premier League. They did win against Chelsea last weekend, so possibly today could be the day they go back-to-back wins. But Manchester United are winless in their last 7 away Premier League matches. They've got Bayindir in goal, De Ligt, Maguire, Shaw the back three, the wing-backs Dorgu and Dalot. Ugarte and Bruno will sit. There's no Casemiro today. We know that he is suspended. And the front three that was brought in the summer, and Mbeumo is back at Brentford. Cunha and Šeško for Brentford, who have just 1 win so far this season, 4 points on the board. Kelleher in goal, Coyote, Vandenberg, Collins, Hickey the back four, Yarmouk, Henderson and Damsgaard the midfield three, with Shada, Thiago and Dango Utara the front three. They are the 12:30 games. Chelsea, Brighton, Palace, Liverpool, Leeds, Bournemouth, City, Burnley are all 3 o'clock games. We'll keep you across those games throughout the course of the afternoon. As always, in the Championship, 3 games starting at 12:30. Both Coventry and Birmingham go in today's game on 10 points. Both have had decent starts to the season. Swansea versus Millwall. Swansea 7-game unbeaten streak across all competitions came to a halt in the Second City last Saturday afternoon when a last-minute header for Birmingham substitute Lyndon Dykes secured maximum points for Birmingham, but still the Swans have made a decent start to the campaign. They are, I think, maybe outside shouts for the playoffs. Also Wrexham versus Derby following a 3-game winless run at the beginning of the Championship season. Wrexham are now in the midst of a spell of just a single defeat in their last 6 matches across all competitions, which includes, by the way, a Carabao Cup triumph earlier on in the week. They are into the last 16. So all 3 games in the Championship there are currently goalless. A couple of games kicking off early in League One. It's Wimbledon 0, Wycombe 0, Leyton Orient 0, Stevenage 0, and the 2 games in League Two that are early kickoffs is Crewe 0, Notts County 0, Oldham 0, Barnet 0. We'll bring in Scott very shortly for his thoughts on Man United, but Lee Phelps will come to you first. Where do you want to start then in terms of some odds?
Yeah, I love this Brentford Man United game. I mean, we had the epic odds, which obviously is stopped now because the game started, which was Bruno Fernandes or Bryan Mbeumo to score in this game at 6-4. I think there'll be goals in this. I mean, my tip when we did the preview was Man United to win and both teams to score, 13-5, which I don't mind at all. I just think both teams will go for it. I mean, Brentford have started out quite nicely. I'm really intrigued by Igor Thiago. He's scored goals already. He's been booked a couple of times already. His tackle count, he averages over 3 tackles a game. I just think I want to keep an eye on him. We've got a price on him to have at least 1 shot on target in the first half at 7-4. He's got a bit of a... It's like he's grown in Mbeumo's beard. You know, do you not think that?
Yeah,
I think they're like beard twins.
Do you think that's what he's gone for? Do you think if I can look like Bryan Mbeumo, or hopefully
we were
play
talking
like
about him before the show. He had an injury-plagued first season. Brentford signed for 30 million quid, but had scored goals in lesser divisions in the Premier League, admittedly, in Belgium and in Bulgaria. But scored 18, 15 goals, scored goals in the Europa League. So I'm intrigued by him. Started pretty well here, Brentford. But yeah, I think Man United to win and both teams to score. I'm looking forward to an open match.
And final one standing, obviously people have to get their picks in by 12:30. Where are we at in terms of final one standing?
16,000 players there or thereabouts in the biggest and the original game, the £500,000 game. How many started that? 300,000. So last week it wiped out over half went because it was such a difficult week to predict. So this week over 55% have gone with Man City at home to Burnley. Remember, you have to win. And then the other 35% a split between Tottenham and Everton. So 90% of all picks have gone 3 teams.
Well, lots of people could be knocked out to that.
I mean, if City, Tottenham and Everton don't win, then it changes a lot. Here come United.
Šeško could be in it for Man United. He's 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, but Collins does really well to come in and stop the shot. It does come to Mbeumo. Šeško's got a chance here. To Cunha, it's a bad ball. Oh, Šeško, he had a little bit more composure there. He could have played Cunha in, and Cunha could have got a shot away. Scott, great to have you back on the show. We did lots of shows last year, Lee, with Scott, and poor Scott basically.
I don't think I've seen United win sitting here.
No, and you must have done it.
I wish you'd have told me about it before I said them.
And you must have done about a dozen shows last season, right? How are you feeling going into this game?
I don't know. Like it's hard because you want to be confident. Like last week, I think United started the game really well. When United went down to 10 against Chelsea, you just had that fear, oh no, like why are you making this so difficult for yourself? United are relying on statistics and relying on the underlying numbers as like a sell for how good their start to the season has been.
In terms of like what?
In terms of like expected goals and shots on goal and like the amount of direct passes. We've already seen one direct pass like right through the middle by Harry Maguire in the first few minutes here, which actually led to that chance for Šeško and Cunha just now. Look, Ruben Amorim needs results, though. Like it's unquestionable. He needs results. We haven't seen United win back-to-back games under him yet. I think it's been over a year, maybe 18 months or so since they actually did that. And you can't really, you haven't got enough to believe in just yet. But I'm winning them on, I've got to say. Fingers crossed. If they get over this one today, get 3 points from this, the players need confidence, and I think they'll get it if they manage to win this convincingly, but remains to be seen.
And only goal in League Two, Barnet one up at Oldham, Mark Shelton, the goal scorer. There's no Casemiro, he's injured. Were you hoping that today would have been an opportunity for Kobbie Mainoo to slot straight in? He's gone with Ugarte. Or have you almost just given up on the idea of Kobbie Mainoo ever starting a game again for Man United under Ruben Amorim?
I don't know when it's going to happen. I've got to be honest. Ruben Amorim's been very consistent with what he's been saying as he sees one player as a number 6 and one player as a number 8 in that midfield pairing. You tend to have a destroyer in there and maybe a creator. And Bruno is obviously the creator. He's the club captain. He's the best player. So where does Kobbie Mainoo fit in there? I don't think Mainoo's done enough yet to really nail that place in the team down. He's not like played well enough. But look, he's unquestionably, undeniably talented, and we all want to see him start, United fans. But you know, I think it's going to be a slow burn, this one.
And this kind of comes down to the question that the kind of system debate, which has obviously been a debate, Scott, which has been going on for a long time. You know, I said I was particularly strong in after the Man City game. I just couldn't believe that, you know, we're nearly a year into Ruben Amorim's reign, which has been woeful, and he stuck with the same system. And no point in that time as he looked to adapt to try and make Man United a better team. And so often you watch United, and you will know this obviously, and they just look overrun in midfield, and you almost think, how on earth is this man not attempted to change it at all and go maybe 4-3-3 and get Kobbie Mainoo in the middle? Dallow's come forward here. He's got Cunha to his left. And I think that's Coyote, the right back, that does really, really well. There's been a couple of opportunities, couple of moments. Igor Thiago's through here, and he scores! And the flag stays down! And Brentford take the lead against Manchester United! Wow. It's Igor Thiago. Quaker Rafari, welcome to the show. Looking like an absolute boss with that hat on, by the way. Also, 8 minutes late, bang out of order. Man United are losing.
Not for you, mate. That was an absolute banging goal. That was unbelievable. Igor Thiago's the man who's like, found a little bit of form.
Where did that come from?
United
were on the attack. Was it just United were literally on the attack? Your fault, by the way. I looked at you as you came in the studio, and next thing I knew, Igor Thiago still on goal. So United had a chance there. Ball played into Cunha. John Henderson inside his own half. They've scored a goal like this before. Henderson going long. United have got a really high line. He plays a long ball forward to Igor Thiago, who I think just looked onside. Harry Maguire is so high up the pitch, he can't catch up to Igor Thiago, who controls it with his head. And the finish with his left foot is perfection. Scott, you were on the attack, and 10 seconds later you can see you get a goal. How can that be that simple?
I think Maguire's got he's in a world of his own there. He's tried to step up and obviously got it wrong. He's not played the offside very well. I can see that counting, absolutely. It doesn't look like it's offside to me.
So they're checking the offside now. It's so close.
That is close.
That's on.
Harry Maguire's right foot looks maybe like that's way behind his body, and that could possibly keep Igor Thiago onside. Looking at that looks to me like Harry Maguire's right foot, Quake, who was keeping him on side, but it's definitely tight.
You said they scored similar goals to this. It was actually against Chelsea where Jordan Henderson goes long and Sharda ends up finishing the move. And that's their get out of jail free card.
But it helps though, doesn't it? When you got Harry Maguire as the last defender who's on his halfway line pretty much.
Yeah.
And isn't the quickest of player, is he? The goal's going to stand, by the way. Brentford do take the lead. Lee.
And you've got someone like Igor Thiago who could finish like that. I mean, what a finish.
Unbelievable finish.
We talked him up before, didn't we?
Yeah,
and talked about like this guy, he can score goals. You know, we were saying before the show, you sometimes get players who come in from wherever, Serie A, and they've scored 4 goals in 32 games. This guy, whatever division, has scored double figures. Yeah, in Belgium. Yes, in Bulgaria. But he can score goals. He's got that in him. Now we need the yellow card.
Yeah.
Scott, more likely to get yellow as well.
What are your thoughts on that defending?
Well, look, the 2 wide centre-backs have tried to push up, and it's a brilliant pass by Henderson. Obviously, if United are going to have to be, and like the defenders are going to have to be good 1v1. They're tearing through them pretty early on. Look, it's not well defended at all. It's one vertical pass up the pitch from Henderson. Harry Maguire is not the quickest guy in the world. We know that. And look, they've just been done. Ruben Amorim's spoken so often in every single press conference that he seems to do is talking about starting well, and they've just not started well here. 8 minutes in, they're 1 behind already, and this is a difficult place to go. Generally,
leaving yourselves 1-on-1 with someone who's got pace and can finish just seems idiotic, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, why would you leave yourselves 1-on-1?
Especially when, as you saw a couple of weeks ago, Brentford scored a goal in that exact same manner with you. Jordan Henderson sitting really, really deep, launching it long, and in that time it was Sharda that went.
Sharda finished it off, and it was equally as impressive finish. But it's interesting with Igor Thiago, right? Because injured for a lot of last season. Obviously, the man that was brought in to replace Ivan Toney, but subsequently that replaced the goals of Mbeumo and Visa. But he continues like a nice thread of top front men at Brentford. If we think like Ollie Watkins, Ivan Toney,
they do well.
Visa do well when it comes to strikers, and he's the latest one on the line. But he's physical, he's aggressive, and he can also finish as well. And I didn't know too much about his goal scoring records in previous leagues, but with the looks of that finish, he can definitely put the ball back in the net.
Yeah, he took it really, really well. He sort of it travelled obviously a long way, then kind of controlled it with his head.
Yeah,
and it was kind of going across him on his left foot. And he just instinctively left-footed shot, beats the goalkeeper at his near post. Possibly there, you might have seen some players try and almost work it back on your right foot, Lee, but he had full confidence there in his first time. He was brilliant. Ryder Cup, by the way, we're underway in the foursome sessions, I should say, this morning. Europe 5.5, USA 2.5 from yesterday. Very early stages as Cunha comes forward for United, shot from outside the box, drags wide. USA in the very early stages on day 2 in New York are 2 up in the first 2 games. USA need to have a good day to try and get themselves back into that game. Lee, how have the odds changed in terms of Brentford versus Manchester United, all with William Hill?
Yeah, as you might imagine, Brentford have gone favourites here. Odds on now 19-20, so not huge odds on. Man United 12-5, the draw 5-2. Bruno Fernandes to score from outside the area 14-1. There's an interesting price boost, which is Cunha to score and Henderson to be carded at 16s. But yeah, just settling down a little bit now, isn't it? But Brentford look fairly dangerous whenever they come forward, don't they, all of a sudden? Man United, just for those first few minutes, even before they scored the goal, there's just that lack of confidence, isn't there? So every ball that you mentioned, it's just behind the front man, isn't it? It's not quite flowing, and then they get stung by that.
To counter that, I did think there was a couple of opportunities, moments in that first half where United did play through the Brentford midfield relatively well. And as you rightly say, Lee, if that final pass, I mean, there was one which led to the goal. If Šeško's pass was a bit better, Man United there,
great example. And a bit congested, everyone's a bit on top of each other.
Yeah, will that just take time, Scott? Because the 3 that play today are the 3 lads that have all come in the summer. Off the top of my head, I don't think they've started a league game together, have they?
I'm trying to remember if they did the Grimsby game together.
Okay, possibly.
I think it's definitely the first time in the league.
Them to adapt to each other, right?
Yeah, I think I'm really encouraged by what I've seen from both Cunha and Mbeumo so far.
Nice play.
That's very nice play.
That pass. Good play down the left-hand side there. Šeško had space, tried to play a long ball out to Brian Mbeumo, but it was intercepted by Vandenberg. 13 gone, Brentford 1, Man United 0.
Yeah, it's like Cunha and Mbeumo, they have that Premier League experience, obviously, and United have relied on bringing that in over the course of the summer because I think there's always been concerns over their physicality and their adaptability and like how they can keep up the tempo in certain Premier League games. there's always concerns with Sesko that they've signed him and sold Højlund. Højlund's gone on loan to Napoli with option to buy, obviously. But similar age, it's a big jump in a league. But I think the fact that Sesko does have those two players behind him with Premier League experience who are ready for that step up, it might set him in good stead. But he's got to be more careful. Like that pass that was going wide then to Mbeumo, he's got to be more careful, got to take a little bit more time and make sure he gets that right, because United's attack breaks down otherwise.
Danger.
15 gone, long throw, Coyote into the box, real power on that. Yeah. And outside Bayindir deals with it, but he didn't deal with it, I'd say, there with a lot of conviction. Honestly. He manages to work his way to his near post, and he ends up pushing that out for a corner. To be fair to Cardiff, that long throw, we've seen lots of long throws are back, aren't they?
Yeah.
And sometimes you see these long throws come in and they kind of lack, they got height, but they lack kind of trajectory and pace, whereas that, to be fair, did have distance, but also it came in with pace, Quake.
He's got the best long throw that I've seen in the Premier League so far this season. Like, it was just peppering Chelsea time after time after time, to a point where we're making business decisions to let the ball go out for a corner than the throw in. Just because...
Remember that Boaz Myhill one?
For
Hull against Stoke when he...
trying his heart out to prevent it going out for thrown. Send out for a corner. But I look at this Brentford team, man, and they are very difficult to play against, because they don't come and try and play traditional football. They don't want to necessarily have the ball on the ground. They will catch you on the counter attack. Yeah. But when you go goal behind, it's tough against them. They'll make the game stodgy. They'll rely on set pieces, and you've got to really kind of play out your lines to break them down. So it's going to be a difficult game for Man United after just 15 minutes.
And they win a corner. A couple of goals in the Championship. Coventry lead Birmingham by 1-0. Coventry unbeaten in their first 6 league games of a season for the first time since 1920, and for the first time in the second tier or higher since the 93-94 Premier League campaign. They lead Birmingham by 1-0. Both sides have had decent start to the season. Both sides go into this game on 10 points. And also Swansea have taken the lead at home to Millwall. They lead by 1-0. Swansea are unbeaten in their last 7 home league games. So Swansea 1, Millwall 0. And a chance for Brentford! And Bayindir makes a good save. It comes from a corner. It gets recycled and back into the box. They've got another chance here. And there was a header, Quakey, from close range, which Bayindir sort of hung out a right hand, and he managed to push it away. But a big chance there, big moment there for Brentford.
Yeah, dangerous moments for Manchester United. They just kind of need to just see this out, because Brentford have got a bit of momentum.
And this time John Henderson down the right-hand side puts in a really good, dangerous ball. And it's the captain, Nathan Collins, who's completely unmarked. He gets his head on it. And once again, to be fair to our time Bayindir, who he knows under big pressure, possibly it's a save he should be making. But he does deal with it. He ends up hooking it over the bar. But 2 big moments there, 2 big chances there, Lee, for Brentford to go 2-0 up. United are under pressure here.
These are the joint third favourites for relegation in the Premier League, making Man United look ordinary. Brentford are like right down.
You sound surprised though, Lee. But you sound surprised that Brentford. This is nothing new.
No, it's nothing new.
You expect Man United to come out and be dominating Brentford? That would have been a surprise, wouldn't it?
But to be dominated by Brentford, I mean, they must be loving this. They must be thinking this looks easy for them, doesn't it? Yeah. They're playing really well. They're knocking the ball around. There's confidence. All of which we're not seeing from Manchester United. There's none of that confidence around the final third. This has been as bad as I've seen for a little while, I must admit. I expected them after the Chelsea game to come out, and because I thought when they came out at Chelsea, they actually came out, and I know it all went their way, but they did come out and really had a go at it.
Last 4 minutes, they were so on top, and I think they're not getting enough credit for the game. Obviously, Chelsea capitulated, but it was Man United were decent. Man United were good. I saw things in that game that I hadn't seen before, where you see like Mbeumo making inside and outside runs, and you kind of see what he was trying to do. But from what I've seen in this game so far, it's been looking difficult.
They need to not concede another one, really.
And they've got a free kick here, Brentford, once again, 30 yards out from the right-hand side. It's going to be Damsgaard that whips it in. It manages to be cleared in the end. What was it you said, Scott, at the top of the show? United need to start well.
United need to start well. Ruben Amorim says it every time he meets the media. They need to start well. They need to take that intensity that we took into the start of the Chelsea game and take it into this game. There's only been one team that's been on top in this one, and it's not been Manchester United at all. This is the problem that they have. They need to start putting these performances in, like last week, consistently. Ruben Amorim doesn't even know what kind of players or what kind of team he's going to get on any given day. He admitted that yesterday. So it's a tough job. You can change the manager, but are the players going to give you the same? Not again.
Oof. Oh, yes! Brentford 2, Manchester United 0, and it's a double for the centre-forward Igor Thiago. Once again, it's a long ball. This time it comes down the left-hand side. Kevin Schade has so much space, so much time down the left-hand side. His ball goes across the goal, is not dealt with by Man United, and Igor Thiago slots in from close range. Scott, once again, a long ball down the left-hand side. I can't believe how easy it is for Brentford to get in behind Man United's back five.
Look, United need to sort themselves out here. I would say this game might already be gone. We were just talking about it a couple of minutes ago. They can't concede again. It's another long ball over, who's that? Diogo Dalot. De Ligt misses his 1v1.
Great touch, chest onto...
It's poor from keeper again. Really should...
Yeah, long ball forward, and Igor Thiago makes the run. A really good chest to that Schade on the left-hand side, who's able to carry the ball pretty much to the byline. He goes across goal. The goalkeeper behind here, all he can do with his left hand is punch it back towards, back out. Igor Thiago reacts quicker. Bindier has an opportunity to try and keep it out, which he doesn't do. Brentford are doing what they're doing best. They're going long, they're being effective. But Quakey, from Manchester United point of view, it's just so messy, isn't it?
Yeah, and the thing is, I know, by and large, this is Man United's best 11. I know that obviously long-term absences of Lissandro, Masraoui's not playing this game, and Yoro's on the bench, which is interesting because he's on the bench against Chelsea as well, so that's a tactical decision. This is one of your best sides, and if this is the best you're putting out, then I'm really worried for Manchester United. And I think we've talked about it ad nauseum. The issue is always going to be the midfield for me. The midfield in this system just doesn't really make too much sense. But you have to get Bruno on the pitch. But I don't think they've really adequately.
But to be fair, in terms of the
summer, in terms of bringing in a midfield player alongside them,
I do agree more long term about the kind of the being unbalanced in midfield and being outrun in midfield. But this isn't to do with being outnumbered in midfield. This is just long balls going up the pitch. Yeah, and United not dealing with them.
But it's just no one's putting their foot on the ball and just taking the sting out of the game a little bit. And that momentum is just building and building and building and building from Brentford. And we saw it coming, right? We all saw the second goal coming, and there was no one to kind of stem that flow from Brentford. And it's tough. It must be tough viewing for you, Scott, in terms of Manchester United, because you win last week, right? And you're not getting credit for it, but I actually give Man United credit for it. I think you played well considering the circumstances. But I thought you'd go on and win this game. I thought you'd actually go and beat Brentford and build some momentum. But after 20 minutes, it looks like an absolute shambles.
I mean, obviously there's still time, but they just need to gain some composure, gain a bit of possession. But the sooner they get one back, the sooner they score, the sooner they get back into this game, the better. 4 shots, 4 on target already from Brentford in the first 20 minutes. United have barely had a sniff. You can spend all the money that you want on a good front three, but you've got to get them the ball. You know, and Brentford have been really good at pinging that ball from back to front, and United haven't been dominant enough in their 1v1s. To go and stem those Brentford attacks for now. Again, it's...
Yeah, and Brentford also being, I think, quite aggressive out possession. Yeah, you saw they're trying to press United pretty hard up the pitch, which resulted in United going for a long ball. So Brentford aren't afraid to use the long ball themselves, but also being aggressive out of possession. Should Bindier do better with the goal, Kwaku? The first one, that left hand. So do you find it weird that United got a goalkeeper in towards the end? And we know it maybe wasn't the goalkeeper that United should have gone for. I mean, they should have probably gone for a really good, proven goalkeeper early in the window, given how much you needed a goalkeeper. But are you surprised that the new goalkeeper isn't starting?
Look, if he brings him in straight away and he plays in this game and he makes that mistake, you've already damaged him.
He might not make that mistake.
Yeah,
you have to hope that he's best in Bindier,
I know.
Right?
Look, I think he's only 23. Really, in an ideal world, United need...
Šeško with a chance. Again, United work it well. Dalot into Šeško, 20 yards up, gets the ball out of his feet. Shot was tamed straight into the hands of Kelleher.
United need authority. They need authority in goal. And it's really not a good look, I've got to be honest, to sign a goalkeeper. And I understand the nature of wanting to bed him in and get him used to the surroundings and get used to the football club and that kind of thing. And hopefully long term it does work. But that doesn't stop your immediate problem of
this goalkeeper's not good enough.
And Bindier, when Bindier played last season, he had a great game against Arsenal in the FA Cup. Apart from that, blimey, you do not want to see him in goal, and he just palmed it out straight to the attacker.
I understand about throwing a young goalkeeper in. I was of the opinion that in his first game, which was after the international break, I would have just started him against Man City. And lots of people said to me, "I know he's only had a couple of days of training," and I thought maybe okay, but no, Bindier is not a good enough goalkeeper. And even more than that, do you not think having him in goal, which makes everyone feel a little bit unnervy? Even little things. I'm not like I'm blaming him, but just him if there's bad performance. They've all been pretty poor. But even just that long throw that came in. You see the way he made a meal out of that and almost he pushed it out for a corner. I think a better goalkeeper could have just caught that and almost relieved pressure. So it's not just about the saves, it's about commanding your area. And if you catch things and you don't push and parry everything, it just relieves so much pressure on your defence. And he's a pusher, he's a parrier.
there's a ball.
That could be a free kick. Another free kick for Brentford. Is that Coyote? Right, is that Sutara? He starts today. Yeah, Brentford. Also, by the way, as well, Jordan Henderson's having a. Jordan Henderson quietly is having quite a low key season. I don't get much right when it comes to predictions, but remember, did you guys have him? I'm sure you probably don't. Was it 4-1 earlier in the season to make the England squad? Yeah. And I thought that felt like quite good value. But he's in every England squad. Quakey, he's had a really good start to life at Brentford.
He's going to the World Cup as things.
I think he is.
He's definitely going. He's that experience, right? Obviously, he hasn't got the armband, but he's effectively the captain. He's always doing the talking. He's a leader, isn't he? He's a leader, and it was a good signing for Brentford. Obviously, we thought he'd probably end up going to Sunderland. He chose Brentford, and they're going to struggle this year. They're going to be down there, but there's definitely an addition in that midfield. He brings that experience, and he still can play. Oh, that's a good ball.
Oh, it's a really good ball. Was that Damsgaard with his right foot?
If they could play Man United every week, they wouldn't be down there, I don't think.
if everyone played Man United, apart from Chelsea, if everyone played Man United every week, they'd be okay. Damsgaard whipped in a really, really good, dangerous ball with pace. And to be fair to De Ligt, he maybe just does enough to stop the header of course. In terms of the three centre-backs,
I was going to ask the same thing.
What do you think is the right combination? Because he changes it a lot, and then also he seems to be the only manager I can remember in Premier League history who changes the back three in-game. While you wait for that answer, Dorgu with a ball in from the left. Kelleher should come and collect. He doesn't. Šeško! Kelleher saves again. Back to Šeško. And Benjamin Šeško scores for Manchester United. Dorgu with a cross in from the left. He had 3 goes at it, didn't he? The first 2 were saved by the goalkeeper. But this time, Benjamin Šeško, the big money signing for Man United, was it the third attempt? With his left foot from close range, puts the ball in the back of the net. We call it talkSPORT goals for a reason. Brentford 2, Man United 1, 26 minutes on. Scott, talk us through the goal.
So that's Ugarte who brings the ball forward. Dorgu gets it on the left side and hooks it up in the air. It's not... Is this Kelleher? And Mbeumo does well there, to be fair to him.
Bad goalkeeper.
Kelleher, but it is bad goalkeeper.
Yeah, if we're going to criticise like that.
Just talking about being authoritative.
Dorgu's original ball into the box. I mean, that from Kelleher, he has a punch at it and he gets nowhere near it. And the only player in front of him is Mbeumo, who's not exactly the tallest of players, but he makes an absolute mill out of that, Kelleher.
Do you think they're going to look at that? Or is...
they're looking at that.
Oh, what? Mbeumo?
Yeah.
No.
I think they're looking at that.
I hope they don't, but...
Sorry, so Brian... I would explain this. The Brian Mbeumo is standing in front of Kelleher.
Yeah, I think I'll look at that.
There is absolutely no foul there in any way, shape or form. No, he doesn't. There is absolutely anywhere near enough contact. If this is not given as a goal, this always annoys me. This always annoys me. The ball comes into the box. Brian Mbeumo, he goes up and challenges for it. The goalkeeper has to be stronger. They shouldn't even be looking at this. It is no way a foul. I'm sorry. Boys, discuss.
I agree with you, but the letter...
What are you hesitating for then?
The letter of the law is...
What?
Because keepers...
Goal's been given, rightly so. They shouldn't have even had... That shouldn't have even been a pause.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah.
You think they're Brian Mbeumo?
I don't think that should be given as a foul, but I think letter of the law, I think you can have a look at it.
I'd like to see it again. Does he lean into him?
He does not lean into him. He basically goes up and challenges for the ball.
But as a keeper...
Kelleher's twice the size of him.
And he can use his hands.
Yeah, but as a keeper, you can't protect yourself. Say you're going up to catch something with your hands, you cannot protect yourself. You can't put your arms out to leverage.
I don't think he had his arms out.
No, but you can't...
Maybe jumped...
But as a keeper, but look, stand up, right? If you jump into me, I can't protect myself. I'm going over. That's why they give it. I'm saying it would be soft, but I understand why they look.
Wow, that's just not a free kick. And it's not a free kick.
No.
Scott,
look.
Final, yes or no? Is that a free kick? Is it yes or no?
I didn't think it was. No, right, it's not a free kick.
Is that a free kick? Yes or no?
No.
No.
You think it's a free kick?
What I'm saying is, I wanted to see it again because it looked like he was leaning.
4 times, mate.
Not too sure.
I'd like to see it again.
Yeah.
The worst for you. Yes or no? Is that a foul? You thought it was a foul?
It's soft.
No, yes or no? Is it a foul? Should that goal be disallowed?
Yeah. No, not disallowed.
Yeah. Why are you whispering it quietly?
No. Count the goal. Count the goal.
All 4 say count the goal.
We need all the help we can get.
Imagine this is the VAR.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure. And you're just shouting at us. Going, what do you think?
What they would be saying is, hang on a minute, in the Ryder Cup, Europe are really, really back into it. We're underway in the foursomes. Are you boys all Ryder Cup fans?
I will be watching it the rest of the weekend, yes.
Right, but that didn't answer my question.
Not the biggest Ryder Cup, man. No.
Really?
No, I prefer the majors. Yeah.
Well, this is kind of a major, isn't it?
Yeah. Is it?
Well,
is it?
Anyway, Quaker.
Great sport. It's great sport.
It's not as big as the Masters.
Do you know what? I think given.
I think it is.
I think
the best way to watch it is without the volume on, so you can't hear all the crowd.
No, I think it adds to the occasion, the spectacle. I know the Americans can be a little bit noisy. But
a quick one on the Brentford game. Man United went 7-1 when they were 2-0 down. They're now 14-5, having pulled that goal back. They're both teams to score. We said that has landed not the way around I thought it would land. But yeah,
take it there, right?
Yeah, 14-5 at the minute. 12-5 the draw. Brentford 10-11 to win this, and United suddenly, Brentford maybe just took the foot off the pedal when they were 2 up. A hat trick for Igor Thiago is priced at 4-1, by the way.
And United have a free kick outside the box-ish on the left-hand side. While we wait for that
question,
you can go for it.
Why is Euro on the bench?
Why is Euro on the bench? Look, in the Manchester derby a couple of weeks ago, I think he got rolled by, I can't remember who it was exactly, but in the lead up to one of Haaland's goals where he dinked it over Bayindir, he got rolled, and I don't think he defended it. I think he's on the wrong side.
Okay.
Look, it's incredibly harsh, but I think the argument here is, like, I think De Ligt is probably at the moment like a shoe-in the team, like whether he plays in the middle or whether he plays out on the right, because I think he's had a good season so far. You would think Maguire's maybe in the team today because of the aerial dominance that he maybe has compared to Yoro. And Luke Shaw's the one that people look at and think, why isn't Yoro paying ahead of him? Just wait for this one to play out.
Cunha with a shot from outside the box. It takes a deflection and it goes out for a corner, Scott.
Yeah, look, with Yoro, I think everybody wants to see him in the team. I think it's pretty harsh that he's on the bench for 2 consecutive weeks because really, like, if you're looking at United's problem has been defending 1v1 in the first 30 minutes of this game or so. I think he's probably United's best in terms of speed going backwards. If Yoro is
he good enough in the
centre back? What's that?
Is he good enough?
Maybe not. Maybe that's the one thing you can level at him. But he is only 19, 20 years old as well. So there is the argument of you don't want to expose him to that every single week. He will develop into that in the future. I'd have played him personally, but
why do you think he keeps playing Luke Shaw at left centre back?
The left foot. Probably, I think it's as simple as that.
Yeah. Maguire couldn't play that role. Maguire's quite good.
Right-footed, isn't he? I think it's.
I think Maguire. I take that, but I think Maguire is probably good enough technically to deal with playing left centre back now.
Go on. It's crazy that Leach is still injured because I think he's perfect in the back. Right? I think Lisandro Martinez would be perfect for this system, but can't seem to.
He's close.
He's always injured, isn't he?
Yeah.
Ever since he's been at United, he's always seems to be injured.
Well, the first season he was fine, but then he picked up an injury, that unfortunate one off the side of the pitch, and then can't really recover from that. The issue I've got with Man United is I look at this starting 11. And the faces of Manchester United failure over the last, 6-7 years are still there. So whether you're talking about Luke Shaw or Harry Maguire or Bruno Fernandes, all individually are decent enough players, but I think a more ruthless club would have moved on from those players to try and go again. I think Bruno's been amazing for Manchester United, scored 100 goals. But when that £80 million was on the table from Saudi Arabia for a player who's 30 years old, who doesn't really fit this system, for being completely honest with ourselves, you take it. Harry Maguire is going to leave on a free. You trigger this contract extension to let him leave on a free. Luke Shaw is clearly not the Luke Shaw from 2 or 3 years ago. And so I think Man United needs to be a bit more ruthless. It was a decent start to your summer in terms of signings, but I think there's so many players that need to be gone because they still remind you of the old regime.
Yeah, I tell you what, Kwaku, right? After the Europa League final, Luke Shaw did an interview publicly where he was talking about, I think we need to have to ask ourselves whether we're good enough to play for Manchester United. And he's a senior member of the dressing room. He's late 20s now. With the amount of turnover, he's probably the longest serving player, if I'm not right. Yeah, not wrong, 11 years or whatever it is. And he is coming out and saying, we need to question if we're good enough. That is alarm bells everywhere to me. It's your senior player questioning himself as to whether he's good enough or not. Your senior players in this dressing room should be, I'm good enough, we're going to turn this around. And I didn't like that interview at all. I'm with you. I think if United were entirely ruthless over the summer, they'd have got rid of a player like Luke Shaw, to be honest. Yeah. But Ruben Amorim talks about mentality a lot and turning up and putting in the required effort. I've seen hot and cold Luke Shaw performances for years. Yeah. So
I thought your summer started so well with the 3 attacking players, which I thought Cunha and Bremo were good signings. I think they will be. Šeško, I was a little bit unsure as to how he would do. But I think you make a good point, Quake, about Bruno Fernandes. I reckon do you reckon they could go back in time and see how the window plays out, not getting in that central midfielder that was pretty clear, I thought, that Man United needed, and then they got a goalkeeper in late, but they could have been a bit more aggressive earlier on in the window, had a bit more money. Maybe get rid of Fernandes, who does not get rid of him, but move him on, say thank you for your services, take big money for him, doesn't necessarily suit the system, and then that £100 million gives them the opportunity to clearly go and sign a good, strong box-to-box central midfield player that they needed, and a big, strong, commanding, better goalkeeper, which they clearly needed.
It revamps the team. Bruno Fernandes, no one can doubt his contribution to Manchester United. He's been their best player for the last 5-6 years. But sometimes you just need to move on, right? Like, I remember, again, it's a different circumstance, but Aubameyang won Arsenal the FA Cup, that lockdown FA Cup, where he scored a brace in the semis and a brace in the final. But they moved on from him. They moved on from Ozil. Those players could still contribute, but they moved on from them because it was just time. And I think Bruno Fernandes, this system, everyone says, why didn't he play him as one of the number 10s? It's like, because what Amorim's asking the 10s to do is actually run. When I saw Mbeumo run against Chelsea, like, Bruno Fernandes can't do that. He's still an amazing player. And he's not a centre midfielder, so he just doesn't fit the system. You have to still play him if it's at a football club because he gives you numbers. But yeah, I thought the summer was a missed opportunity to sell him.
For what it's worth, I do think that conversation will come back around next year.
Has to.
So 35 gone, Brentford 2, Manchester United 1, the 3 latest scores in the Championship. Coventry unbeaten this season, leading Birmingham at home by a goal to 0. Swansea 1 up at home to Millwall, and a goalless between Wrexham and Derby. 10 minutes to go. Go on, Lee.
No, I was just going to say, in that Wrexham Derby game, the odds 6-4 Wrexham, 23-10 Derby, 6-4 the draw. Wrexham have had the better chances, 2 shots on target, a couple of touches in the opposition box, but Derby are dominating without actually doing anything. I mean, if you look at the momentum chart on that, it's all Derby apart from a couple of the shots from Wrexham, so pretty even. Just like Derby, not much cut through at the minute. In the Swansea game you mentioned, obviously 1 up already. Absolutely dominating that game against Millwall. If you look at the stats, there's so many shots for the Swansea players. The goal was scored by Zan Vipotnik.
He's on fire at the moment.
7th goal of the season for club and country. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's absolutely fire. The thing is, like, Swansea fans weren't too sure on him. He didn't really use his physicality. He wasn't that mobile, but he's just putting the ball in the back of the net on a regular basis. He's 7
goals this season already. It's brilliant. In the Brentford Man United game 2-1, as we've been watching. Not much change in the odds, but it's a fairly even game now, actually, isn't it? It's Brentford kind of had that dominant. They dominated the first 20 minutes. Just seemed to have taken the foot off the pedal a little bit, and United are looking a bit more dangerous. They play the ball around really nicely, don't they, in midfield? Here they come again now.
Cunha coming forward. He's got Fernandes for his right-hand side. He tries to take on the shot. What, you think?
They do play some nice football. They get to the final third and then make the wrong decision.
Mm-hmm.
And I can understand the frustration from Amorim, because it's like, we're kind of doing, that's lovely there from Sesko.
Quick feet from Sesko.
Plays the ball in, and Cunha does brilliantly.
He does the heartbeat. He goes past the midfield. It carries the ball a long way.
And then Mbeumo makes that run in.
But also, I think Bruno Fernandes to his right-hand side, as he was making an overlap, would have probably been a more straightforward
do
pass.
It better. Whatever it is, do it better.
Just need that extra bit of quality, don't you?
Fernandes did the thing that kids do. He pulled his shorts up in frustration. Yeah, like kids do.
He wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? So yeah, United. I think United's in possession have actually had decent moments. But Brian Mbeumo back at the GTEC Community Stadium's got a corner for Man United. Brentford 2, Man United 1. 37 minutes gone. United looking to win back-to-back league games for the first time under Ruben Amorim, which sounds absolutely crazy when you think he's been at the club for not too far off a year now. And Mbeumo's corner to Maguire, and Vandenberg clears. Luke Shaw's got a chance to get it back into the box. He's going to come back infield out to Bruno Fernandes, who stands the ball up, and Kelleher deals with this one. So we approach half-time. I want to get your guys' thoughts on the big football story from this morning. West Ham are set to appoint former Nottingham Forest boss Nuno Espirito Santo as their new head coach after sacking Graham Potter. Nuno is expected to be in place for Monday's Premier League match against Everton. Potter was dismissed this morning after just 8 months in charge, with the club 19th in the table. The Hammers took only 3 points from their opening 5 Premier League games this season under the Englishman. They were beaten, weren't they? We watched it here in the studio against Crystal Palace. Kwaku, Graham Potter has lost his job. How did you feel when you heard the news this morning?
Yeah, it was coming, right? It was the dead man walking. That West Ham have been shocking this season. They've been absolutely shocking. And it's an indictment on what fans feel about the club when they were only 2-1 down against Palace last week, and fans were leaving the ground after 70 minutes, 75 minutes. They made their feelings known that he is not the man for them. I think the appointment of Nuno's great. I think it'd be brilliant there. I think he'll turn West Ham around instantly, because we've seen him do it in the Premier League straight away. And sometimes you just need those type of managers. And West Ham fans will tell you about the West Ham way, but ultimately football's about winning. It's about winning matches, and Nuno can do that.
David Moyes did that. David Moyes won them a trophy and they still weren't particularly having David Moyes.
That was insane.
Yeah.
West Ham finished 6th and then 7th and then 14th, granted, but won the Europa League.
Trophy.
And then finished 9th in their last season. And they hounded them out of the London Stadium. It was crazy.
Every football club in the Premier League is probably going to want to win and play nice attacking football.
Sure.
Generally, though, you would think the clubs with money, with the most money, end up doing that the best. And West Ham, look, I think it'll end up going that way. I give Nuno the rest of the season I think you'll steer them mid-table, half decent, maybe like bottom half of the top half of the table or something like that. Really solid. I really like what he did at Forest. Left Forest in circumstances which were like not for him to blame, I guess.
Not footballing reasons, were there? That wasn't a loss of
So
form.
I think he doesn't come in with a damaged reputation. If anything, you can see where he's going to lift this team up. The question will come back around, though. It always does. Where's the West Ham way? Like, we need to play the West Ham way. Because he's not going to play it.
It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And I got grilled by West Ham fans for saying it on this show about the West Ham way being it's a myth. It's a fugazi. It doesn't exist. Like I don't remember it anyway. But if this is the manager that brings you results and wins you games, I don't think you can complain. Like West Ham under David Moyes, year after year were in Europe, right? Won the Conference League, got to semi-final of the Europa League. They were a fixture in Europe, and that for West Ham is the best it's ever been, or best it's been in a lot of fans' lifetimes. I think Nuno will come in and do a great job, and if they sour on him eventually, then more fool them. They'll just bring in a manager who's maybe a bit more tactically advanced and play more progressive football, and then almost get relegated.
Do you think that he has a little bit of extra leeway in terms of the start of play because of the great success he had in Nottingham Forest? And what he did in Nottingham Forest in a short space of time was pretty remarkable, taking them from...
There's a lot of apathy in the West Ham fan base, isn't there? So what do they want? Maybe just... Like, you got to look at the club on the whole, I guess. Like, they veer from one direction to the other. The transfer strategy is a little bit all over the place. And, look, they need somebody to kind of get a hold, like Moyes did for a long time. He got a real grip of that West Ham football club, and everybody felt pretty good for a while. I just think it's going to end up turning at some point again.
Well, pound for pound, the worst stadium move in the history of English
absolutely.
football.
Yeah.
Like that's what's really irking West Ham fans. They can't ever get it back. It's like, it's soulless, right? Like when you think about these clubs that are trying to kind of emerge, you think about Villa and how great Villa Park is. You think about Newcastle, how great St James's Park is. London Stadium, barring a couple of seasons when they're in Europe at night time and they got it rocking, it doesn't have that feeling. And fans will never forgive the owners from moving from Upton Park. And that's why I think the root of the frustration is. They feel like they haven't got an identity, and I can understand that to an extent.
What about... do we have any sympathy for Graham Potter in any way, shape or form, given the fact that, sure, while results weren't good on paper, I'd say, Scott, that he was let down in the summer. They had a tricky finish to last season, and I said for a ball was kicked, I did predict the three that came up to go back down, but then in terms of Brentford, Wolves and West Ham, I thought the other three next worst squads. Do you think their summer business, did they do enough? Did the people above him give him and the fans enough to try and push on and have a better season than where they are right now? Because I think apart from Bowen, I'm not sure there's enough quality in that team.
I personally think there's better quality in that squad than we're seeing. And look, maybe Potter would have wanted certain signings, and I'm not entirely sure that. I think there's talk about the sporting structure changing again as well. Did Potter do enough last season to be able to get more sway? It's a difficult one. I think West Ham fans by the end of last season were, like a lot of them, like I know, like West Ham fans were pretty much done with him and wanting to change at the end of last season, start of this season anyway. So you could argue that, but I don't think it ever went well enough from the start anyway for him to justify getting that support.
Talk about Nuno, he's got a job on his hands still. I mean, you're taking over a club who are joint third favourites for relegation before the start of this weekend with Brentford. So that means they're shorter a price than Leeds and Sunderland to go down. Next two games, away at Everton on Monday night, away at Arsenal. Then you've got the international break. They come back from that, they've got Brentford at home. That's a huge game. And look, you wouldn't expect... Will he get anything at the new Everton Stadium? They've been really good, haven't they, Everton? One of the surprise packages, I guess, in inverted commas, of the season. They won't get anything at Arsenal. You wouldn't expect anyway, would you? So 2 games into Nuno's spell as West Ham manager, you'd expect they'd still be in the same position where they are now, 3 points. And suddenly it becomes pressurised, but at least he's taken him over and he can only go up, you would imagine. He can't go any further down.
Here's a question for you. From Nuno's point of view,
Yeah.
Left Nottingham Forest a couple of weeks ago, having done a really, really good job there, taking him into Europe for the first time in 30 years. When that phone call comes to Nuno, Is there any part of you that would maybe advise Nuno, just wait?
No.
Your stock's high, wait. A different offer could come in the next few weeks.
No, take that job straight away. I think Nuno can make that club into a club challenger for Europe again. Like, you talk about the quality. You look at that, like the quality. Would you be surprised in a year's time, be like, oh, Somerville's a really, really good player? Or do you think they've signed a really, really good player? Because look at what Nuno did with like Hudson-Odoi, for example.
Elliot Anderson,
Chris Wood. These weren't players that were amazing players, but he made them into amazing players. And in the Premier League, barring that 10-game span at Spurs, where he won 5 games, but he also lost 5 games, with Wolves, he took him into Europe, and with Forest, he took him into Europe. I think as a manager, comes in, it works straight away. He's not someone who goes, I need this player, I need that player. Obviously, he wants to have some input, and he made that known to Marinakis in the summer, but he can come and deal with what he's got and make him into a decent side. I think they stave off relegation fears. I think they'll be fine with him.
Yeah, and of course, the dynamic is interesting, isn't it? Because you mentioned the West Ham way, and that's been such a big thing that the West Ham fans are speaking about. Nottingham Forest teams last season, even when they were up to 3rd in the table, I think there was a stat around sort of March time. They had the lowest average possession in a game, which isn't very the West Ham way, is it? No. But then DeForest fans care, no, because they're winning games of football. They're in Europe. The game plan was pretty clear. We're going to sit deep and turn them into, one of the best counter-attacking teams around, right?
But then expectation is a massive thing in football, isn't it? At Nottingham Forest, there was very little expectation. So everything he did is in credit. At West Ham, like it or lump it, there is expectation from the West Ham fans. Not sure why, because they can win a European trophy and still criticise the manager.
It's mad.
It's crazy, isn't it? It is crazy. But there is that expectation there. And so he will have to live up to that expectation. And it's maybe, we'll find out. He didn't live up to the expectation at Tottenham. Will he at West Ham? He did at Forest, and he has done, and Wolves. But then there's no expectation at either of those clubs. Yeah. It's going to be fascinating to see how it pans out. I'm not as confident as you guys are that he'll. I think he'll do a good job, because Nuno will always do a good job. But is it deeper than that at West Ham, than the manager? Yeah. Keep changing the manager.
I think so, but
I think that's definitely fair.
I think he can mask it.
Yeah, I think he can mask it. Because Moyes masked it. There was issues there, but good managers can mask issues in the boardroom. And as soon as those managers leave, you see what the issues are.
Do you think Graham Potter's a good manager?
I actually don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. I was impressed with the job he did at Swansea. But go on.
Just one thing on Nuno. You say good managers can mask the problems behind the scenes. He didn't do that too well at Forest, did he? He came out and told the world about the problems behind the scenes. So he's not exactly...
I think he was dumb in that situation. I think when Edu came in and his relationship or his position in the club weakened, I think he saw the writing on the wall, and I think he kind of was jumped before he was pushed. But maybe it was a silly decision to come out and talk so publicly about Marinakis, who we know can be a volatile man. But I think he
lost his job a few weeks later, didn't he?
Yeah. He got what he expected.
Yeah. Unless that's what he wanted.
Premier League, though. And would you be shocked if West Ham finished above Forest this season? Because I wouldn't. I would not. I would not.
Really?
Yeah, I would not, mate. I would not. I would actually.
Forest are stronger, better than West Ham, aren't they?
Yeah, based on what they did last season, based on the players.
Based on having better players,
though. Really well, and they've got a lot of potential on that team. West Ham are better than they've been showing.
Yeah, West Ham are better than they're showing. You're not too sure about that one, are you?
I think West Ham's. I mean, me and Lee were having this conversation. Like, if I say to you, Jared Bowen.
Yeah.
We all know how good he is. Lucas Paqueta or Paquetá, I'm giving to you when he's on form, he's brilliant. Yeah. We haven't seen anywhere near enough of that.
Yeah,
that's 2 players. I'm not sure you can put forward another couple of players that
who are decent.
Yeah, well then.
I do like
Somerville. Yeah.
No. Again, we need to start seeing more of him.
Yeah, no, of course, and this is the beauty. Oh. I think Max Kilman's been terrible since he's gone to West Ham. Absolutely terrible. But he played under Nuno before. He's played before.
Yeah.
I think you'll see the best of some of these players. I'm confident, man. I think Nuno's a great manager.
So what can West Ham achieve this season? Mid-table football would be obviously a really good season.
But it's a question of when the noise will start again. Like, we want more. We want more.
Yeah.
We want more.
Yeah.
I don't know how far he'll take them, but safe.
Yeah. They'll be safe this season.
Sturdy.
I think they'll be fine and happy with him this year, because anything other than what they're being served up right now.
Happy. It was like, this is the guy that took Nottingham Forest into Europe for the first time in 30 years. And he's on paper, and you look at the work he's done and sort of where West Ham are and struggling, it feels like West Ham fans should be over the moon that Nuno's their new manager.
I was saying, I don't know if Scott might turn his nose off at this. I was like, if Man United did pull the trigger on Amram, I was like, you could do a lot worse than getting Nuno.
You could do a lot worse than Nuno.
It's the same question with Nuno. I have no doubt he'll come in and make them sturdier. Probably make them harder to beat, but then it'll be like, he doesn't play the Man United way, does he?
Yeah.
And then he's working he's have to work a miracle.
And the noise is a lot noisier.
No, of course. And look, Graham Potter, I do feel a little bit for Graham Potter.
You think he's a good manager?
I think the work he did, I really like watching his Brighton teams.
Yeah.
And maybe think the next two clubs after that were just maybe the wrong clubs for him. Like, we know Chelsea, you got to immediately come in and win. And I think maybe his press conferences and interviews at Chelsea were a problem very early. Maybe he didn't sound and look like a Chelsea manager. So I have a little bit of sympathy with him there, because Chelsea can go through managers quite quickly.
Yeah.
And I think, West Ham's a tough club to manage, and the fans have got big expectations. I think Graham Potter is a really, really good coach. I think he showed that at Brighton, and I definitely think he's got to be really clever and careful with his next. Like, I think, let's say Fabian Herzler moved on, I think he could go back to Brighton, where everything, recruitment's really, really good, and I think he could do a really good job there. I've seen
project manager and doesn't get time to make good on projects.
Project coach. He's a good coach, not a good manager, man. And being a manager,
possibly that's right.
There's more. It's the press conferences, the interviews, the man management. He's a great
aura, almost like you want your manager to fill you with confidence. I think that could be a good way to leave it. That could be fair. I do also think recruitment in the summer, I'll go back to that, especially selling Mohamed Kudus, who's probably the second best player. I don't think they did anywhere near enough to give him and build him a strong enough squad to maybe have a better season than what maybe they're going to go on and do. Half-time then, in the Premier League, in the 12:30 game, it is Brentford 2, Manchester United 1. Brentford getting off to a really, really good start. Manchester United putting a goal back thanks to Benjamin Šeško in the Championship. Birmingham, by the way, down to 10 men at Coventry. Millwall have equalised away at Swansea, and goals between Wrexham and Derby. In League 1, AFC Wimbledon 2 up at home to Wycombe. Stevenage, who started the day third in the table, were 1 down at home to Leyton Orient, and they equalised just before half-time for that to be 1-1. In League 2, Barnet still lead away at Oldham thanks to a very, very early goal, and it's Crewe 1, Notts County 1. It is talkSPORT Gold with William Hill, 18 plus, a gambler dog. Take a very, very quick break, and then when we come back, we'll be looking ahead to the second half in all of our 12:30 games. Welcome to talkSPORT Goals. We're with William Hill, 18+, gamblerware.org, Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Scott Saunders, Kwaku Afari, donning the flat cap. Can we zoom in? You look cool today, don't you?
Thank you, I appreciate that. I haven't had a haircut, so yeah. But
Let's have a look.
No.
Is it that bad?
It's never a good sign when everyone's just like, oh, nice hat. But you don't know the tone. You can't really gauge if people actually like it.
I think you look
or
cool.
Something a bit different about it. Yeah, I don't know.
Could you imagine if I put it on? Do you think it suit me?
You want to try it?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That trim is awful, by the way. What is going on there?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, it works for you.
Oh, yeah, you look like a right Cockney geezer there.
You reckon?
Yeah, that
You
works.
look like you just stepped out of Oliver.
All right, I'll do this. I'll do the next 5 minutes with this hat on, okay?
Can you...
That trim, by the way, is embarrassing, mate. Honestly, mate, you're supposed to be like 3 months ago. You're walking through Times Square with Cole Palmer.
I'm a father now.
I know, mate. But you can still got time to get a little trim, don't you, mate?
Don't take camera off of me.
Is that why you were late this morning?
Oh no, I had a nightmare morning this morning. I was obviously did the warm up from home. And then, getting from Brighton to London was just...
Yeah, we'll let you off, mate. You're a good man, Kwaku.
Thank you.
Half-time then in the Premier League, Brentford 2, Manchester United 1. Brentford have won 2 of their last 3 home Premier League games against Manchester United. They were leading by 2-0 before Benjamin Šeško scored before half-time in the Championship. Coventry are unbeaten this season in the Championship. They could remain unbeaten today because they 1-0 up against Birmingham, and Birmingham are down to 10 men. Coventry also unbeaten in their last 6 home games against Birmingham. So far, so good. Swansea 1, Millwall 1. Swansea have lost their last 2 home games against Millwall. They've never lost 3 in a row against the Lions before. Swansea starting the day on 8 points. Millwall starting the day on 10 points. And goalless between Wrexham and Derby. This is the first league meeting between Wrexham and Derby since a 1-1 draw all the way back in 1982. What is happening in League One at half-time? AFC Wimbledon are leading Wycombe by 2-0. Leyton Orient 1, Stevenage 1. Stevenage starting the day second in the table. And in League 2, the half-time scores: Crewe 1, Notts County 1, Oldham 0, Barnet 1. And in the Ryder Cup, we are very, very much underway. No red on the board in the morning session. 3 games already. 3 games being led by Europe. Fleetwood Macaroy 1 up, Hatton Ram 2 up, Hovland McIntyre 1 up, and the other one is even. So as things stand, Europe are leadingly in 3 out of the 4 games. Do you see lots of activity? Take this hat off, it's not suiting me. Do you see? God, now my hair's all over the gap. Do you see lots of betting activity on the Ryder Cup? We love the Ryder Cup, don't we?
No, yeah, we definitely do. And we saw early this morning we had a price boost on the Europeans on 2 of the 4 sums winning today, and that got a lot of attention. There, Europe 2-7 now. Remember, pre the Ryder Cup, USA were 4-6 favourites. They're now 7-2 to win the Ryder Cup. The tie is 12-1. You can have lift the trophy, of course, because there is a tie option. USA 7-2 to lift the Ryder Cup. Europe 1-5 to lift the Ryder Cup. In terms of the foursomes right now, as you say, 2 up in the Fleetwood Mac.
2 up and 1 up.
Yeah, I love the Fleetwood Mac, by the way. I also like Vic and Bob, which is Victor Hovland and Bob McIntyre. They're 1 up. Hatton and Ram 2 up and tied in the first match. Deschambeau, Young and Fitzpatrick. But Cam Young's been the star of the US team so far.
He played really well yesterday with Justin.
I was expecting Scheffler to play better, but
Scheffler and Deschambeau are kind of their best 2 players, both haven't picked up a point yet. And even Justin Thomas, who played really well last night with Cam Young, not playing today. It felt like a bizarre selection from King Bradley not to put him in. So Europe 5.5, USA 2.5, and it's still very early on here in day 2. But at the moment, blue on the board on 3 matches, no red on the board. Kwaku, you are one of 16,000 people that are still in. By the way, I saw Final One standing on a great television advert today. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. Have you guys been you must have been really impressed by it and really happy with just how many people are really getting behind Final One standing.
Yeah, it's really caught on. I think because it's last man standing, basically. I think everyone gets it, don't they? So it's just like I think
if I can understand it, anyone can understand
it. Exactly. So I've got it. Yeah, but the advert was great, wasn't it? They went over to and filmed it. Unfortunately, I didn't get the invite to go and watch it.
Too busy with Chris Hoy, aren't you?
But it looked really. It did look really cool. The filming. It's kind of a Squid Game style thing, isn't it? Balls flying at people's heads. So fantastic. And it's
He's still alive.
Yeah, we've had I think there's. I was looking at some of the stats earlier on. There's been like 1.4 million picks across all the different leagues. Like nearly 500,000 people have played it so far. Obviously, the original and the biggest, the £500,000 still in there. What are you going to? We'll talk about it a bit more later on. But Spurs, yeah. So 25% have picked Spurs.
Yeah.
Over 55% have picked City.
Really?
Burnley, yeah.
Are you City for the first game? Are you City against Wolves?
This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah,
there's some really interesting stats when, in terms of teams that people have picked. We were talking about it earlier on, weren't we? There's like one person that's picked like Wolves. One person out of 16,000.
Jamie.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Jamie was trying to explain his theory on why you picked the underdogs, and it doesn't make any sense. He goes, "You've got more chance."
Jamie's saying to me, "It's a clever man going Wolves."
He thinks he's very smart. He thinks he overthinks it. Like, and he's out. He went out in the first week. I'm still in it, mate.
He goes out and has to go at us and not picking Burnley away at Spurs because we're going for the obvious one. Quaker's gone for the 4. You've gone for the big 4, haven't you? Plus, who was the fifth one?
Palace.
And you're still in. So therefore, your theory has to be better than trying to go to Burnley. We've had this conversation a few times, haven't we?
Nonsense. You'd rather do his theory later on in the season where like you picked all the big...
I don't get doing his theory on game week 1 when you get knocked out after going Burnley away at Spurs. Oh, but if they did win, well, if I had a 6-pack and a good bonnet, I'd be able to date Dua Lipa, but I don't, do I? So I therefore can't, right? On that note, talkSPORT Goals takes one more very, very quick break, and then when we come back, we will be watching the second half of Brentford Man United. I probably need more than a good haircut.
You've got the personality.
Oh, I know you're a big fan, Miss Dua Lipa. So talkSPORT Goals is back in a couple of minutes, and we're watching the second half of Brentford Man United. Hello and welcome to talkSPORT Goals. We're with William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Scotty Saunders, Quaker Rafari with you until 5:30ish this evening. We're taking you through a busy Saturday afternoon of football and of sport. So we've got half time then in our 12:30 game in the Premier League. Good first 45 minutes, Brentford 2, Man United 1. Igor Thiago scoring twice for Brentford, 2 up after 20 minutes. Benjamin Šeško did score for Man United after 25 minutes. So Brentford 2, Man United 1 at half-time. Between Feb 2020 and Jan 2022, Man United went 13 Premier League games without defeat in London. Since then, they've lost 15 of 24 visits to the capital. I love how we just laughed at that stat. You know it's a good stat when people start laughing. Winning 3. They've won 3. Well, their last 24 visits to the capital. I love how... It's good that even the Man United fan in the room...
Yeah, but some of these numbers...
What you can do is laugh.
Some of these numbers are just laughable. Like, the poor record of Man United is crazy. I saw Kobe Mainoo sit on the bench behind Ruben Amorim. Penny for his thoughts, man. Like... Just over a year ago, he was starting the final of the Euros for England. He'd scored an FA Cup final for his boyhood club, and now he's getting terrible minutes at Manchester United, who are struggling in the Premier League. I think he should try and find the move, man. I
think he tried to, but Man United weren't. Yeah. So more on that game very shortly, just about to get underway. And once again, we see a slightly different kickoff there, which we've seen before, where one of the Brentford players takes it, kicks it up to himself, and then just basically launches it really long and really high in the air.
Do you rate
I've actually, by the way, excuse me?
Do you rate those touch finder kickoffs from, like...
Yeah.
I don't like
I'm yet to see any evidence of a goal coming for that. Can I just plug, though, me and Scott Minto on the latest talkSPORT Daily podcast out this morning have done a special all on the new trends, or the old trends in football that are coming back into football.
Nice.
So these kickoff, thank you. You should have listened to on the way down this morning, couldn't you, really?
On the way back to now.
Yeah. Brentford 2, Man United 1, back underway. 4 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League as Chelsea, Brighton, Palace, Liverpool, Leeds, Bournemouth, Man City, Burnley. Did you find out the stat I asked you to look up for me on Thursday?
Yes, I did.
You are a good man. I asked Lee Phelps in Quaker, as a man that loves kickoff times, you will absolutely love this.
Hang on, let me find
How often at 3 o'clock do you see 3 Champions League teams, 3 of the so-called Big Six, however you want to phrase it, 3 of them all playing at 3 o'clock? Chelsea, Liverpool and Man City all playing at 3 o'clock during the Premier League is rare, isn't it?
Very rare to have. We were talking about it in terms of, like, it's a big day. For the goal show, it's a big day. Like, big games, big narratives,
it's always a big day for the goal show, isn't it?
It's always a big day, but when you've got the 3 o'clocks that, like, all being played at the same time, you've got the quad going on, there's nothing better than it. There's nothing better.
Explain the quad for our audience.
So we've got a massive TV.
It's a big TV.
And it's split into 4, and all the 3 o'clock games, we can watch each of them, and it's just brilliant. It's just the best way to spend your Saturday afternoon.
It's not work, is it? It's not work.
No, it's not work at all.
It's just nicking and living.
So you asked me the last time. So 30th of October 2021, Liverpool 2, Brighton 2, Man City 0. Lost 2-0, and Chelsea won that day. And that was also, they were first, second and third in the league at that point, which was the first time since September 2017 that the top 3 in the Premier League all kicked off at 3 p.m. on Saturday.
That's good.
That is top research, top work.
It was my colleague Ben who did that.
Oh, was it really? Ben Barrett?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ben Barrett. Hope you're okay. You know Ben Barrett?
I couldn't claim it.
Good work there. That's good stuff. So, Championship as well. Coventry 1, Birmingham 0. Coventry unbeaten in their first 6 league games of a season for the first time since 1920. No Championship team have scored more 90th minute winners, including stoppage time this season, than Birmingham. They've done 3 of that. Lyndon Dykes last weekend netting a 94th minute winner against Swansea. Last time out. Can't see the scores now, can I? On my laptop there, can I? Anyway, Brentford 2, Man United 1. Scott, what are you hoping to see for Man United in this second half?
They need to take charge of this game. They need a goal. Look, they just need to stay in it. Nothing soft. Build up a bit of momentum. If you get a chance, make sure that you take it. And look, United need to be winning this game. I think the only thing that's going to stop pressure growing on Ruben Amorim after every single game is by him winning matches, and he's not winning enough of them. Look, I think in the second half of the first half, I think they reacted quite well. They got their goal. The statistics are quite even though Brentford dominated United in the first half of the first half. They just need to really get their heads on, not give up anything cheap, build their momentum into the game, and take their chances if they get them.
One thing that kind of surprises me about Man United is when you see the shots stats, they're right up there, aren't they? Mm-hmm. And you look at the stats in this game, you're saying they're fairly even, but when you actually look at it, Man United 10 shots to 4.
3 of those came in the lead up to the goal.
Yeah, 4. True. Yeah, 4 on target. they need to start taking the chances, don't they?
Yeah.
Because, what they're finding is that when you look at the stats after a match, you think, if you just look at the bare stats, you think, they must have been pretty good because they've had lots of opposition touches in the opposition box and shots. But so if it clicks, and if if it clicks, but you'd imagine that with the quality of strikers that they have in the team, it will click at some point. But I think it's probably more that final ball, like you were saying earlier on, that final ball when they get into that position, they're not clinical enough in the final ball and then the finishing. But yeah, it looks fairly positive when you look at this. First they got the XG's higher than Brentford's, even though Brentford are 2-1 up, more shots. But yeah, they need to start doing what you said and finishing and winning games quick.
Coventry have a second goal against Birmingham at home. Birmingham down to 10 men, and Coventry now go 2-0 up after missing out on promotion to the Premier League via the playoffs. In 2 of the last 3 seasons, Coventry, I think it's fair to say, no longer plucky underdogs for promotion this season, and definitely no more so after their really positive start to the season. They extended their unbeaten run in the Championship to 6 last Saturday, but they've drawn their last 3 going into this one. They had played 6, drawn 4 and won 2, so unbeaten, but with a lot of draws. But it looks like they are going to get back to winning ways today and remain unbeaten. Coventry 2, Birmingham 0, Wrexham 0, Derby 0, and it's also 1-1 in the other game in the Championship between Swansea and Millwall. That Coventry goal is an own goal, so Birmingham doing themselves no favours whatsoever. In terms of options off the bench for Man United, Scott, Joshua Zirkzee, Mason Mount, 2 attacking options.
Kobbie Mainoo as well. Obviously, if you want creativity from the middle of the pitch, I think United fans are absolutely dying for him to get on the pitch because we know what he can do. I think Amorim's concern about him is defensively and his acceleration or speed. But look, there are players. That's a good thing with United not having European matches this season or whatever. They have a week between each game. There's no reason why they shouldn't be turning up and giving everything they've got into every single game and getting results because of it. But they do have options off the bench as well. There shouldn't be any real reasons why that injury list grows over the course of the season. And Zirkzee is obviously, he's not really had much of a crack of the whip so far this year after they signed three attackers. Mason Mount's back from injury as well. I know Ruben Amorim likes him. And look, there are options. There are people who can change the game on the bench. But I still think that there's more juice in the front 3 that they've got as well.
And this could be an opportunity in Mbeumo to Cunha. Oh, takes a shot from outside the box, but it is a fairly straightforward save for Kelleher, getting down low to the right-hand side. Do you think possibly, Scott, if we're being generous to Man United, that maybe the level of performances this season are possibly better than what the league table and league position suggests, or am I being far too kind?
I think you're being fair, personally. The thing is, that doesn't wash with a lot of people. United should be winning matches.
And I agree with that as well.
I think that's the thing. But if United are willing to be patient with this, you dread to think if United lose this game, the fallout that will come over the course of the week, because United should be beating Brentford. They've only won 1 in 5 games or whatever it is so far this season. But for me, I am seeing more. Like when I was sitting in this building like last season, there was no real attacking threat. I think you can now look at the team with Mbeumo and Cunha, the way that they carry the ball, and Sesko's obviously got his first goal today as well. They are so much more direct. They are so much more powerful up front. Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be a question of how quickly can they build the team. That is not a good pass.
Rubbish ball from Dalot. Rubbish ball.
We're talking about players that should have been moved on.
Dalot,
is he one of those?
Yeah, 100%. Dalot was signed by Jose Mourinho? Yeah. Why is he still at the football club? Why is he still there? Like, again, these are players that are serviceable. Sometimes they're going decent runs where they're 2 or 3 games to give you something. But Dalot should not be and not only at their football club, these guys are the leaders in the dressing room. But sure,
the leadership group.
Yeah, sure, Maguire, Dalot, Bruno Fernandes, they are the leaders in the dressing room. It's like, yo, you guys shouldn't even be at the football club anymore. I honestly, get them out. Get them out and they'll be better for it. Like, you just got to sometimes cut the cords with Man United. And I think there's too much loyalty. And again, I've come around to Man United keeping Amorim, right? Because it's refreshing in this day and age when a manager is not giving you results, but there is no talk about a manager coming in to replace him. Do you know what I mean? He's been given the time. They're going to give him the time. Let him.
The fans are backing him, which helps.
Yeah, let it play out. Let it play out and see what happens. And if he does manage to make Man United successful, the love they'll have for him will be so deep. It's like the love Arsenal fans have for Arteta.
That's great. And that's nice. It's a nice thought process. Will he turn it around though? Do you see enough We know that Man United have been a failing football club by their high standards the best part of a decade. It's obviously not just down to one man. But in terms of what he has got at his disposal, what options he's got, do you think he as a coach is good enough to turn things around and to improve Man United in the short term?
Is it weird for me to say that I want him to? Because I think the Premier League's better when Man United are a good team. I think the product of the Premier League is better when Man United are a top team. And I like him.
What do you like about him?
He's a character, man. He is a character. He speaks his mind. Maybe he speaks a little bit too much, but when you hear him in press conference, it's like...
He's honest, isn't he? Which is good for people like me and you in the media.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing for us to do our jobs. Do I think he'll turn it around? I wouldn't put money on it. But I am seeing improvements. I am seeing better things, but the results just aren't there, man. He's just not getting results, and that's the biggest thing.
What do you guys think are good finishes for United this season? Like, I have my own thoughts and opinions, like what I'd accept and what I think, like...
9th, 8th,
9th. The first one.
That is how low the expectation.
The first, a good fit. If you say to me right now, Man United comes 7th or 8th, I'd say that's a pretty decent finish. That is. Like I think Champions League football. I think we know. Like Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea and City, I think people see as sort of being the four strongest.
Yeah.
And then you say other teams like Spurs and Newcastle have as being stronger.
Yeah.
You alled there a Fernandes challenge on a Brentford player who's gone down. Was that a high challenge, Scott, you said there?
Studs up.
It's Dango Otara who's gone down holding his knee. And after a replay of this, the referee's going to give him a yellow card, Bruno Fernandes, for a high challenge.
They'll review it, though. They're going to review it.
Yeah, let's have a look at this replay. Yeah, yellow card. He's a bit high, he studs up. He sort of grazes the knee. But yeah, that's a late tackle, but I think a yellow card's fair there. Lee, back to Man United.
Yeah, we were talking on the preview show, weren't we, about that top five market, and obviously you've got Liverpool, Arsenal, Manchester City, Chelsea. They're your top four, and most people would agree with that, and the odds suggest that. And then that 5th place, Man United are right in there with Tottenham, Newcastle, Man United, all a very similar price. And what we're saying here is no chance are they going to finish in that. We're all saying 8th, 9th. Yeah. I mean, that's like that was they were a bigger price at the start of the season, and the weight of bets because it's Man United changed the market, I think. But
this might be me being optimistic, but I don't see United don't have 20 extra matches this season. They should have all of their focus on turning up in the Premier League. They have good enough players in there to decide football matches. It's about doing it consistently. Like, I think, I agree with you. I think those 4 teams, and then there's a 5th place if Champions League football is going to be 5th.
Tottenham probably the one who are in there.
But they have to deal with 8 extra Champions League games. They get through that phase. They've got more. They're in cups as well. Yeah. And like we've seen, I think there was last weekend where only one of the teams that played in the Champions League actually won.
Just Liverpool, yeah.
It was only Liverpool last weekend. I know City and Arsenal played each other, but there's opportunities there for United. We've seen they beat Chelsea last week. Yeah. They're good enough to beat Chelsea. Yeah. World champions Chelsea. It's about how quickly and how consistently can you bring that level of performance.
Yeah, and just get results. Just get wins, man. That's all that matters. Just get wins. And then
Brian Mbeumo there from the right-hand side, put in a really, really good ball. Have a look at Benjamin Šeško there on the right-hand side, and Mbeumo whips in a good, dangerous ball into a dangerous area, good pace on it. I thought Šeško looked like he just wasn't aggressive enough in terms of attacking the ball. Which you want your big centre forward there to almost clatter the defender and almost get his head in. It almost looked like there's a goal in the Wrexham game. Wrexham are leading Derby by a 1-0 at home. Wrexham have had a pretty tricky start to life up in the Championship, of course, winning a couple of promotions, but they are leading leading Derby at home by a 0-0. 59 minutes gone there. Wrexham 1, Derby 0. Wrexham have lost 2 of their 3 home games this season. That's as many as they had in their previous 27. But Wrexham are leading. Stevenage, who started the afternoon in second in League One, are now 2-1 up away at Leyton Orient. So Leyton Orient 1, Stevenage 2, and Wickham pulled a goal back away at AFC Wimbledon. So it's AFC Wimbledon 2, Wickham 1. So the latest scores in League 2. Crewe 1, Notts County 1, Oldham 0, Barnet 1. In League 1, AFC Wimbledon 2-1 up at home to Wickham. Stevenage 2-1 up away at Leyton Orient. In the Championship goals in all of our games, Coventry 2 up at home to Birmingham. Birmingham down to 10 men. Both sides going into this game with a pretty decent start to the season. Coventry looks set to remain unbeaten in the Championship. Swansea 1, Millwall 1. Wrexham leading Derby by a 0-0. And in the Premier League game, it is still Brentford 2, Manchester United 1. Team news coming up very shortly in our 4 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Chelsea, Brighton, Palace, Liverpool. Leeds, Bournemouth, Man City, Burnley, and again 2 late games today. Forest, Sunderland at 5:30. Ange Postecoglou still looking for his first victory as Forest manager. And the 8 o'clock game this evening in the Premier League is Spurs, who are home to Wolves. Wolves, of course, still looking for their first win or their first point of this Premier League season. The first half, Scott, started quite chaotic as Bruno Fernandes is down the right-hand side. He whips in. Again, I'm not having to go to Šeško here, and he possibly would not have got to it anyway. But look at his movement here. I think good centre forwards here. When Bruno Fernandes got the ball, you make that run across the near post. I'm not saying he would have got onto it, but Kwaku, do you not think his movement in the box there maybe does pull away a little bit for the cutback? But I think good strikers there. You gamble on that run across the near post.
Got it right for the first time. Yeah, should have. Mate, see,
one of them should have done.
Yeah, well, Haaland makes that run all the time. You just got to make that run.
Isak making that
as
run.
As a centre forward as well, you probably got to do it because you've got 2 10s behind you who are probably going to be taking
arriving
that
late into
space.
the box.
Yeah.
So I just think possibly his movement there could have been a bit better. But it feels like, Lee, the first half was quite an entertaining end-to-end game. Maybe the second half just played at slightly slower pace, perhaps?
Yeah, it seems like Man United have decided not to be quite as expansive and get caught on the break quite as much. And it's much more dominated in midfield at the moment. In terms of the odds, 11-2 Man United to win this from 2-1 down as we are at the minute. The draw 9-4, 8-13 Brentford. I mean, there's not a lot in it at the moment. I could see Man United getting another goal though. I could see Man United scoring. It's who gets.
I like Scott's prediction. He said to us in the break that you can see Man United equalising, but then Brentford scoring a late winner. Yeah. I like that as a shout.
You've got Mbeumo to score the fourth goal, 17-2. Cunha to score from outside the area, 20-1. Šeško to score 2 or more is 5-1. Thiago to get a hat trick is priced at 15-2 currently.
Lee, just looking at the 3 o'clock games, I don't know how much data you can give us on this, but can you see on your website who are the most backed teams at 3 o'clock?
Yeah, I mean, it's the obvious ones, though.
Sure.
City, obviously.
But even though City is so short, people still put City in an ACCA.
ACCAs, yeah, you still stick them in there. We were talking before the show, weren't we, that you can have your ACCA and you can have, what you'd say are decent prices. I think Liverpool are an interesting price at Palace today, for instance. And then you could...
Oh, long ball into the box. Collins got his head onto it. Vandenberg, his centre-back partner, made a good run. Couldn't get on the end of it. So City, of course, well backed. You think Liverpool could be good for the ACCA, not just because of Liverpool, but you think their price is quite fair?
Yeah.
At Palace?
Yeah, because I think, obviously the way Liverpool have started the season, you'd expect them to be odds on in every match. They're 17-20 to win at Palace, which I don't think is a bad price at all. But then you can add in the City, you can add in Celtic, you can add in PSG. All these teams are at home today, and they're all very short. If you add in a few of those, and it obviously because the more legs you've got in your ACCA, obviously, even if it's a short price, it bumps it up. The percentages bump up even more. So yeah.
So City, Liverpool, Celtic, PSG. You mentioned
Tottenham,
Spurs. Yeah, could be a good shout in the Championship. Looking at some teams, it's such a hard one. I think putting Championship teams.
You like QPR at Wednesday, didn't you?
I thought QPR were at Sheffield Wednesday. QPR won 3 in a row. Sheffield Wednesday struggling this season, poor at home. And I know they haven't had a great start to the season, but I like Ipswich home to Portsmouth.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, because Portsmouth, I think we backed Portsmouth last week, didn't we, to beat Wednesday? Well, Wednesday seems to be a better away team than they are at home because of the problems they're having at Hillsborough. But yeah, Ipswich are a short price, 4-9 to beat Portsmouth. But yeah, I can see why you like that. The other one I liked was
League One.
League One. Bradford to beat Blackpool. I think if Blackpool is in the Premier League, just bear with me, Bradford wouldn't be even money to win that game. I just think they're
top of the table, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand why they're that price. Really, I know any result is possible, but it's the same in the Premier League. So I think Bradford to beat Blackpool probably be would be my nap of the day in terms of just one single result. I like that.
Oh, they should score it! Oh, it's a really good save.
That was shocking. He was favourite for that the whole time. Damsgaard chips the ball over to Sharda. Who's to Sharda?
Yeah, Sharda.
And then, and you think Dallow's got this, and he just hasn't shouldered off the ball too weak. Sharda plays it across the box, and that should be a goal.
Yeah, Dango Atara's got so much space. You can almost take a touch on that and shoot, but he sort of hits it first time. Then the ball from Sharda was almost a bit behind Dango Atara, but that from Dallo. We talk all you want about formations and tactics. I sound a bit like Roy Keane here. Just do your job.
That's Amrim's argument.
That is a pretty hopeful long ball down the flank. And, you say that he got shoulder barged off the ball. It's almost like he just got eased off the ball. It wasn't even like Sharda, who's a big, strong physical player. And that's where you just need your experienced players just to deal with it. And Dango Atara has started well at Brentford, Kwaku.
Yeah.
I don't think he realises how much space and time he's got. He could have taken a touch and almost gone forward with it, but in the end takes a first-time shot, and Bayindir gets down low and saves it. And you just wonder, boys, are Brentford going to rue some of those two headers in the first half? That chance there, Brentford going to rue these missed chances. They've got a corner here which Bruno Fernandes heads away, and it's still 2-1. And United are, I think, are looking decent in possession, to be fair to them.
Yeah, they are. It's interesting, right? Brentford's corners have been shocking. Their long throws have been great, but their corners have been absolutely terrible. Barely beat the first man every single time. But yeah, Man United just need to switch on a little bit, and that's what you say in terms of bring them on a lot earlier than he normally does. Another
defender's being substituted. Lenny Yoro and Kobbie Mainoo are going to be coming on for Man United. Kobbie Mainoo for Ugarte, like you'd guess.
I would maybe think so. They're chasing the game, so they need that extra bit of quality.
But also, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, when Man United are losing games of football, he still never really changes the system, does he? Even when you're losing, right?
He's not going to change it.
No. And Lenny Yoro is going to come on for...
Sure.
Yeah, I haven't really seen him play at left centre-back this season, so I maybe think it would be for Maguire. He did last week, didn't he?
Why do you change centre-backs to...
I can understand changing your wide centre-backs. If you're going to ask... what you're always good at is bringing the ball forward, and I think it's an extra... If you think about it with the system working, it's an extra attacking threat having one of those wide centre-backs carrying the ball forward. If nobody's tracking him, he can carry it as high up the pitch as he wants to go, as high up the pitch as he needs to go.
Yeah.
But United need some kind of catalyst here. So maybe one of them can bring it.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, Bryan Mbeumo down the right-hand side. It'll be a bit of a quiet game, maybe back on his old patch. Gets the byline, going to win a corner kick there. Brentford 2, Man United 1, 65 minutes gone. Has he been... Oh, and I think he's given a goal kick, actually. Has that been one of the few bright sparks this season? Bryan Mbeumo has settled in pretty well?
Yeah, I think so. Like him, I've liked Cunha as well. He's been out injured, obviously. It's Maguire and Ugarte. There you go. I think he hasn't had impact in terms of the score sheet yet, but Amorim's been talking up his attitude and how he reacts in difficult... Yesterday he was talking about how he reacts in difficult situations when United are up against it. Just tends to not let his head drop. But in terms of the quality of the player he is, he's obviously very proven in the Premier League in terms of goal scoring, works really hard running backwards and forwards. He's not had a great game today, really, but I think he'll come good eventually, I think.
A couple of more goals in the lower league. Stevenage now 3-1 up away at Leyton Orient 1, Stevenage 3. Stevenage starting the day second in League One. So yeah, Kobbie Mainoo and Harry Maguire, Kobbie Mainoo and Lenny Yoro on for Manchester United. 66 minutes gone. Brentford 2, Man United 1. So Kobbie Mainoo and Bruno Fernandes playing together in the middle of the park. Ball comes out to Dalot on the right hand side. He goes back. You expect Kobbie Mainoo here maybe to sit a little bit deeper and try and dictate play. But once again, looking at Brentford here, they got sort of three bot players all trying to really, really press high up the pitch and win the ball back. But Man United do really, really well. We've just seen an outrageous flick there from Cunha, but set Dorgu free. That's a little bit of that Brazilian.
Yeah, that's good. A Bola over the top. That's unbelievable.
Brentford started to look a little bit leggy in the middle of the park, I think.
I think Kobbie Mainoo's going to be able to find spaces. You see, he's more metronomic. He looks to pick up the ball and show options and give it the defenders options. That's an unbelievable skill by Cunha there. Wow.
They should almost win the game based on that one. Skill, really, shouldn't they? That was absolutely
But
sexy.
yeah, you see Kobbie Mainoo, the difference between him and Ugarte. He passes it and then he moves and he tries to show for it. And I think with the legs kind of going for Brentford in midfield, they should get a bit of joy. And you mentioned it, Euro saw it straight away, carrying the ball out of defence.
Yeah.
So
he's always look comfortable in possession, doesn't he, Lenny Yoro? 6-7 minutes gone. United got a free kick. They're going to launch into the box, but Igor Thiago does really, really well to win the header, and possibly now a chance on the counter for Brentford down the left-hand side to Sharder. It's an overhit ball. Luke Shaw's going to come and cover, and that's a really, really good tackle there from Kevin Sharder. And Man United going to have a throw in deep inside their own half. 68 gone. Brentford 2, Manchester United 1 in the Championship. It looks set to be another really, really good afternoon for Coventry City and Frank Lampard. They nearly had a third there. They have a shot blocked from close range. Do you always want Coventry to do well because of that love for Frank Lampard? You're desperate to see them do well and get promoted to the Premier League?
Yeah, in the Championship, we've got two teams, Coventry and Swansea. Yeah.
Why Swansea?
My best mate's a Swansea fan.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
It goes second with this win, don't they? Yeah, go up to 13 points behind Borough.
Yeah, lovely.
In terms of... We can maybe do Championship odds after. I think suspend, don't you, outright markets during the game.
But they were right up there, Coventry, before before the weekend. Great season. Yeah,
Frank Lampard, to be fair to him, some people may be questioning sort of what was next for him, management after, a tricky second spell at Chelsea, a tricky spell at Everton.
Good club to take over at Coventry.
Yeah, I think so. But
but not at the time.
Mark Robbins was loved there.
He was so popular. Like it was difficult, and they were struggling. And despite the fact they were struggling, they still wanted Mark Robbins to stay. So the fact that he came in.
That's not easy, is it, taking over a team that loves them? Because that's quite rare, isn't it? Unique, right?
Doesn't really happen. But he's done a great job. And I think Frank Lampard, as a championship manager, is perfect, right? He toes the line between passion and also tactical nous. Whereas I think in the Premier League, sometimes with Lampard, the lights just seem a little bit too bright. We've seen him at Chelsea, and I think his first stint at Chelsea was really good. Chelsea. Okay. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to me. His second spell wasn't amazing, and at Everton it didn't really work out. But I think Coventry's found a good home. Why are you laughing?
So I was talking to the producer there. Come on, Quaker, honestly. Did you do that when you were in Times Square with Cole Palmer and the producer talks in your ear? Did you announce that to the world to see? Let's do some team news, shall we? Because the 3 o'clock games, the team news are in. Let's start with Chelsea versus Brighton. In all competitions, Chelsea have won 9 and lost just 1 of their 12 previous home games against Brighton. Brighton, though, have won 3 of their last 6 league meetings with Chelsea. This is after winning none of their first 14 before that. The Chelsea team is Sanchez in goal, James, Chalobah, Hato, Cucurella, the back 4. It's Andre Santos and Moises Caicedo in the midfield 2. Looks like a midfield 3 even when you include Enzo Fernandez. Esteval, Neto and João Pedro are the front 3. As for Brighton, Verbruggen in goal, Veltman, Van Heck, Dunk, Kadigoglu, the back 4. Ayari and Baleba will sit in midfield. Minter, Matoma, you had to play Gomez, didn't you, after his heroics in the week, will support Ruta up top. Kwaku, the Chelsea team is there on the screen, and there's one big absentee.
Yeah, obviously Cole Palmer's not going to be playing football for Chelsea until after the international break. And we've got a big week coming up. I mentioned it before. This game today, and then we've got Benfica, the return of Jose Mourinho to Stamford Bridge, and then we've got Liverpool next weekend for the international break. And Cole Palmer's not going to play any of those games. And we've seen Chelsea this season without Cole Palmer not look very good. When he plays, we're a different team. So it's going to be a struggle. We see Enzo Fernandez. He's going to be playing the good ball.
Cunha's got some space here down the right hand side.
Pull back.
Yeah, it's a really good move. Cunha gets played in down the right. He's given a penalty kick to Man United. Cunha got played in down the right-hand side. He plays a really, really good, dangerous ball across goal. And Mbeumo's there. He gets on the end of it. It did look like to me he was being pulled back as he went to try and put the ball in the back of the net. But Bryan Dalot plays a good ball into Cunha. The first time ball into the box is really, really good. Does Collins? Yeah, he does. Collins blatantly gets his left arm onto Mbeumo. He puts him off.
Is that not card situation?
Is that not denying a clear? You think it's denying a clear goal scoring opportunity? He's given a yellow card. He makes no attempt to play the ball, Kwaku.
No.
As soon as Mbeumo, literally, the ball, Cunha does really, really well there. The ball is perfection. And as soon as Mbeumo walks onto it, he just yanks him down, gives him a tug. It's given a penalty. Would that not be denying a clear and obvious goal-scoring opportunity?
What does double jeopardy mean? I actually don't know anymore in these situations. Is that a red card?
Because he's not trying to play the ball, is he?
Yeah.
Well, the referee at the moment, he might be sent over to have a look at it.
You're going to review that.
But at the moment, it's a yellow card. What a great ball though from Cunha. That little bit we spoke a lot, haven't we? About United getting into those good positions, finding space, not having that first time ball, right in, because if Mbeumo wasn't pulled, he was going to slot the ball into the back of the net. That's real quality there from Matheus Cunha.
Well, the ball from Dalot.
I mean, yeah, look, you've got to give him his flowers.
Yeah,
we're quick to criticise.
Why do you hate Dalot so much?
But the ball from Dalot was actually great. But that passage there, that's good football. And I've seen, if you're being honest with yourself, you have seen that from Man United. Just not finished it off against Arsenal. I saw it against Chelsea. Obviously, we saw it, and we've seen it in parts in this game. But they just haven't been able to take their chances. But Bruno Fernandes has got the ball in his hand, ready to take the penalty. I think
we had the epic boost before the match, which was Fernandes or Mbeumo to score. So if he slots this away, he's already missed a penalty this season, of course. If he slots this away, Fernandes.
Yeah, we all thought it was a red card. They're checking the possible red card.
How's it not a red
Denial of a goal scoring opportunity. I would
That's
say
outside the area.
I would say if Nathan Collins doesn't yank back Bryan Mbeumo, I think that is a pretty straightforward tap in. He makes no attempt to play the ball. I think he's in trouble here.
You think?
Why
you
is
think
it so long?
Do you not?
Yeah, it probably will. But at this moment in time, I don't know the rules anymore, Sam. I don't know what's a red card and what's not. Like, that might be a red, might not.
Well, if they're looking at whether he's...
I don't know. I don't
was
know.
that like mid-2000s? I don't know.
I have no idea. But you're right, though. If that was outside the box, that's definitely red.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Are they not giving it?
Strange,
I think
isn't it?
so.
The referee is not.
They're not giving the red card.
Yeah, so the referee hasn't been sent over to have a look at.
Nobody knows the rules anymore. They make it up as they go along. Yeah, I know. Because if you go to check that, how are you checking that and saying that that's not denying a goal scoring opportunity? That's yeah.
Well, the thing is, for me, he's not attempting to play the ball there. I think he's only got one thing in his mind, yanking him back. So therefore, not attempting to play the ball. You can give a red card for denying a clear goal scoring opportunity. And I think that possibly Nathan Collins has been fortunate there. Anyway, it's not a red card. Man United have got a penalty. Brentford, I've got 11 men. Brentford 2, Man United 1. To maybe waste a bit of time and put Bruno Fernandes off. Brentford are now making 2 substitutions. So Bruno Fernandes is going to have to wait to try and take this penalty.
Probably should have done that before, shouldn't they? When we were saying they looked leggy. Probably waited a little bit too long for those. And they just started to kind of... Yeah, they just started to struggle and started to get pulled apart a little bit more by Man United. And that was just a great example, as you guys said, of that final ball being brilliant. Not the final ball, but, the link-up play to create that opportunity. Fantastic ball across. Shame for Mbeumo that he didn't get the opportunity to put it in against his former club. Yeah. He could have done the old silent walk back, I love those celebrations.
It's annoying. Lewis Potter's coming on to my fantasy. It's coming on to get me 1 point.
Did you very quickly, did you triple captain Haaland this weekend?
I didn't. I didn't. I know a lot of
Home to
people
Burnley.
did.
I only realised you get 2 of them this year. So.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Even
One
better.
in each half of the season.
You get 2 triple captains?
Oh, that's great. Why would you not triple captain Haaland? Is he in your team?
Yeah, he's my team.
As captain.
You usually do it for a double game week, don't you? But,
Oh, wow.
Kyle Walker back at the Etihad. Anyway, because we've got more important things to talk about right now. Brentford 2, Man United. Ruben Amorim is sat in the dugout. He's shaking his head. Head into the...
I cannot have this.
This already feels like a big moment in Man United season. Bruno Fernandes against Kelleher. Brentford were 2-0 up. United pull one back in the first half. Brentford have 11 men on the pitch. Bruno Fernandes steps up. It's saved by Kelleher! Kelleher goes to his left. Kelleher gets down low. And Nathan Collins is the first person to run over to Kelleher.
how is he still on the pitch?
Wow. Guess who's in my fantasy team? Bruno Fernandes.
Scott, are you not happy with that decision?
But he shouldn't be on the pitch. Like, for me. Like, it's... If he's denied a goal-scoring opportunity...
One thing I also should say, whilst that might be true, Bruno Fernandes also probably should...
Yeah, he probably should score the penalty. That's 2 this season he's missed already now. So,
Maybe Mbeumo gets pens.
That's crazy.
not a good penalty, though. Not a good penalty.
Talk to me about the decision. Scott, what are your thoughts on the decision?
Look, it should be... What, the foul?
Red card.
It's absolutely a red card. It's a red card. He's denied a goal-scoring opportunity. And usually, like, regardless of whether the goal's scored or not, like, that is, it's a red card in any circumstance. The ref, at the very least, should be sent over to the monitor. I know that's not the way that it works, but, like, for me, United now, they've missed that penalty, but they've also been robbed of, what right for... I think you look back at that, you'll get Howard...
My opinion on this is very, very simple. I'm not sure how it's not a red card for Collins. He doesn't attempt to play the ball. He denies a goal-scoring opportunity. There is no attempt to play the ball. Bryan Mbeumo was clearly about to get a shot away from a few yards out. And I thought Collins' intention was pretty clear. He was going to yank back Bryan Mbeumo. And I think if he doesn't yank it back, he doesn't make that course of action. There's no doubt that it's a goal-scoring opportunity.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, and if the rules have changed, then let us know. But a red card is issued if it's in the penalty area, deliberate handball, holding, pulling, pushing, or any other offence.
It's only a yellow card if
anywhere
the player,
on the field.
It's only a yellow card if the player is making an attempt for the ball.
Didn't make
I think we're all of the opinion. So Quaker, just to clarify, you asked about the rules, didn't you, in terms of what does constitute a red card if you're the last man and that stuff. Again, it's a yellow card if the player is making an attempt for the ball.
He wasn't.
I would have to say it is almost impossible to make an argument there when he yanks him back like that before
He's behind
he takes
him.
a shot.
If he was going for if he was with his feet and he was trying to make a challenge, that's fair enough, isn't it? That would be making an attempt. How are you making an attempt if you're behind the man and you're pulling him back? It's not making an attempt to play the ball, is it?
Yeah, no. See, I don't understand the rules of football anymore. I just go by feeling.
The referees don't even understand.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And I think because the penalty was given, the referee probably felt like it was harsh enough. All 3-0 to Coventry.
Yeah, Coventry flying at home to Birmingham 3. But Derby also have equalised away at Wrexham. Not long after Wrexham took the lead to go 1 up in that game, Derby have equalised. But all eyes are going to be on what should be a pretty frantic final 10 or so minutes. Red card aside, Scott, United need to do more with the ball in the final third. That was a good move, wasn't it? But we need to see a little bit more quality for Manchester United.
Yeah, like maybe we'll have debate about the red card over the course of the week coming if United don't, if they lose this game or whatever. Simply put, though, like what Amorim does, he doesn't like to complain about officials and decisions and that kind of thing. And I do respect that about him. He only concentrates on the level of performance. And in the end, United's first 20 minutes or so was just not good enough. They couldn't live with the Brentford intensity. Brentford outdid them with the passes and they scored twice from it. United have reacted quite well and maybe on the balance deserve to be level. Maybe I'm being kind to them there, but look, nothing is going to... The only thing that's going to help Ruben Amorim and quell the noise is by getting results, and United are losing. They should be winning.
I think Brentford had a really, really good opening 20 minutes in there, and they were really, really aggressive, and they had a couple of chances. But I do think, to be fair to Manchester United, I think there may be a decent value for a draw. Mason Mount is going to be the third Manchester United change. 79 minutes gone. Possibly the end of the day for Matheus Cunha, given that there's been some injury problems for him.
Yeah, potentially.
Or take off a defender, possibly.
He's
and
not
go a bit more 4-3-3.
He's not going to.
That's another option.
He's not going to do that. I would. My gut tells me Sesko.
Really?
Yeah, but
it's not great though, is it? When you're
I thought it had already come off, to be honest.
Ooh, cheeky from Yuli. Like it. Chance here for Brentford now. Outside the box. Oh, there's a shot. Was that Yarmouk who tried to get a shot away? And now Matheus Cunha comes forward. And that, I think that's going to be a card, isn't it? Matheus Cunha. Who'd you got? Oh, you got Kylian's Port in your fantasy team.
Yeah, but I wanted them to stay on. The ball kind of fell to Bruno Fernandes. But
Matheus Cunha looked to break through, looked to counter-attack. He was yanked down, though, by Kevin Schade for a yellow card. Let me bring you up to date then with the scores up and down the country in the EFL as we get into the final 10 minutes of our 12:30 games. Brentford are still leading Manchester United by 2-1. Brentford have conceded 10 goals in their first 5 Premier League games this season. They're most at this stage of a season since 03-04. We've got 4 games in the Premier League at 3 o'clock. By the way, that is Luke Shaw coming off for Mason Mount, is that? So possibly, are we about to see Man United go to a simple 4-3-3? Well, it is, right? You got 2... guys.
Dalot goes as one of the centre-backs now, and then one of the...
Dalot is one of the centre-backs.
Yeah, Dalot goes...
Dorgu,
so it's not 4-3-3?
Yeah.
Unless Mbuma goes right-wing back, I don't know.
I thought the Pope had been on the phone.
I think we could see a 4-3-3 here.
No, Dalot.
No. Dalot go middle.
Dalot goes centre back.
Yeah, Dalot go centre back.
We will keep it.
I'd imagine
very, very
maybe either Dorgu moves across. No, I think Mbuma's going to go wing back.
Do you reckon? Or Mount wing back or no?
Potentially, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Coventry 3, give me a headache, this system stuff for Man United. Coventry 3, Birmingham 0, Swansea 1, Millwall 1. After 6 rounds of action in the Championship, no side in the division has collected more away points down the line. 7 Alex Neil's side-earning wins at Sheffield United and Norwich in August before sharing the spoils at Charlton. Looks like they're going to remain unbeaten on the road today. Swansea 1, Millwall 1, and it's Wrexham 1, Derby 1. Wrexham did take the lead in the second half, but Derby equalised very, very quickly after that. After the surprise of an away success at West Brom earlier this month, the Rams were unable to make it back-to-back victories in the Championship. They lost at Preston last time out, enjoying just a single win from their last 6 matches in all competitions. They are 22nd in the Championship going into this game, but Derby could be set to pick up a point on the road away at Wrexham. Have also had a tricky start to life in the Championship. Over the top 2 in the SPL, the William Hill Scottish Premiership, both play today at 3 o'clock. Celtic v Hibernian, Hearts at home to Falkirk. In League 1 in England, Wimbledon 2, Wycombe 1, Stevenage 3-2 up away at Leyton Orient. In League 2, Crewe 1, Notts County 1, and Oldham have equalised against Barnet. Barnet scored a very early goal. Oldham have equalised. They are the latest scores up and down the country from our 12:30 games. Now we see Man United launch a long ball into the box. De Ligt! Oh, just wide. Brentford win the original header, and De Ligt throws a left boot at it, Lee. And it just goes wide of the far post. That was a decent long throw from Diogo Dalot there.
Yeah, decent. So we've probably got like 13, 14 minutes left with added time, maybe 15. What do we think happens from here? I mean, Brentford.
I think Brentford 2, Man United 1.
You think that's how it'll finish?
No, it's another goal.
I think there's another goal. I think there's a draw in this. We're creeping up to 3-1 for the draw. I think I can see a Man United goal here. Man United 12-1 to turn it around, which would be pretty outlandish to predict that. But 27-10 for the draw, which will, like I say, creep up toward the 3-1 mark. Brentford 4-11. I think Man United have got another chance in them, another good chance in them. It's just whether they can stop Brentford at the other end.
What is 12-1 Man United to win this game?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't mind that at all.
Well, they're 2-1 down with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, I know, but
It would be some kind of miracle. To be fair.
I was going to say, have you not watched Man United play in the last? Right on cue, Matej
Keeper there, though, like what?
come and collect it. Matej De Ligt is running back towards his goal, and he just slips over. But it looked like it was a long way down for him because he's so tall. And I think he's also fortunate that he doesn't end up falling on the ball potentially with a handball.
It's odds on that there's another goal in this game. It's 19-20 that there's over 3.5 goals, so over 3 goals. And as Man United push forward, there's going to be more chances in this. So maybe that's the safest thing to go for. Just a smidgen of odds on for another goal in the game.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go in this game.
Do you think it finishes 2-1 as it is?
At the moment, yeah. I think United for all their possession. I think apart from that one move where Cunha putting that really good ball into the box from Mbeumo, I'm not sure that they've created enough going forward. So yeah, Palace Liverpool was another 3:00 game today in the Premier League. Palace have won just one of their last 16 Premier League meetings with Liverpool. This match sees the Premier League's only 2 unbeaten sides faced so far this season. And the team news for Liverpool, the big news really, is Isak and Wirtz both start for Liverpool. So the front three will be Isak, Wirtz and Salah. I'll start there with the Palace team from the top. Henderson in goal, Richards, Lacroix, Gahey the back three, the wing backs Munoz and Mitchell, Kamara and Wharton the midfield two. Great news for Palace is Maila Sarr is back for them. Sarr and Pino will support Mateta. For Liverpool, Alisson in goal, Bradley, Kanate, Van Dijk, Kirkes, the back four, McAllister, Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, that try and trust in midfield three, back together like we saw last weekend in the Merseyside derby. And the front three is Salah, Isak and Wirtz Kwaku.
Yeah.
That sounds expensive and very, very talented.
Yeah, that's the DEFCON lineup right there. That's Liverpool's best team. And I know people say, what about Frimpong? I think Conor Bradley's a better right back. Frimpong's not a right back.
Do you know what? By the way, I think you're absolutely. I think when everyone's fit, getting that try and trust and midfield three back together with Wirtz, second Salah, it sounds almost harsh on Ekitike, who's done really well. But I do think you could argue, certainly away from home, where you maybe want an extra man in midfield, that for Liverpool there is the strongest team. It should be a good game today. Palace, I'm surprised at how bad Palace's record is against Liverpool. Chance here for a hat-trick. He just can't sort his feet out.
Sort out your feet, lad.
Igor Thiago, is that Lenny Euro slipped over just outside the box. Igor Thiago was in the box. He just couldn't sort his feet out. Man United managed to clear. But I think it's been a really good game. I think it's been a pretty end-to-end entertaining game of football. Some of the defending, like we saw Dalot get beaten with that ball we spoke about. We've seen De Ligt clip in the box. We've seen Euro slip there in the box. It's all just so chaotic back there, isn't it?
Yeah, United games have been chaos. They're good value this season. In terms
Are you
of
the new
entertainment.
Spurs this season in terms of just goals?
It looks like it. It looks like it. They're good value this season. But United, like last few minutes, they need to start building up a bit of momentum. But they're losing all the 1v1s, and they're not like Brentford have been hungrier than them in the last few minutes. But like there's a 5-10 minutes left.
And also, quickly, for Brentford, it would be their second win of the season, but to get that, be the second home win of the season as well. I'm right. Mbeumo, right-hand side, by the byline, crosses with his left foot. Keller does well to clear it. Big win for Brentford. I know it's very early in the season, we mentioned positions and stuff, but up to 11th in the table. We know it was a unique summer for them, losing their manager, losing their best player, best two players, really. So to get that second win, again, another win at home against United, not United of old, but against one of the big six, important for Keith Andrews.
Huge and good result against Chelsea. That 2-2 draw, score that last-minute equaliser. If they can manage to hold on to this, that's a good start to the season. That's a really good start to the season. They can start to maybe build from there, especially after the summer where they lost everyone. It felt like they lost so many key components of what this Brentford team are. But they've been good. They've been good today, man. And obviously, you notice the difference when Damsgaard's in the team. He's their kind of.
He had a really good underrated season last year.
Yeah. I can't say what I was gonna say. He suffers from pretty privilege in football. Like if Damsgaard looked like Like, if he looked like Lee Phelps, he'd be getting a move to one of the top teams in the Premier League. But unfortunately, he hasn't got that. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean.
I never got a move.
Are you
I
serious?
never got a move. Mine was talent-based, though.
Are you seriously telling me that teams are in all their database? They've got assists, goals, and they've then got looks. I mean, it's just outrageous.
It's just the fanfare around players that start to build right. Damsgaard should be spoken about as well.
Aura factor.
The aura.
Can you go the other way? Name me a player there where there's too much aura about him because of pretty privilege. Can you tell me?
I love Grealish. I love Grealish, but yeah.
Sorry, is this love at first sight or is this talkSPORT goals? I mean, sorry, what's the show turning into, Kwaku?
Yeah, no, I've got some weird quirks.
Pretty privileges, kick-off time.
It's a real thing, mate. Like, part of Van Dijk's aura is because he looks like Virgil van Dijk.
No, I'd also say part of his aura is he's the best centre-back to ever played in the Premier League.
Yeah, and
that probably is also.
That's a big reason as well. Yeah.
You mentioned with Ruben Amorim when he first arrived.
Of course,
He's still got it.
Of course, like, you're going to give Amorim more time than you're going to give him Moyes. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter about the football. It's the way they present themselves.
This is outrageous. Well, let's see how he presents himself in 10 minutes' time when he's got to face the media after another defeat as Man United manager, and it still won't be back-to-back. Shana comes into the box. That's good defending, though, by Kobbie Mainoo. Now, Brentford have pushed a lot of bodies forward. Fernandez is getting away foul here. Kick him. Mateus Cunha. That's a nasty tackle there from Coyote. He edged him off the ball. He sort of almost clatters him, takes him out.
Like a rugby league tackle.
Yeah, a little bit. But good luck to England today as well, Lee, we should say, against Canada in the Women's World Cup final. Twickenham sold out today. So
big favourites as well. Yeah.
Big. They were big favourites before a ball was kicked or a scrum was had, shall we say?
Yeah.
In that final. But Twickenham sold out today.
An egg was chased.
So good luck. An egg was chased. Say none of that. So yeah, good luck to England taking on Canada.
I'm not. I love it. Yes, really? It's great.
What's your second favourite sport?
Boxing.
Third.
Golf.
You're going to put rugby 7th now.
I love all sport. If you're in the top 10, it's good going.
I'll tell you what, it's looking good for Europe today.
John Rahm's just chipped in from a bunker. Unbelievable shot. So they've just
Macro and Fleetwood, though, they hammered English and Morikawa yesterday. The same pairings today in the same game, the foursomes. And they're 4 up in that one. So that's almost a point on the board already for Europe, who got blue on the board, Lee, in 4 of the games.
Yeah, absolutely. Flying still. I mean, the US team have started to chip away at them.
Not
no
enough,
pun intended. But not enough. And the odds still heavily in favour of European victory. 1-4 to lift the trophy. USA 3-1.
They were hoping, wasn't he, Keegan Bradley, that Donald Trump arriving yesterday was going to sort of, get Team USA going.
The one match where they are winning is the Bryson DeChambeau cameo. I mean, Bryson will be getting them. I can imagine if we could hear Bryson will be really getting them going. You know, on the crowd absolutely love Bryson, of course, YouTube sensation as well as one of the world's best golfers. They're 1-10 to win that foursome at the minute. DeChambeau and Young.
Into 8 minutes of added time. Who played that ping all the way to Mbeumo?
Bruno?
I think it might have been Mount.
It was an unbelievable pass, and the touch on the
Mount or Bruno, I think.
On the top of the pectoral was remarkable.
You know the penalty thing?
Yeah.
Like, why is the manager not watching the...
You hate that.
I just can't understand why.
Yeah.
Is it a superstition? What
I think it is. He's always done it. I think he did it at his last club as well.
Strange, though.
I haven't got a problem with that.
Strange, though.
There's lots of things at the moment which we can be critical of. If that's his little OCD thing or his
if you're a player,
superstition,
you could watch me take a penalty.
Or if I'm a player and I'm Bruno Fernandes, I'm more worried about just putting the ball in the back of the net, not where and what my manager's looking at. I thought some of the stick he got against Grimsby for not. I thought that was a bit unnecessary. If that's his thing, let him be that thing. You can criticise his tactics, which is stuff that he can affect, but
find it weird.
Whether he looks or not, doesn't look, Scott. I mean,
no look penalty.
Just put the ball in the back of the net and we'll just move on.
I think you've got to look at the shootout because there's so many of them. For a single penalty, I can imagine why manager's not looking. But for what? That shootout was
half an hour's
such a long shootout. You've got to watch some of it. You can't be there, your head down. Like, you've got. I think.
Yeah, but he's pretty though, right? So.
He's got grey hair, so
he's got grey hair and a great beard. So according to you, who cares? The Man United can't win back-to-back games. Dallo, ball in the box. Xerxes header. It goes over. Joshua Xerxes on for Manchester United. The ball whipped in from the right-hand side. Xerxes conquered header. Scott, where do Man United go from here? Like,
it's the age-old question.
But it just feels like if you ever think you've taken half a step forward, you then take 2 massive steps backwards, right?
I don't think they've been, like, outside of the first 20 minutes, I don't think they've been that bad today, personally. But look,
Ruben Amorim has to win matches, and like the way that he will, only way that he'll dampen this noise down is by winning. And like this was a really, really good opportunity today to go and build some momentum and take it into that Sunderland game next week. And then before you know it, you'd be like building up potentially 3 matches in a row where you've won, and then you take that into the Liverpool game. And it's just, you know,
the geezer's never cutting his hair.
Shard here for Brentford. Inside the box on the left-hand side, he's got De Ligt for company. He goes back to Janel. Keane Lewis Potter outside the box. In fact, that's Jensen. Outside. I go to the corner here, lads. Has going to the corner gone out of fashion?
A little bit.
Like, you have possession down the left-hand side.
That's a good ball.
In fact, scrap that. Jensen across goal. Should have gone to the corner. That's almost a little bit gone out of fashion, hasn't it? Taking the ball to the corner. So Man United have got 5 minutes of time in at a time to try and get something from this game. They made plenty of changes in the second half. We see Mainu come on, Xerxes come on, Brentford have brought on late on in the game. Jensen's just come on, Janel's come on Yenku's just come on. Igor Thiago probably going to get man of the match for his 2 goals. So we've got exactly 4 minutes left here, and I guess now Kwaku for Brentford is just trying to manage this game, see out the game for what would be a massive 3 points.
Oh, it'd be a huge 3 points for them, and that you'll be happy for Keith Andrews.
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Because he was... Like, people wrote him off. People laughed at the appointment. People genuinely laughed. I didn't think it was a great appointment.
Do you know I didn't laugh? Because Brentford, I put in the same category as Brighton as a team that make really good decisions. And I just thought they seemed too switched on to get something like this so wrong. Like, there must have been something like that they saw in Keith Andrews. So, yeah, while the score looked a little bit thin, I wasn't as certain as some people that Brentford are relegated, they're done.
Well, what they were sure about, and I was never sure, I hadn't seen him play enough football. They were sure about Igor Thiago. They were like, yeah, when he gets fit, like that will be our man.
He was the Tony replacement, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
It feels like Tony's left years ago.
Ages ago, but obviously he's injured for a lot of last season. But yeah, he's done really well today, and I do hope for their sake they cling on. But there's going to be another chance here for Man United. It's whether they take it or not.
And Brum's got the ball right hand side. He cuts infield. He's got Dallo out to his right hand side. Kobe Mainoo's got space. Brentford at the moment with 11 men behind the ball, and Kobe Mainoo gives the ball away under no pressure. Really poor. And now Brentford on the counter attack. It's a 2-on-1. Although Lenny Euro comes back. Jensen's coming forward now for Brentford. Will he get a shot away?
Down the middle. How has that gone down the middle?
Take the ball to the corner. Don't do that. Put one top bin, some 25 yards out. Brentford win it. Look at the smile on Keith Andrews' face. Kobe Mainoo gives the ball away in midfield. He had time to pick a pass. He gave it away. Jensen came forward. United got bodies back. And from outside the box, he whips the ball into the back of the net. Brentford 3, Man United 1. The cameras pan to the goalkeeper. Scott, you thought Brian Deere should have done better?
This guy sucks, man. Look, we've got to make that goalkeeping change.
Last game.
You've got to make that goalkeeping change next week. You have to. He's cost them. I need to see this goal again now, but he parried out, I think it was for the second goal, wasn't it? Parried it out, back out to Igor Jr., a tap-in. That should be going somewhere other than right in front of the goal. And this, again, ends up in the middle of the net.
It does go in the middle.
They've signed a new goalkeeper.
Why isn't he picking him? How can you... I'm with you. I would have thrown the new goalkeeper in the first game after the international break. You're absolutely right, Scott.
Has it been deflected?
It must have been, because I don't...
It's not, there's no deflection.
I don't know how it's gone in the middle.
It's gone over him.
This angle will do it. This is behind the goal.
That's bad.
Yeah, it's bad keeping.
It's not even that high above him.
That's not good.
If possibly a little bit of wobble through the air. But one thing I would say, if you're the Man United goalkeeper, you should save that. They messed up for 2 reasons. The first reason they messed up, one of the first things they should have done at the beginning of the summer was make signing a goalkeeper priority. The second mistake they've made is after leaving it late, not picking the new goalkeeper. People say to me,
not signing Martinez.
People say, he might be young, he might be ready for the Premier League. But for me, having not watched him, he has to be better than Brian Deere. It'd be difficult to not be better than Brian Deere.
But we said Emi Martinez feels like a Manchester United goalkeeper, someone who can fill that void and have that presence of personality. And
sorry, Scott, can you
Luke Shaw's face on the bench.
Can you try and explain the facial expressions there?
Luke Shaw and Harry Maguire. Luke Shaw's got his collar up here like this.
Hand over his face.
Hand over his face. He doesn't he knows they're going to get a hell of a lot of stick after this.
I've said it already today, but this is Brentford, a team who are third joint favourites for relegation before the game started, against a team in Manchester United who are classed betting-wise as being one of the teams vying for 5th place in the Premier League. It's topsy-turvy the way we've watched this, to be honest, isn't it?
But I don't understand who thinks Man United are going to be finishing in the top 5. Like, they are done. Like,
the cameras have been on Ruben Amorim for a good 10 seconds, and he is just looking.
I think he still thinks there's a penalty being taken.
He's picked the goalkeeper. Like, it is his fault today.
Yeah. I would say there are many problems in Man United that go back a long time. But I've got absolutely no sympathy here for Ruben Amorim going into this new season, picking this goalkeeper. He is nowhere near good enough, and he's going to cost you. There are so many things wrong. You can't afford to have a bad goalkeeper.
You have to make a change now.
And there is the full-time whistle. Brentford have beaten Manchester United by 3-1. Man United possibly played better than the scoreline suggests. But what an afternoon for Brentford. They beat Man United. They scored 2 goals really early on in the game. Igor Thiago scoring 2 in 20 minutes. United pulled one back thanks to Benjamin Sesko after 26 minutes. Possibly Man United will feel aggrieved. They got a penalty late in the game, which they did miss. I think it should have been a red card. And it would have been easier, of course, playing the final minutes with 10 men. Man United, they took a half a step forward, a quarter of a step forward last weekend by beating Chelsea. While they had good spells of possession, they were nowhere near clinical in the final third, all over the place defensively. Man United lose again. We take one very quick break on talkSPORT Goals. When we come back, Scott Saunders is going on a rant. talkSPORT goals with William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Quakey Wafari, Scott Saunders taking you through until around 5:30 this afternoon on this busy Saturday afternoon of football. We've got 4 games to come at 3 o'clock in the Premier League, but our attention for the next 10 minutes or so is on Brentford 3, Manchester United 1. Igor Thiago giving Brentford a 2-goal lead after 20 minutes. United did pull a goal back thanks to Benjamin Sesko. United had a penalty in the second half, late in the second half, which was missed by Bruno Fernandes. The controversy around that is whether Nathan Collins should have been given a red card for denying a clear goal scoring opportunity. I think yes. And then Jensen, in the 95th minute, scored a wonderful strike from outside the box, which I think the goalkeeper, Altay Bayindir, should have done better. A good afternoon for Brentford. They go 11th in the table on 7 points. That's above Manchester United, who from 6 games have won 2, drawn 1, and lost 3. Man United 13th in the table. Scott, if we thought possibly, United took half a step forwards last Saturday beating Chelsea, is this just more evidence of this inconsistent team and possibly United team they're just nowhere near good enough?
They're not good enough at the moment. The one thing that we wanted to see today was United to apply themselves from the very beginning. Ruben Amorim talked about it so much over the course of the last few weeks, and Brentford came out and absolutely smashed United from the very beginning. 2 goals up, and then the game is essentially away from you. You're facing an uphill battle. I like the way that United reacted. For the balance of the game on the whole, I think United, if it had been a draw today, I don't think anybody could really have taken that away from United and say they didn't deserve it. So Amorim will rely on that. The pressure's obviously going to be on him over the course of the week now. But to me, if whatever decision that they make, whether that's going to be done in the international break, if they stick with him or whatever, not winning 2 games in a row for how long?
Well, certainly since he's been at the football club.
Especially since he's been at the football club, not winning 2 games in a row is it's dire straits at the moment.
Ruben Amorim,
such a good opportunity to do it today.
Ruben Amorim in the Premier League, 33 games, 9 wins, 7 draws, 17 losses. It's a win rate percentage of under 30%, Scott.
Well, I think Graham Potter got sacked for 24% win rate today.
When do you lose faith?
Look, if after the Europa League final, if they'd have made a decision after the Europa League final, I wouldn't have been able to say, it's the wrong decision. After the City game, I wouldn't have been able to say it's the wrong decision. I think they'll stick with him. I want him to succeed. I'll put that out there. I want him to succeed. I like the messaging that he's putting out there. There's rightful concerns about the system. I completely get those. I understand those. But to me, the 3 goals today were from mistakes. Harry Maguire should have stepped up. He got done. Didn't play the offside. Didn't play the offside well enough. Then the second goal, Bayindir parries it out to Igor Jr. who taps it in, and the third goal goes straight through Bayindir right down the middle. And you can look at Amorim is at fault for maybe not bringing the goalkeeper in, absolutely. But I really think there's many more problems at United than just the manager. And what Ruben Amorim is trying to address is the attitude, is winning your duels. I haven't seen the statistics yet, but I would imagine Brentford came out on top of that today because they wanted it more today.
Quaker, is that when you look at Ruben Amorim's numbers on paper, they're an absolute disgrace. But do you think why some people are reluctant just to say sack him is because before Ruben Amorim arrived at Manchester United Football Club, for the best part of a decade, it has been a football club that has been ultimately failing. So some people think, well, Ruben Amorim isn't doing a good job. You almost then don't trust the football club to know what's next and get the right manager in and almost have everything in place for that manager to succeed? Because it can't. Is it right that every single manager that's been at United over the last 12 years isn't a good coach?
No, but I think the issue for Man United right now is I used to believe there was a flaw for Man United. In my head, I was like, Man United can have a terrible season, but terrible for them is finishing 8th. Now that flaw has been eradicated. The flaw could be anywhere as low as 15th they finished last season, or even worse than that. And so that's the issue you've got now, because people ridiculed Arteta, right? It's like, he finished 8th and then 8th. What Man United give you for 8th right now is ridiculous, and that's how far they've fallen. And that's the problem. When we talked about it, when you asked us where do you expect Man United to finish, none of us said top 6, none of us said top 4. We wouldn't even dream of saying top 4. And I think that's the issue. The standards have dropped so low that I don't know how they recover. I think the conversation now needs to move on from who's the man that's going to return Man United to their former glories? Is he the man who's going to just make Man United slightly respectable? Because the former glories thing is so far in the future. It's an impossible thing to even imagine. So right now you need a manager who can get you back into the top 10. And I don't know, based on current performances, if he is the guy.
Yeah.
The one thing I can't get my head around with Ruben Amorim is the system. I don't understand how he's been at a football club. We're not too far off a year now. and the numbers are absolutely appalling. And yet he continues to pick the same system game in, game out, and hasn't even at any point, even mid-game, looked to adapt and adjust. And I don't think it takes, maybe not so much today. I actually thought, despite losing 3-1, I thought there were periods of the game, Scott, where I actually thought United did have control and did work themselves into some decent areas. But over the last year, how often do you see a Manchester United team being outrun in midfield? And Bruno and Casemiro are the two, where one wants to be a 10, and the other one, Casemiro, we know hasn't got the legs anymore. I've just seen this tweet. Ruben Amorim plays 5 defenders and Ugarte, but his team can't defend. He spends £200 million on 3 forwards, but his team can't attack. Keith Andrews' Brentford joined virtually every other Premier League team in out-coaching. Every single measure of Amorim's tenure has been catastrophically bad. That's from Colin Miller on Twitter. What are your thoughts on that?
Look, I think I know Colin is a good tweet. He's always very good with his words. I can't argue with any of it. I can't. But my worry is how much money are United going to keep spending on sacking managers? Because you look around the Premier League at the moment, and people look at maybe Ollie Glasner, doing great at Crystal Palace, but plays a back three or whatever, and it's going to be maybe the same criticism. Maybe the two teams play it differently. Maybe the two coaches play it differently. But does he have the aura that can deal with the characters in this dressing room and get the best out of those players? I don't know. I don't think there are many managers out there at the moment.
Forget about aura. He's a good coach, though, isn't he, Ollie Glasner?
He is a good coach, but good coaches have come here and
at least we've seen with him, and he's had success in this country before. Right now, Crystal Palace.
Yeah, I mean, but like that's only going one way for me. At some point, only going one way for me, and that's the problem. I can't sit here and tell you that guy from Crystal Palace or that guy from another club is going to come in and make a success out of this team, because I think there are other issues within the football club. Luke Shaw, your senior player, I don't know if I'm good enough to play for Manchester United. He sat on the bench today, hiding himself behind his collar like this, because it's the whole club has a problem that they have to address. And you can switch out Amorim. If they did it tomorrow, I could have no complaints about it. I could have no defence. But I don't think ultimately that it's going to fix the problem long term.
Amorim's going to be the favourite to be the next Premier League manager to leave his job. Obviously, Potter was the favourite. He's gone. It doesn't mean he will leave his job, but now he's a clear favourite to be in that, and that means the pressure just gets stronger and stronger and stronger, and every game they go into, it becomes more and more difficult.
Do any of you three think that Ruben Amorim is close to being sacked?
No.
Not today. International break, potentially, but I don't think so.
That's next week. That's only one more league game.
I don't think so, personally. I think you will get more of the season. Because, look, United they finished 15th last season. If they finish 12th this season, it's an improvement, right? And he gets... Look,
yeah, but come on.
Can I sit through that? I'm not saying that I can. It's incredibly, incredibly frustrating to see United turn up in the first 45 against Chelsea last week, have a brain fart, kind of recede back, and then have 10-man Chelsea for 90-odd minutes or so, nearly get a draw or whatever it was.
And it's a word you used at the start of this piece, is inconsistency. There's nothing about them that you go, oh yeah, this is it, isn't it? There's nothing in that 90 minutes really where you think, oh, there's a prolonged spell of concerted pressure. They had good periods, didn't they? But they would never put Brentford under the pump for a consistent 20-minute spell, the way Brentford did Man United.
I was really disappointed with the way that United reacted after missing the penalty, because it was very even.
Go after him.
It should have been United very much on top, very much pressing for that equaliser. If they penned Brentford in, and maybe something could have deflected in or something like that. But no, really, if anything, it was Brentford in the ascendancy after that penalty.
Yeah, you can't hang your hat on anything. It's
hard, yes.
But the thing is, you sack him, and this is always the question: is who do you bring in? And do you want to get to a point where it's like, okay, it's Carrick till the end of this? I'm not dismissing Michael Carrick, but that's what it's going to be. It's not going to be any manager worth their salt in terms of the highest level, because it's halfay through a season.
But how long before you start talking about this whole losing the dressing room thing? Are those faces on the bench, are they indicative of players who aren't quite believing in what's going on at the club now?
I think they're terrified of what he's going to say to them in the dressing room, to be honest. Yeah. I don't know, but there's
probably more terrified of what he's going to say to the media in his next press conference.
Yeah. But I would bank on him giving some nice pearlers to the press today.
And also one thing on Amorim, because there are lots of things that have gone wrong at Man United over a long period of time. But even just go to basic team selection today, this is his fault. I don't know why he picks that goalkeeper. I mean, seriously, I'm sorry. It's on the new goal. Even if it wasn't Martinez or wasn't Donnarumma, and they didn't get who they wanted to start the summer, which they should have done. This new goalkeeper, get him in that team. I'm sorry, it is criminal. Picking Bayindir, game in, game out, where he is clearly nowhere near good enough. We saw Harry Maguire playing pretty much on the halfway line today, right? and Igor Thiago for that first goal was going 1-on-1 against him. Why is that not Lenny Euro? Harry Maguire is not the quickest. Lenny Euro is probably your quickest defender, right? And yet you're asking Harry Maguire to do that. And the copy mania, I cannot watch this Man United team not function well enough, not be good in build-up play, being outnumbered in midfield, and accept the fact that Man United won't be a better team, a more compact team, a more team better in their build-up play with Cobmania in midfield. I think not changing the system is an absolute dereliction of duty, and I cannot believe that a manager who is managing a football club of this stature has been at this football club now for not too far off a year. He's got a win percent ratio less than 30%, and he sets his team up game in, game out. I can't get my head around that. I cannot get my head around picking the same system game in, game out. And
thing that you mentioned is the bit that almost turned me on Amram. I was like, if the decision
if they sell him,
is down to keeping Kobbie Mainoo or keeping Ruben Amorim, I'm driving Amorim to Manchester Airport myself, because Kobbie Mainoo off the back that summer, right, that I've talked about before, where he scored in the FA Cup final and started for England at Euros. After he started the final for England at Euros and he looked amazing, if you'd ask somebody how much is Kobbie Mainoo worth to Manchester United, you're saying 80, 90 million. And right now you're talking about a man who wants to go out on loan and wait it out until the manager's gone. I'm sorry, but if you can't find a place for Kobbie Mainoo in this team, somebody that clearly saw, we were comparing him to Seedorf. That's what people were comparing him to. And now he can't start for a Man United team who've just lost 3-1 away at Brentford. Come on, man. And again, the system thing does get overplayed, but if
why does it get overplayed?
Because he's
lost 16 of 32 league matches in Manchester United manager.
Yeah.
Playing the same system game in, game out, and you think I'm overplaying him not adapting or even attempting, or Quaker, hear me out. Even
well, for
right,
they had 10 men,
but sure, but over a 9-month period, Scott, it's worked a lot less than what it has done, right?
Yeah.
And possibly he hasn't even got. He probably hasn't even got the right midfield players to play this system.
Yeah,
Casemiro, if you're going to play two in the midfield, two central midfield players up against most teams who play with three midfield players, I don't want those two to be Casemiro and Bruno.
Yeah, but I think he'd rather die on his sword.
Well, and again, for me, I don't think that's acceptable. Yeah. When you're a manager of a football club, it's all well and good coming in with your own ideas, and then we gave him a little bit of slack. But at some point, though, as a coach, your job surely is to get the best out of your players. And how on earth can he look into a camera and talk to Man United fans and tell everyone? But this is the thing: if they were going to sack him, I agree with you. They should have sacked him in the summer. I think it's difficult to give him a pre-season, bring in a few players. Like when Cunha plays the kind of suit his system in those kind of roles in the 10s behind the striker. I agree. Sacking manager 5-6 games into a season is no good. If they were going to sack him, it should have been in the summer.
Yeah, I don't think it'll happen yet. But on the system, like Ruben Amorim, when he started his coaching career, I think he played with a back four. It didn't go very well. Nearly lost his job. Changed to a 3-4-3 or 3-4-2-1. And he's played the same way ever since. So who's to say that he can like him playing a 4-2-3-1 is even going to work? Like what is... You know,
if they played a 4-2-3-1 for the next 30 matches, it'd be almost impossible for it to go as well as for the previous 30 matches, right?
Well, he's been coaching one system for the duration of his entire career.
Maybe there's a fear that they get like. Maybe there's an innate fear for him. Like, if I don't play my system, I can't manage. I need to play the way I want to play.
But this is rubbish, Quaker.
Yeah, but the board should sack him.
He is playing a system, and it's rubbish.
But remember, he had conversations with other clubs. He had conversations with West Ham. He had conversations with Liverpool, and we're very surprised that the Liverpool one didn't go positively because he was the hottest young manager around at the time. And I think he probably made it clear to them, "I've got the system." They probably looked at their squad, being like, "We've got Mo Salah."
That was the red flag, wasn't it, for Liverpool? I think like, he didn't want to. He thought it'd be too big an upheaval for their team.
For sure, and he's clearly shown that he's not going to adapt the system. So now you have to look at his bosses because he's not going to change. He's not. So we can talk about it as much as we like. He said not even the Pope can convince him to change. So we are just wasting breath talking about change system because he's not going to do it. If the board don't like it, it's not getting results. It's now on the bosses to sack him.
What you can go at him for, like, is the goalkeeper. I'll completely agree with you on that because. I think over the summer, Ruben Amorim wanted Emi Martinez.
Sure.
And the people at the top at the club who were making the decisions on transfers probably wanted the younger option who's going to have better sell-on value down the line instead of a 33-year-old player who's going to cost 30-40 million quid. I get that. But surely you've seen enough of Altay Bayındır during the entire time that you've been there to think he's probably not good enough to play in the Premier League, especially for Manchester United. And the amount of times, the amount of goals I've seen him give up, you could say that 2 of the 3 goals today were his fault again, and that just undermines the team, it undermines the confidence, it undermines the coach, it undermines everybody. And Ruben Amorim, at the end of the day, if he doesn't make the decision next week, I don't know when he's going to change the goalkeeper.
Good to have you back, Scott.
Well, that's been fantastic. Maybe next time I come on, I'll be able to see United win for the first time in the studio. But clinging on to any kind of hope I can.
Stupid, Scott.
Never going to happen, is it?
Scott, thank you for your company over the last couple of hours. You do speak a lot of sense when it comes to Man United. Get yourself out of the studio and
Thanks very much.
switch off from football for the next couple of hours.
I've got a podcast to do now.
Oh, there you go. You picked the wrong job, haven't you, really, mate? We'll take a quick break on talkSPORT goals, and then we're putting up to 3 o'clock games. Hello and welcome to talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. It's still Sam Ellard, still Lee Phelps, still Quakey Wafari, Scott Saunders. Has gone off to have a long sulk. So the smiling and happy Marcus Speller is with us for the next couple of hours. Afternoon, Marcus. How are you?
Beautiful. Good to have you. Good to have you with me.
I'm happy to be with you.
Oh man.
3 o'clock games getting underway in 10 minutes time. Let's have a look at the latest odds with William Hill and Lee Phelps. Lee, shall we start with Chelsea Brighton?
Yeah, Chelsea not surprisingly favourites here. I fancied Chelsea for this game.
Cheltenham's near, isn't it? Not far away, March. Here we go.
Cheltenham's always on our brain. I fancied Chelsea for this. I came into the studio and you were like, nah, I don't fancy Chelsea. You really put me off.
If we don't have a talkSPORT Goals, William Hill box at Cheltenham in March. Don't even come back in the studio, okay?
I'll get you an invite.
What a company man.
We could do this. We could do this off air. You know, all the invites to different race meetings. It sounds like it's like the breakfast show now, isn't it? That's how Alan Brazil does it. You're learning fast.
Oh, I worked with him for 5 years. Yeah, of course.
You are learning fast. Yeah. Look, I do think Chelsea win this game. I just think that the home form, the lack of goals that they concede, I just don't think Brighton have got the goals in them to be able to get past this Chelsea one. And I know obviously Palmer's not playing, but Esteval, is a good replacement, and he's obviously a good player. Needs to see more from him. 5 points from 5 games for Brighton. Poor start for them. Lost both away games, scoring 1. I know they rattled in 12 goals against Oxford and Barnsley in the League Cup, but not for me here. I think Chelsea win to 0. João Pedro to score an assist, maybe.
Chelsea's win to 0.
Chelsea win to 0.
Fair enough.
You'd have a bit of that.
Yeah, I'll definitely have that. I think we concede. I think the defence has looked a little bit shaky this season. We got lucky in the Fulham game that we won.
Very lucky.
Yeah, very, very, very lucky in that game. And you look at the last 2 games, conceded 2 goals in both of those games. Maybe I'm more pessimistic because I'm a Chelsea fan, but this is going to be tough. I think we just eke it out, but I think we concede.
Palace Liverpool, Lee.
Yeah, like Liverpool, quite a lot here, to be honest with you. Mainly because Palace, brilliant, unbeaten, 2 home games, 2 draws, 1 goal, and look at them, they've been against Sunderland and Forest, who have had a tricky start to the season. They're 17th in the home league table, Palace. Liverpool just too good. I mean, look at the team. They've got talent everywhere. I think they'll just beat them maybe 2-1, 3-1. I'm not saying it'll be an absolute landslide, but I think Liverpool have too many goals for Palace.
Do you think that's because, the away form's so good? When they set up Palace, basically to frustrate the opposition, play deep, all the rest of it hit on the break. There's a sort of an acknowledgement of we're the away team. We're not one of the big boys in the league. We'll play in a certain way. So the home form, when they do play against the likes of Sunderland and, say, Forest at this funny moment they have, then it's kind of like, to try and take the game to the opponent is quite difficult. So with Liverpool going there today, I think we might see more of the away form from Palace, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, kind of sit in and wait for Liverpool to,
So I appreciate when you look at the Liverpool starting lineup, you're confident. I think Palace might do something today.
Interesting.
You said that last week in Ferriton, didn't you?
Yeah.
They were close. They were very close.
Only 1 goal in it, right?
Yeah, but Palace are aware of how Liverpool play. Everyone seems to forget that. They did it in the Community Shield. Palace on penalties.
And the final 2 Premier League games, Lee, in 90 seconds. Leeds, Bournemouth and Man City, Burnley.
Every time Leeds play, I go draw, and I'll do the same again. I think, they got a lot of plaudits for beating Wolves, but it was Wolves. They had 6 shots on goal and scored 3 of them. Remember what we said in the preview? This season, they've had 68 shots and 4 goals. That's a 5.8% shot conversion. That was a 50% shot conversion against Wolves. Doesn't happen every week. And City, they will beat Burnley. The aggregate score is 46-2 over the last 13 games which City have won. I think this should be our bet builder.
Okay, you want City Burnley,
because there's going to be goals. There's going to be fun and games in that one. So I'm going to, I'll lead off because I've got a bet that I love in this, and that is, I told you about it on the preview.
Go on.
I'm all over this. It's a booking for Burnley's kind of newest signing, I guess, Florentino Lewis.
Okay.
He had a red card for Benfica in the Champions League. Picked up a yellow against Forest. He will pick up a yellow here. So I'm going to go yellow card for Florentino for Burnley.
I'm going to go over 4.5 goals. Oof. I think City win 5-0.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Would you want to go?
Do you think City win 5-0?
Do you want to go? Or do you want to go over 3.5 City goals?
No, I don't.
City goals. Or match goals.
Oh, no, over 4.5 goals.
Oh, okay.
City goals.
Okay, get beyond that because I think Burnley might score.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, okay.
I think 5-0, but as long as you get there, right?
Over 4.5. Okay.
He doesn't seem to like that.
Well, I don't care. It's my bet.
It's fine.
I don't know what to go for.
We've got Haaland. Haaland's
jump
got
in?
5 goals in 3 games.
Marcus, please save us. Haaland to score.
Oh,
you got to be joking me.
I thought we stayed away from player ones. But
all right. If we're staying away from player ones.
No. But I suppose it's Haaland though. So
Do you have Haaland?
No, if you want to go Haaland to score, you can do that, can't you?
You go Haaland.
No. It's a bit obvious. I think let's have a goal for Reinders today.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like it.
That's a bit more like it, I think.
Kwaku.
Should I go for corners?
Corners, I think, would be quite nice.
Yeah.
You should have a few corners.
Okay, I'll go over 6.5 corners.
Over 6.5
And
corners.
Lee, what does that give us in total?
22-1.
That's quite nice.
There's our City Burnley bet builder. We're taking one more very quick break on talkSPORT goals, and then when we come back, we're watching the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, waiting plus gambleaware.org. It's just coming up to 3 o'clock on Saturday, September the 26th. I'm your host, Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps and William Hill. To my right-hand side, Quakey Wafari and Marcus Bella. To my left-hand side, already today in the Premier League, Manchester United lose again, this time away to Brentford by 3-1. 4 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League about to get underway. Chelsea versus Brighton. Chelsea conceded twice in each of their last 2 Premier League matches. That's as many times as they've done in their previous 15 games combined. Brighton themselves have only kept 1 clean sheet in their last 17 Premier League matches. Brighton with just 1 win so far this season. Chelsea without Cole Palmer this afternoon. Crystal Palace. Calvert-Lewin scored last week, didn't he? Yeah. Against Wolves, his first goal for Leeds. In the first 10 seconds, he gets played through one-on-one, and maybe a shot just lacked a little bit of conviction. The goalkeeper, Petrovic, getting down low and pushing the ball away. So an only chance there for Leeds.
Last time he scored in back-to-back games was May 2022, by the way. Wow. So that was
he might get 30. A few more. He might get a few more opportunities today as well, right? So where else have we got? We've got Leeds versus Bournemouth. There, you just heard there a chance for Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Man City versus Burnley. I'm sure Kyle Walker's going to get a nice reception. Also there as well, tributes today for Ricky Hatton. I think there might be some of his friends and family that are on the side of the pitch. The late great boxer. That's Man City versus Burnley. That's another 3 o'clock kickoff. Man City have won each of their last 30 meetings with Burnley in all competitions. An aggregate scoreline of 46-2. That's our bet builder today. They're the 4 games in the Premier League. 3 results in the Championship. Coventry up to second. They're still unbeaten in the Championship, beating Birmingham, 10-man Birmingham by 3-0. Wrexham 1, Derby 1, Swansea 1, Millwall 1. The results in League 1, Wimbledon 2, Wycombe 1, Leyton Orient 2, Stevenage 3, and in League 2, Crewe 2, Notts County 1, Oldham 1, Barnet 1. Marcus Bella, a proper welcome to the show. What 3 o'clock game are you most intrigued by today?
I think Palace v Liverpool. I think because of that lineup at Liverpool, as Kwaku said during the break, it's like an Avengers lineup. I mean, it is so much talent in there. How much money it was to assemble it, but that's they're the best team in the land, one of the best teams in Europe. But Palace are a side that have played them already this season and got a bit of joy. I look at the Palace lineup, and of course in the Community Shield, they don't have Eberechi Eze in there anymore. But Ismail Sarr playing, I think, is a big one for Palace, and that's huge because last week when they played against West Ham, of course they won the game, and West Ham are West Ham at the moment, but they perhaps weren't as attacking as they have been. So 2-1, we thought we was maybe going to do 3 or 4-1. But I think Sarr coming back in there gives them a lot more of a goal threat. And Lee, you spoke about before the break about Palace's away and home form. As I said then, I think we're going to see Palace set up like they do away from home here. They're playing against the best team in the league. And they know how to get under the skin of the best teams, as we've seen them do. Man City in the Cup, Liverpool already this season in the Community Shield. So I think it's an intriguing fixture. And the lineup suggests that Liverpool, going close there at Chelsea, the lineup suggests that Liverpool are going to breeze past them. Well, there's still a little bit of working out to do with that Liverpool front line. I mean, yes, it may well just take 45 minutes or a week or two to sort it out, and they're all very good players and Premier League quality, to say the least. But, there's still a little bit of ironing out of stuff there. So if Liverpool drop it in the second half, as they have done so many times this season already, Palace, if they're only a goal down going into that second half or the latter stages, I think there's a chance. We saw that with Everton last week. Everton, of course, were two goals down, and it was unlikely that a Moyes side at Anfield is going to get a couple of goals because such a stinking record, right? But they gave a good fist of it. So looking at that one intriguing. But, I mean, they're all intriguing fixtures in their over. But, yeah, you asked me to pick one, so that was the one, Sam.
In terms of Chelsea-Brighton, Quaker, there's no Cole Palmer today for Chelsea. We know he's obviously a world-class player and Chelsea's most dangerous player. Yeah. Do you feel Chelsea are too reliant on Cole Palmer, that when he's not in the team, you see a big drop-off in performance and results?
Yeah, unfortunately. I thought we'd move past that a little bit, but it's tough, right? When you're missing one of the best players in the world, you are going to struggle a little bit. We played through the lines quite nicely there. I like the midfield he's gone with. Andre Santos next to Caicedo. Fans have been asking for that for a long time, but it means that Enzo's playing in the number 10, and he's not as good as Cole Palmer. He's not as mobile. He's not as much of a goal threat, and so yeah, we're going to struggle, especially missing him not just for this game, but the Benfica game and the Liverpool game. But we should beat Brighton at home. We should. We've got a great record against Brighton.
Do you think the balance of the Chelsea team is better when he goes more 4-3-3 with Santos in there as opposed to a 4-2-3-1 with Enzo deeper, which is the more kind of traditional Chelsea.
It's tough to. A little bit, yeah, and I'd play Cole Palmer off the right-hand side if we went 4-3-3 most games. But, yes, I don't mind this lineup. I quite like it. I just want to see maturity. I want to see us play convincingly. We haven't played... That's a shot from outside the box.
An early noise from Quaker there.
Plenty more noises to come on talkSPORT.
By the way, when you say that Cole Palmer's one of the best players in the world, of course, he's officially the 8th best player in the world now.
I don't necessarily agree with
According to the Ballon d'Or.
I don't agree with
World Cup final had something to do with that?
But, 8th. I think he was better last year, but obviously, we won the Club World Cup and being world champions just gets you on those type of lists.
There we are.
But I've got a take on the Ballon d'Or later on in the show.
One corner in the Man City Burnley game already.
We're up and
running on the
We are up and running.
Over 6.5 corners, over 4.5 goals. One of them being scored by Tierney Reinders and Florentino Lewis to be carded for Burnley. That's the bet builder, 22-1.
Oh, Minter got to the byline there, Quaker, and played a dangerous ball across goal, which Chelsea managed to clear.
One interesting thing about Brighton is that you know that whoever they're playing, that if you're looking at bet builders and the like, you know where the danger's going to come from, don't you? It's going to be Mitoma or Minter, and it always seems to be the way. We've seen quite a lot of them on goals this season because they're a 3 p.m. team.
Are Brighton the most 3 p.m. teams or 3 p.m. teams?
Yeah, they are.
I would have said Fulham, but Fulham are playing tomorrow at 2 p.m.
But yeah, and that's where the danger is going to come from.
Would you say that there's a bit more danger with Diego Gomez in the side? Because did you see what he was doing at Barnsley?
Yeah.
I mean, surely if it drops to him within, I would say 40 yards, then you've got to say have a shot, my old son.
Yeah.
I'm quite intrigued at Bournemouth today. Now, Lee, you seem to. I understand why you went for the draw with Leeds. That does, kind of ring true. But I think Bournemouth have been.
I've gone Bournemouth to win.
I think they've been subtly quite good so far this season.
I just think Leeds at home seem to almost bore teams into submission, don't they? But look, I think if they can keep Semenyo quiet. It's big if.
Yep.
Then I think that stopped. Although we spoke about Justin Kluivert last week, and actually he did pretty well last week. I think as he gets more and more fitness, I think Bournemouth.
He's in the side today, isn't he?
Yeah, but Kluivert and Semenyo in the team. I think they'll have a go at this. Because we know that Leeds haven't got that many goals in the side, like I've already pointed out in terms of the pure stats. If Leeds don't keep Bournemouth quiet, then they will lose this game. I just think Leeds might just.
Yeah, they've started really well. There's a really nice ball play into Semenyo, who came in from the left-hand side, and then the pass from he's been an amazing sort of year, hasn't he? 18 months. The pass though to Evan Nilsson was just over here. What do you boys think is the ceiling? We spoke earlier about before you came, Mark, about kind of. The top 4, Liverpool, Arsenal, City and Chelsea, looks possibly quite set. But if we get a 5th place Champions League team, all of, United struggling, we know Newcastle, tough start to this season. Spurs maybe looking the best, but who knows what they're going to do with Champions League football this season. I mean, could you see Bournemouth in a situation where they can be challenging for that, or is that just a little bit too high for them?
It's probably a touch too high. I mean, I think if you remember last season, there was talk around, was it Christmas time when Bournemouth were up there?
Yeah.
And you were thinking, blimey, Bournemouth, I mean, could we really have Champions League football at the Vitality Stadium, which would have been quite a spectacle. I think with Bournemouth, again, they are, currently they've got that mid-table status, like Brighton, like Fulham in the Premier League. It's hard to get out of that because, again, you've got to look at the teams above you and think, well, who do we usurp? And you add Spurs into the mix as well, now under Frank. So I think with Bournemouth, I think it's realistic for them to think, could we maybe get that Europa Conference League position? Should it go that way? Obviously, depending on the cups and so on, or even a Europa League place. I think that would be an incredible achievement if Bournemouth were to say get a Europa League place. I think it'd be an astonishingly good achievement.
I agree.
They lost 2 defenders in Kirkesh and Huijsen, of course. Otherwise, they pretty much kept everybody.
And Zabani as well, didn't they?
I mean,
true. Yeah,
3 of their back 4.
Sorry, they did. Yeah, absolutely right. But they kept the manager, and that's the crucial one. As a Fulham fan, if Fulham keep Marcus Silva, every start of every season, you go, okay, we've got a chance here.
Palace! Yeah, Crystal Palace do score.
I saw.
Yeah,
there it is.
How much we highlighted it, didn't we? Before
that's it.
Wow.
Palace 1, Liverpool 0, the 2 unbeaten sides in the Premier League facing each other. It comes from a corner kick. Palace win the first header, and Sarr from close range puts the ball into the back of the net. Palace have got a terrible record against Liverpool. They've won just 1 of their last 16 Premier League meetings with Liverpool. But it's Maila Sarr, who's missed the last 2 league games for Palace, is back in the Palace team, and he gives Palace the lead. They've started the game, to be fair to Palace, really, really well. It comes from a corner on the far side, an in-swinging corner. Is it Mark Gahey who wins the first header, goes back across goal, and Sarr's there from close range to put the ball in the back of the net. Marcus, you said you fancy Palace to get something from the game today, to be fair to you.
Well, we highlighted Sarr. I mean, he's a goal threat. It's as simple as that, and it's a brilliant start for Palace. Do not be surprised if Palace gets something out of this game. I mean, Liverpool, in this early goal for Palace, it's kind of, is it going to force Liverpool's hand to disrupt that pattern that we've seen this season? Liverpool very good, very strong in the early stages of games. Second half slightly tail off. Fascinating encounter. But I think
that's exactly what you want, though, isn't it?
Exactly.
For the neutral, you want to see that, because Liverpool now 2-1 to win this game.
Yeah.
So
I think neutrals will also be saying, like, already Liverpool need to drop points, Marcus, at this point. I'm slightly worried that Arsenal go to Newcastle tomorrow, which won't be an easy game.
Yeah, I absolutely, nothing against Liverpool. Great admiration for an incredible club. But, again, as a neutral, you don't want to see Liverpool just running away with the league. No. I mean, that is sort of fairly boring. As I say, for somebody who supports a mid-table club, you want a bit of excitement somewhere in the table, whether my team are in on it or not. So it's a great start. And again, Palace are a team who, against the bigger sides, I mean, look, they're breaking away here. They're comfortable.
I tell you what, Sarr's in here. Sarr's in here.
Shoot.
They should score.
Oh, what a save! What's a save?
That could have been 2-0 Palace.
I tell you what, it is far too easy. Palace cut through Liverpool here. Sarr going down the right-hand side. I'm thinking he's going to shoot. He does the right thing. He pulls the ball back across goal. Somebody comes on the end of it. First time shot. Alisson does so well to get across goal and keep the ball out. What a massive chance, though. Liverpool have got a chance here. Gravenberch outside the box, and he gets the free kick, wins the free kick just outside the box. But Quakey, from a Liverpool point of view, that's twice now. The first one came where they won the corner. They broke down the left-hand side. It's Kanate. Sloppy in possession. Gives it away. Mateta does well. Holds the ball up. Feeds it to Sarr down the right-hand side. And it's... who's that runs onto it?
It's ultimately a weak effort, isn't it?
Is that Pino who runs onto it? I think it is. And Alisson does really well to get across and keep the ball out. But then Liverpool got up the other end, now got a free kick outside the box.
Yeah, it's end-to-end stuff. Chelsea are
in it. Oh.
I mean, is it should Palace be 2-0 up? I mean, really?
Yes. You probably should score there.
A break like that, especially against Liverpool.
We'll see this save again.
You got to take that chance.
But also, I love that from Sarr. I think so often in that position, you see players try and shoot and score.
I said shoot.
But I thought shoot because he was bearing down on goal, but he did really well to keep his composure and pick the right pass. But now this will be a worrying moment for Palace, because is this too close for Szoboszlai? Like, does Szoboszlai need to be 10 yards further out to have a hit at this?
Well, I think
it's just outside the box, isn't it?
What Szoboszlai should do is just
go goalkeeper side.
Rifle it goalkeeper side.
I agree with
absolutely.
Bournemouth, look at Bournemouth.
I'm loving Szoboszlai's look at the moment. The long hair, low socks,
you
looks
are
like a maverick.
obsessed with appearances, aren't you, a footballer?
No, I got what you were saying, by the way.
In terms of aesthetics.
I think that some players can get away with it a little bit.
City.
And City do score. Is it Reinders? No.
Phil Foden's great form at the moment.
Man City 1, Burnley 0. What's happening here at Anfield? There seems to be some...
You mean at Selhurst Park?
Selhurst Park, sorry.
It's a bit strange. Someone wearing an earring.
I don't know.
It does look like it.
All of the players are running over. It looks like... We'll try and bring you some details on that, but I hope everybody's okay there. Man City 1, Burnley 0. We know Man City got an incredible record against Burnley, winning... what was it? Their last 13 meetings by an aggregate score of 46-2. It comes down the left-hand side. Jeremy Doku does really, really well to get past a couple of players. He ends up having a shot which Dubravka pushes away, and it was Phil Foden from close range that puts the ball into the back of the net. Maybe Doku got a little bit fortunate there with a couple of ricochets to get past Kyle Walker and another Burnley player. But 12 minutes, Burnley's rearguard Kwaku didn't last too long.
No.
I think Slot's picked up a yellow. I don't know if that was what was going on, but a yellow card for Arne Slot for, I presume. He wasn't happy after the goal, obviously, but maybe something happened in the build-up to the goal.
It sounds like there may well be a medical emergency in the crowd.
Yeah. Well, I just thought, I saw the lots of players running over towards the opposite direction of the free kick, which is always a worrying thing. So, we hope, Marcus, that whoever is affected by this, it's nothing too serious, and the people Obviously, Palace and Liverpool medical staff, I'm sure, have made their way over and will be hopefully dealing with it. So, yeah, there is a stoppage in play at Palace. Palace 1, Liverpool 0. 14 minutes gone. Man City taking the lead against Burnley. Chelsea 0, Brighton 0, and it's Leeds 0, Bournemouth 0. There is a goal in the Championship. Ipswich leading Portsmouth by a goal to 0. Jaden Philogene has scored that goal for Ipswich. Will be looking to claim back-to-back home wins. When Portsmouth come to Portman Road, they had thumped Sheffield United 5-0 in their last home game. That was their first victory of the season. So Ipswich leading Portsmouth by a goal to 0. Jaden Philogene with the goal in that game.
Just a quick one on Foden. Obviously, since coming back from injury, 2 goals, 2 assists now. It's like, 3 goals, 2 assists, including the League Cup against Huddersfield. So just starting to come back into like a little bit of form, isn't he? He's obviously such a class player, and they've missed him so much throughout last season when he wasn't able to play week in, week out, and just always pops up in the right place at the right time.
I believe that's actually gone down as an own goal.
Oh, has it?
As an Esteve own goal, so I'm not sure if it might have ricocheted off him, because it all happened quite quickly, didn't it? From the Doku shot to the keeper pushing it out, and I think that it might have bounced last off the Burnley defender, Quaker.
In the Crystal Palace Liverpool game, it's interesting who's standing over the free kick, because this is not my slight kind of concern of Isak in terms of getting his goals. Last season, he scored 3 free kicks for Newcastle. Yeah. This season, he's going to be down on the pecking order when it comes to set pieces, when it comes to the free kicks and penalties as well. And so I think we'll see output from him. I think we'll see him be a good player. But in terms of being that striker that people want to see justify a £130 million price tag, it might not be in the form of goals. It might not be in the form of him scoring 30 goals a season.
He's still going to score lots of goals.
He's going to score a lot of goals, but he's not going to score as many goals, I think, as he scored at Newcastle.
I think maybe look at another player who could put against him.
Yeah, who
will score? I don't know. Like maybe.
He said to me at the start of the season, he thinks Visca's going to score more Premier League goals.
Before he got his injury, though, isn't it? This is before he picked up a knee injury.
That shout.
You don't hate that?
You wouldn't even go Waltemada. You would say Wissa over.
The idea being,
his replacement. Yeah,
his replacement.
I mean, I like it. It's a cheeky bet,
but that was before he got the knee injury.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, knee injury, he's not going to play as many games.
So would you fancy Waltemada then to score more than?
He's one up already, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, same principle, I guess. They play more. They'll play more Premier League. They have more Premier League minutes. The focal point will be on them more than it will be on Isak, because obviously Salah's on penalties, etc. And the point that Quaker was just making there.
I know. I see where you're thinking about that. I think with regard to free kicks and all the rest of it, I mean that's where your competition. Not for places, but competition for taking free kicks comes in, isn't it? I mean, Szoboszlai knows that if he has a handful of free kicks and they do nothing, then the manager might start thinking, well, okay.
Yeah.
He's got a fair bit of credit in the bank. It's fair to say.
I think you can take him for the rest of the season off the back of that one.
Yeah, with that stunning free kick against Arsenal. But, I mean, David Beckham was saying, I think sort of fairly recently in something, wasn't it, that, you'd have him, Roberto Carlos and Luis Figo standing over free kicks, when he was at Real Madrid. Managers have had these dilemmas before, and they'd have a little chat. He doesn't say, I think this one's too close for you, Roberto, or too far out, whatever it was.
Oh, what a save by the goalkeeper! Oh. Have a look at Ellen Road. It's an outstanding save from the goalkeeper. Petrovic made a really good save, and the ball comes back in. It came from a shot from the right-hand side, which was dragged back into the box. I think Calvert-Lewin stuck an instinctive boot at it, and the goalkeeper got down low to his right really, really quickly and pushed the ball away. So that remains Leeds 0, Bournemouth 0. Bournemouth having the majority possession, but Leeds there. Leeds have had the best 2 chances in that game. That Calvert-Lewin one-on-one, and that instinctive save there, Marcus, from Petrovic.
Encouraging for Leeds, because Bournemouth have, I'd say, largely been on top so far without creating too much, which is, again, what I thought would happen. But Leeds, with that home crowd at Ellen Road, they don't want to be playing on their heels today. No. They want to show, like, well, this is a fortress. You come here, you're going to get a good game of football. So to create chances like this, and I tell you what, Calvert-Lewin, and there's another presentable chance, and he knows it.
You
see his reaction there, so very encouraging for Leeds, this, because as I say, the way the dynamic was going, the way Bournemouth have played, Leeds being the newly promoted side, blah, 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 cliche, you think, okay, is it going to be a tough afternoon for them? Could still be. But there's another, they are creating chances, which is
he could have chested that down.
What a save by... Sorry, we're back underway in the Palace-Liverpool game. Salah's free kick goes into the wall. Get him off free kicks.
He's not on Isak. No more free kicks.
The ball comes back to Gravenberch, who drills this ball towards the near post. And to come off the post, was Henderson save it?
I thought saved it, but...
That's a strong.
I think it's both. I think it's hand on to the post. It's a really, really good save by Dean Henderson. That was it with some power, and Henderson throws himself. An outstanding save.
Great save.
What a save from Henderson.
England's number 2.
England's number 2. England's number 2. So we're back underway in the Palace Liverpool game. Quaker, how have Chelsea started at Stamford Bridge?
Okay. I'd never trust someone playing out the back, and we try and do it all the time, and we invite pressure.
Passe, isn't it, playing out from the back?
Yeah. It's I don't know. With Chelsea, I've kind of lost a little bit of hope this season. I'm kind of.
Do you want a stat on passes?
Defeated to go on.
He's a sad man. So soon after winning the world championship.
I have a stat on passes.
Here we go.
Do you care?
Okay.
Marcus, you seem more old school. You don't care about the stat, do you?
You have to be on nodding terms with the modern era.
It's only because Quaker mentioned it, and I'll mention it. 91% of Chelsea's passes in the Premier League this season have been short passes. That's the highest ratio of any side in the division. Brighton, meanwhile, have played 13.2% of their passes long, the highest in the Premier League since the 18-19 season.
Interesting.
Thank you. That's what I was going for.
That's a good stat.
Yeah.
I think I've been keeping an eye on the Chelsea as Brighton fire one in. I think they've been better than you. Maybe it's like you just got a bit of a glass half empty. But
Yeah, for sure.
7 shots, 2 on target, 5 touches in the opposition box, 5 corners to 1, and Brighton have had 1 shot, nothing on target. 79% possession to 21. Chelsea. I think it's a matter of time before Chelsea
think so?
break through. Yeah, I think they get a goal in this half. I mean, Brighton are hopefully. I guess they're just trying to soak up a little bit of pressure and hit them on the break, but. Yeah, I think it's been all Chelsea.
Does that worry you, the Minter and Matoma's pace on that counter-attack? They're so dangerous, aren't they?
Yeah. We had a couple of terrible results against Brighton last season, granted at their place in the FA Cup and in the league. But yeah, I'm not filled with confidence. Like, we do this all the time, invite pressure, and it's an instruction from the manager. But what teams have been doing, sticking a number 9 on our deepest line midfielder, so we can't really play out the back, and so it's. I'm just not confident watching Chelsea because eventually you go long. So it's just, I'm just
Reinders.
Right.
He lines one up there.
The ball fell to Reinders perfectly outside the box. He made room for himself really comfortably.
Yeah.
But he didn't manage to get a shot away. Palace, you ready, Chant? Oh,
what a save from...
Oh, my goodness me. This time, Palace going down the left-hand side. Mitchell pulls the ball back across. Munoz on the right-hand side runs onto it. First time left-footed effort. Alisson does so well to get down low to his right-hand side and keep... That's 2 outstanding saves, isn't it, from Alisson?
Yeah, absolutely. The goalkeepers have been fantastic in this game so far, yeah. I mean, how he's got... Save. Again, it's kind of off his forearm, I think.
Yeah.
Brilliant save.
I mean, really...
Could be 3-0 Palace.
Yeah.
Could be 3-1, actually, because Liverpool had a great opportunity. But
sure. I mean, look, Liverpool have got caught again here. Palace on the attack with the ball in the box. Palace have... Appreciate they're a goal up. But, I mean, the way this game is going, as we say, it's the opposite of what normally happens with Liverpool this season. The opposition are taking the game to them. Yeah. Palace as well, a couple of chances they've created, they should be 2-0 up.
Yeah, I think so.
And you don't want to start ruining missed chances against Liverpool, because Liverpool will show something sooner or later. But Palace are very adept at defending against big sides. And the old cliche, they know their jobs, they know what they're doing. Unlike Manchester United, there's a back three and a system that's got a plan, and they know how to execute it. But Mateta's in here. He's short, and Alisson saved again.
He's got to score that.
I mean, how are Palace not 2-0 up?
Is that Konate defending there?
Yeah,
that was.
Mateta absolutely bullied him.
He did.
He absolutely bullied him. I mean, Mateta, that was like he was playing against a little boy. He's just shrugged him off.
He should have never got to that. He was always second favourite, I think.
But look at this. Yeah, he's second favourite. But look at him. He gets rid of him, and look, he's in on Alisson, right? I understand you got a lot of options there, and he could go round the keeper. He's tried to open up the body, which I think probably most strikers would do. But you've got to hit it in the corner with Alisson. My goodness, he's such a monster of a man. One of the best goalkeepers.
Look at this, Marcus.
This is
Palace. I mean, if you're a Palace fan, you're thinking you've got to go 2-0 up. Otherwise, And
as a Liverpool fan, you're thinking, thank God it's only 1-0.
Well, indeed,
we'll take this.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Elland Road, Dominic Calvert-Lewin's had his 3rd shot on target. Should have scored again. Ball was played into him. First time on his right foot, and the goalkeeper was there to save it. But, 3 shots, 3 on target.
Go on! Yes! Get in there.
Oh,
I've been criticising him all week.
yeah.
I've been slating him all week.
The World Cup winner.
Yeah.
The Club World Cup winner. Enzo.
The only man in history. No, not in history. People have won different iterations of the Club World Cup. But yeah, he scored another goal. And that's what he's been doing well for Chelsea in recent weeks or recent months. Crashing the box, getting into the box and getting on the end of things. I've not loved his performances this season. But that's another goal for him. And puts us in the lead. It's buzzing.
Yeah, Chelsea won, Brighton 0, 25 minutes on the clock. Chelsea playing some nice football through midfield. Moises Caicedo, that's a good ball, isn't it? Really nice through ball there to Reece James, who keeps his composure. The cross takes a little bit of deflection. Enzo Fernandez, as Kwaku says, makes that run. But that really, their large part of that is the quality there. Moises Caicedo to get the ball to feet in midfield, open up his body, plays a really, really good through ball in between the centre-back and the left-back to Reece James, whose cross takes the deflection, and Enzo Fernandez is in the right place at the right time. But Marcus, I'm giving all the plaudits there to Caicedo.
Yeah,
the
lovely
fine
ball.
space and the through ball to James is real quality.
Well, it's quality, and James will give you that outlet. And I was going to ask you, Kwaku, actually, because as I tend to do, look at the bigger picture for England.
Yes.
Reece James is now back again.
Yeah, Doku with a shot from close range,
Nearly
which
took Dubravka's face
Dubravka.
off.
Yeah. Go on, Marcus.
Yeah, I was going to say, sneaky deflection, nearly got a
Corner number 3.
goal. I was going to say, Kwaku, that Reece James had his injury troubles and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
He now looks like the Reece James that we knew of 2 or 3 seasons ago, whenever it was, when he had a good run in the team. He now looks like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, Enzo Maresca's playing him more like a proper right back rather than sort of coming inside. You see him getting down the wing more, and one can forget what a great delivery he has.
Yeah.
Wonderful delivery.
What a free kick that is. Semenya's given Bournemouth the lead away at Leeds. It's Leeds 0, Bournemouth 1, and Semenya with the free kick. Bournemouth have made their joint best start to a Premier League campaign after their first 5 games, 10 points, winning 3 of them, and they lead at Leeds. It's a free kick from Semenya, and he basically almost just runs up to it, laces through it, and tries to whack this as hard as he can. The goalkeeper can't keep it out down to his right-hand side. This one, though, all about power. Leeds have had moments on the counter-attack where they've been dangerous and probably had the better chances. I think Bournemouth, though, controlled the game. It's literally just outside the box. And does that go through the wall?
Yeah.
Under the wall?
It kind of through the wall, over the
Gone under it.
Over the draft excluder as
yeah,
well.
over the draft excluder, under the wall.
So under the wall, but over the draft excluder.
No, I think he's gone. I think he's shot it. He's navigated.
It goes under the wall. The
It
draft
goes under the
excluder
wall,
is
but
not.
he stayed away from the draft.
What we need now is 2 players.
Yeah.
A 2-player draft excluder. I think that's what you need.
Yeah.
Or an exception. Your tallest player should be your draft excluder.
He avoided the cat sitting on the mat, and he went under the wall, and he hit it down the middle. And the keeper, I mean, he's hit it hard. I think the keeper might be a touch disappointed. If you haven't got Semenya in your fantasy team, what on earth are you playing at?
Yeah, I don't have. You want fantasy?
He's in my. Of course, he's
Who's
in
your
my
captain?
Well, do you know what? I put him as vice captain because I thought Haaland at home to Burnley.
Have you triple captain Haaland?
Not triple captain.
Oh,
No,
I
because it's
have.
not a double game week.
Oh, really?
Amateur.
Yeah, that's amateur.
Right, look, if
And also, 26 minutes gone, and he hasn't scored yet, which is seriously concerning me.
I'll take the hit of him not scoring if I know that.
Yeah. I'm having an awful Saturday.
Well, I did toy with the idea of putting Semenya as captain. I thought, you got to go for
I did it
Haaland.
last week. I put Semenya as captain last week, and I just.
Do you know what I did? I tried to be smart. Put Cole Palmer as captain last week, didn't I?
Oh no! Chelsea.
Neto, that came from a Rob Sanchez throw.
Yeah.
Set him away.
Can I go back to Reece James, sorry, if that's
Yes,
all right? Yeah.
of course.
So it seems to be playing a bit more like a sort of classic modern right back.
Yeah.
Getting down the flanks, delivery and all that kind of thing.
He sat round to the goalkeeper, went a little bit too away from goal and couldn't.
Henderson did there
couldn't
well there,
score.
shepherding him.
Yeah, and he couldn't score from a tight angle.
But Reece James seems to be playing very, very well at the moment.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying that Maresca seems to be deploying him slightly differently? 'Cause he tries to sort of do that inverted fullback Pep sort of thing before.
Yeah.
And he seems to be playing like the Reece James of old.
Well, he's monitoring his minutes, and he's made it clear. He said he's constantly stating there's 3 players where you're going to have to always monitor their minutes. Wesley Fofana, Reece James, and Romeo Lavia.
Yeah.
And so that's what's happened. There's been a few games this season where Reece James hasn't started for Chelsea.
Yes.
And when he's come on, he hasn't even come on as an inverted right back. He's come on as a centre midfielder. But I don't know if I mentioned I was at the Club World Cup watching my team win the World Championship, and I talked to Reece James, and he said that his favourite position is right back. Yes. He thinks that his best quality is his delivery.
Yeah, he's brilliant at right back.
And so he's a player that, when fit and when firing, Minter, it's just giving us problems.
Chance here. He's inside the box.
On the march. He's going to get a shot away. He's going to get the shot. No, he isn't.
Well done, Ref.
That is one of the worst things.
The referee basically impeded whoever it was on the edge of the box.
I think it was Gomez as well.
Gomez was lining one up for the ages, and the referee has basically body checked him out the way. Has he got a Chelsea shirt on underneath that referee jersey?
But that's something I think Minter now a few times is causing Cucurella real problems. I thought he could have maybe got the shot away, but he ends up picking out the right pass. But remarkably, the referee is literally in the worst place. I think Brighton actually end up winning a free kick, do they?
Yeah.
I tell you what, he was giving that
the
free
referee
kick.
had to give that.
Always going to give a free kick.
So Brighton have got a free kick then on just the edge of the box. But yeah, get out of the way, referee. That's a stinker, isn't it?
That'll set you off, won't it? Surely,
I've got my own problems to worry about in the top left-hand corner.
You really do.
Because at the moment, we're not just losing, we're getting absolutely battered.
I was going to ask what's the thoughts on that Liverpool game? Because every time I turn up, it just looks like it's end to end to end to end.
It's all Brighton. It's all Palace. I mean, Palace have been the better of the two sides. It's been remarkable how easy it's been for them down the right-hand side and left-hand side to get in behind. Konate looked all over the place. We had that chance from a free kick. There was that one moment where Isak got in, but as Marcus said, the keeper did well to kind of shepherd him away. But once again, like most of our games this season, been a really, really, really slow and sluggish start. Yeah. And the only positive is it is only 1-0 because Alisson's had to make 3 really impressive saves.
Well, it surprised me that, and that was why I was a bit disappointed with Arsenal when they went to Anfield. I know it's early days, Arsenal fans. I know that the new players and it's away to Anfield. I understand all of that, but there's been a bit said about Liverpool's defence so far this season by their own lofty standards. Again, they're the best team in England, one of the best teams in Europe, okay? So by those standards, the defence hasn't looked that great. And so it's easier said than done, a manager, Arteta's not necessarily, have a go at them, lads, from the touchline. It's not Sunday morning football, I understand that. But I thought they could have been a bit more ambitious. And Palace looked like that they've analysed Liverpool this season, they've seen the patterns of play, and they've thought, again, without sounding too kind of amateur about this, this lot can be got at a bit. Mm-hmm. If we can keep it tight at the back, if we can be solid and win the balls in midfield and so on and so forth, and then we can pressure them, then we might get a bit of joy. Other teams, I think, have shown Liverpool a little bit too much respect, if I may say. So, again, easier said than done, but look at them. They're 1-0 up, should be 2-0 up, Palace, half an hour gone. And right now, if you're a Liverpool fan, you're thinking, blimey, and also if Palace can do something here, it shows other teams that despite that fabulous Liverpool starting lineup, it gives out other teams just a teensy bit of a less of a fear factor against Liverpool. I mean, Liverpool could go next week and then win 5-0 and go, right, be scared of us. But you get the point, and so I think that this is so far what Palace have done. Other teams will look at that and think, okay, maybe we can have a bit of joy. But still a long way to go, and Liverpool do have an unbelievably talented lineup, I stress.
So 32 minutes gone then in our games up and down the country. Chelsea are leading Brighton by 1-0. Chelsea unbeaten in their last 12 home Premier League games. As Marcus just spoke about, Palace leading Liverpool by 1-0. Palace were unbeaten in their opening 5 matches of a top flight season for the first time since 1991. Bournemouth won up at Leeds. Bournemouth have made their joint best start to a Premier League campaign after 5 games. 10 points on the board so far. Man City beating Burnley by 1-0. Burnley are winless in their last 19 league visits to Man City. Man City go into the game just 7 points from their first 5 Premier League games this season, their lowest tally at this stage since 06-07. Latest scores at 3 o'clock in the Championship. Charlton have just taken the lead against Blackburn. They're leading by 1-0. Ipswich 1, Portsmouth 0. Ipswich last time out picking up at home their first victory of the season, thumping Sheffield United by 5-0. They're also unbeaten in their last 4 league games against Portsmouth. Oxford 0, Sheffield United 0. Chris Wilder's return to the visitors last weekend ended in the Blades' 6th straight league defeat to start the campaign. They lost at home to Charlton last weekend, played 6, lost 6. Preston 0, Bristol City 0. Both sides starting the day on 11 points. Both have had really good, strong, positive starts to the season. QPR, we spoke about QPR, didn't we, before the show. Go into this game at Hillsborough on the run of 3 straight league victories, back-to-back wins over Charlton and Wrexham away from home. Then they beat Stoke at home last weekend. But Sheffield Wednesday, who picked up their first win of the season last weekend against Portsmouth, are leading QPR by a goal to nil. Southampton nil, Middlesbrough nil. Southampton, really tough start to life, back down in the Championship under Will Still. Just one win so far this season. Middlesbrough top of the table on 16 points. Stoke nil, Norwich 1. After enjoying a 3-game unbeaten start to the campaign under Mark Robin, Stoke have now lost 3 of their last 4 matches in all competitions. And Watford nil, Hull 1. To League One, if you don't hear your team, it means that it's goalless. Plymouth 1 up at Birdstone, Huddersfield 1 up at Exeter, Rotherham winning at Mansfield, Peterborough nil, Lincoln 1, Stockport 1, Reading nil, Wigan nil, Cardiff 1, and the same in League 2. Salford, who start the day second in the table, 1 up at Bristol Rovers, Fleetwood 1, Colchester 1, Gillingham nil, Harrogate 1, Cheltenham 1 up at Grimsby, MK Dons, many people's pre-season favourites in League 2, 1 up at Shrewsbury, Swindon 2, Bromley nil. Those are the latest scores. So back to the Premier League. Marcus, Kyle Walker there, back at Man City. Was it a little bit of a shame that given how successful Kyle Walker was at Man City, that he it felt like he almost left halfway through last season through the back door? Did he maybe deserve a little bit more of a fanfare, as Pep Guardiola was explaining yesterday?
Possibly. I mean, I think with Walking, obviously went on loan to AC Milan. It seemed like a good deal for him. It seemed like a good deal for the club. I mean, he certainly wasn't complaining. So I understand what you mean. Maybe didn't get the send-off that perhaps he's deserved. But, sometimes that happens. But he didn't seem to be go on any bad blood. As I say, he seemed to be very happy going to Milan on loan. And then the Burnley, offer was there and gladly took it. Because, to be fair, Walker, such a great servant for Manchester City, but a brilliant player for so many years. At some point, we all get old. At some point, or are older, should I say. And so that blistering pace has ever so slightly waned. Still, got a fair bit of it, but he's not a young man in football years anymore. So he was always going to be moved on. I don't think it was. I don't think it was a shame or bad or anything. I think it's just one of those ones. So I'm no doubt that the fans have given him a good reception today. But what a player he's been, and a bit of a coup for Burnley, really, a bit of experience in that back line that was so effective in the Championship this season. And to be fair, at times this season has shown that they can defend. It was a tricky task today. They're so close to getting a clean sheet against Liverpool.
Man United nearly got a point at Old Trafford.
Well, indeed, yeah. I mean, it was just a moment of madness. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to need a bit more from their front line going forward if they are to stay up this season. But I think Burnley have done okay. So far,
they've had really, really tough fixtures.
They have
Spurs away, United away, Liverpool at home, City away, all in the first 6. That's quite tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I think they've done all
United.
Right. Well, I was going to say that. Yeah, actually, they'll rue that, won't they?
I mean, drop points.
Yeah. Well, I mean, being a Fulham fan, I saw Fulham draw 1-1 at home with Man United.
What were you doing in that game?
I think, can we play that fixture again? But yeah. So I would. It would be quite something if Burnley were to stay up, of course. But they would love to prove so many people wrong.
Yeah.
Early days, etc. But so far, like I say, I think you've got to say Burnley have done okay.
Elland Road, I mentioned earlier on Dominic Calvert-Lewin, 3 shots on target so far. He's 11-4 to score.
Oh, and Leeds do score. It's Rodon from a corner. It's not Dominic Calvert-Lewin, but Leeds won't care. It is Joe Rodon who has headed Leeds home. Leeds back on level terms. An out-swinging corner. He gets up above everybody else and he heads home. Elland Road rocking. Leeds 1, Bournemouth 1. And that's a chance for Konate at Selhurst Park, the best chance for Liverpool. Out-swinging corner, and I think Konate just completely unmarked or manages to find space. He actually makes a really, really good run almost towards the near post. And he's only a couple of yards out. He goes past Mitchell and his header's wide. He probably should do better. Kwaku, am I right in saying I believe you were quite critical of Petrovic on Inside Chelsea? Looking at Rodon's header there.
I mean, does it take a flick?
Possibly, but I still think because he looks like he gets across his goal quite comfortably. It might come off Semenyo's head, but he has to punch that clear, doesn't he?
Well, I think it flicks off Semenyo's head. It's not an own goal. But I agree. I would have thought maybe he might do a touch.
Is that a deflection?
I just don't like the way he approached that. His just was so limp. No.
He does the hard bit and gets across, and then it just goes. I'm not calling that. I'm not calling. Jamie is producer of Inside Chelsea, so he's noting your comments.
He doesn't know anything.
He knows how to produce a show. Damn it all.
Yeah.
I think my analysis would be, having played in goal for London Lions back in the day, the goalkeeper has to save that. Simple as so. At this level, Joshua Boyle!
Yes, get in there.
Burnley 1, Jaden Anthony scores, and City, for all their possession, haven't been able to score a second. And there's limbs in the away end, Kwaku. Burnley back on level terms.
Get in there. That was what was needed. I think a slight deflection on the finish, but they'll take it. That's great. And they've actually been in this game. I know City have obviously dominated it, but every time I looked up, Burnley have had shots and they've tried to play football and they've got the rewards for it. Just seeing the replay here.
And that's 47-3 on aggregate in the last 14 games.
Oh yeah, it's a really nice ball in from the left hand side, and Jaden Anthony makes a really good run. And I think his shot with his left foot does end up. That Hartman plays the ball back across goal. He makes a good run, and his shot does come off Diaz, does take a wicked deflection, but I think we'll let Burnley.
You're right though. They have been the last 2 or 3 minutes, especially, and the camera just cut to Pep, and he looked a bit grumpy, and you can tell that maybe
Pep grumpy.
He's looked like that for about 18 months.
But even more so, like you could see he was thinking, "Come on, what are we doing here?" And then 1-1. I mean, great for the bet builder. That means we've got 2 goals.
Yeah, where are we at with the bet builder?
We've got 2. We need 5 goals in this match. We've got 2. We need 7 corners, and we are currently on. As he tries to get it up,
5 goals, 7 corners.
I think we're on 4 corners already. 4 corners of the 7. Obviously,
yeah. Oh, Bournemouth. Yeah, I thought Clive was going to hit that there. Kwaku, and there was a shot which came in from the right hand side.
Yeah, it sounded like he shot. I didn't quite fit. Calvert-Lewin, basically, this is the best I've seen him play for a long time.
You love Calvert-Lewin. Yeah. How many Calvert-Lewins have we had? But
he's their most high-profile player.
He's like. His hold-up play's been fantastic.
Bit harsh on nonsense.
Shots on target. It's, I just think if you're going to look at a goal scorer in this, I think him to get a goal is honestly, it looks like he's got that thing back that he had at Everton all those years ago. Just seems to be, that confidence that we talked about last week. And if you can find a player who's got that confidence, stick with them. From a betting point of view, I'm just talking about.
Well, it's a relief that they scored the equaliser because he's missed a few, as you say. But he's got to score the next one.
It's all those nice Leeds fans that were saying lovely things about us last week in the comments. They've got into got into Phelpsy's head.
I live in Leeds. I've been working in Leeds for the last 20 years. Now
that makes sense, doesn't it? Man City are trying to find Haaland. Oh goodness me! How do we feel? That was one of the worst Erling Haaland shots I've ever seen. Across on the left-hand side. And he looked like he took that shot like he was trying to clear the ball on a defensive clearance as he hoiks his left-footed out. And that nearly exits the stadium, which shows that Erling Haaland is human. Marcus, you went for Tiani Reinders in our bet builder to score.
Yes.
Are you still confident? I let the team down last week. I went Kudus to score at Brighton.
And just in case I need some help, how did you recover from that?
It's fiery.
A little bit of needle at Ellen Road. Yeah, these Burnley players have all come together. We like a bit of needle, don't we?
Yeah, definitely. Yellow card for Cucurella. Surprise, surprise.
Oh, Minter up against Cucurella on a yellow card.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
They've had a lot of joy down that side, haven't they?
Palace again. This is a 3-on-3. Sars up against Van Dijk here down the right-hand side. His shot is blocked, and Van Dijk in the end.
That's why it's the greatest.
One of the greatest, or the greatest.
That's why the
greatest Premier League centre back of all time.
Yeah.
Ipswich 2 up.
Ipswich 2 up. There we go. Hurst has added Ipswich's second goal, so they're going to go back-to-back wins or at home. Brighton, Dunk gets his head on it. That was whipped in with the right foot, and Lewis Dunk got his head on it. It hasn't been the most convincing of Chelsea performances in this first.
No, it hasn't.
When has it been?
Yeah, it hasn't been. This season's not been convincing at all. I'm looking at the Leeds Bournemouth. I'm thinking that obviously Tyler Adams has got the Leeds links. That's his former team, and he's involved in the skirmish.
Look at the second tackle.
Oh yeah.
Who made the second tackle? Was Adams?
Adams made a horrible challenge.
That's one of those where it's like the kind of the scissor motion, isn't it? He kind of gets 2 legs wrapped around one Lee's leg, and that's where I think players don't like those sort of challenges. It can be dangerous.
Sent off for it, but it's going to upset.
Then he was mouthing off straight away. I wonder if that's a bit of
well, obviously
previous changing room stuff.
He's American, isn't he? Right?
Yeah.
Probably Ryder Cup back. So probably
USA.
Ryder Cup update, by the way. Marcus, are you a fan of the golf?
Yeah, why not?
No, it doesn't.
Really?
Why not?
Go on. I care about all the sport.
I don't hear golf mentioned on the ramble at any point, so maybe
you need a golf ramble.
Europe 5.5 2.5 up going into today.
Yes, get in there.
USA actually won the first game, DeChambeau and Young beating a Bergen Fitzpatrick to go 3.5, 5.5. But in the remaining 3 games, Team Europe are 3 up in the remaining 3 games.
We can do this.
So it's 5.5, 3.5. But as things stand, Europe set to add 3 extra points onto their total.
Yeah.
And they have 8.5 points on the board. They need to get to 14 to with more games tonight and 12 singles tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
Europe 2-7 to win it.
What are you saying?
7-2. You're at 1-5 to lift the trophy because obviously if you tie, you retain.
You were saying 7-2 to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that feels.
Sam, you just love you love like big sporting events.
I was off work yesterday and I sat on my sofa and I watched, I think, 14 hours of the Ryder Cup.
Really,
That's great stuff.
Great.
That is.
Coming to work today to not watch the Ryder Cup was actually putting me out. I should say
well,
that was a joke. I should make that perfectly
Are you really
clear.
like Are you properly invested?
Yeah. Love the golf. Love all the golf majors. Love the Ryder Cup. You can't beat it. The atmosphere, the occasion, the quality on display.
Do you like tennis?
When the majors come around, I'm not saying I'm watching all the ones sort of in between the majors, but the big tournaments, I'm well and truly getting into.
You like hurling?
Crystal Palace 1, Liverpool 0, Leeds 1, Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1, Brighton 0, Man City 1, Burnley 1. As Burnley, they're going to win a corner. I think they're going to win a throw-in. So all 4 games, all pretty evenly matched at the moment. We've got a couple minutes to go until half-time. How do you guys see the relegation battle of the 3 teams that have come up? Who do you give the best chance to stay up?
That's an intriguing one, isn't it? Because Sunderland seemed to be the kind of the slightly popular choice before the season, despite them coming up through the playoffs. But you've got to say, I mean, Leeds have caught the eye because, obviously what they did to Wolves last week, and people say, okay, it's Wolves, but they're still a Premier League side. But I've been impressed with them today. I thought Bournemouth, still got the second half to go, but I thought Bournemouth would get a foothold and keep it. But Leeds have not been messing around. They've thought, no, lads, that's not happening in our backyard. And, they've been creating chances. Now, obviously, you've got to put those chances away. But it really is discouraging when when you don't create anything.
Yeah.
If you create chances, you're going to put one away sooner rather than later. You want to be as sharp and you want to be as ruthless as you can, of course. But you've got to be creative. And Leeds have found that today. So fair play to them. So right now, I mean, it seems the obvious choice. But, looking at their results, looking at what they're doing, the mood seems to be up at Leeds, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Leeds, especially at home, it's going to be difficult for opposition. I think Sunderland had the Lutons and the Ipswiches about them. People wanted them to stay up.
Yes.
But I don't actually know if they will stay up. Obviously, a great start to the season. They smashed West Ham, but I don't know. Looking at the other promoted sides, I like the look of Burnley and I like the look of Leeds, and I'm not too sure about Sunderland. That remains to be seen. So, but they've all given themselves a great chance, right? It's not like last season or the season before last, where all the 3 teams went down. So all 3 teams that came up went down.
Well, as we said today, both Brentford and West Ham before the weekend were shorter prices than Leeds and Sunderland to go down. Yeah. Brentford, that will have changed now because of the result. West Ham might change because Nuno's in. So, you can see some changes there. But at this point last year, those 3 were rock solid relegation favourites.
It's a shame for the promoted sides that Potter's gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They would have wanted that to carry on as long as possible.
Nuno keeps them up.
Yeah, I mean, in the same way, I'm sure a lot of people want Amorim to stay at Man United as long as possible, other than a lot of people at the club. Although they are fast becoming the unmanageable team at the moment, so you could...
They are the unmanageable team. Like, who can you see coming in there to fix it? They were just calamitous.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous, quite frankly. I don't know what to make of them. But Burnley, though, what Burnley have is in Jadon Anthony, they've got a player who knows where the goal is.
Yeah.
And that's crucial. He's already scored a few goals already. That gives them so much of a lift because, they're coming into half-time now and it's 1-1.
They're playing well as well.
They are. They're knocking it about nicely. Yes, of course, they're known for their defensive capabilities with the way Parker set them up last season, but they are scoring a few, and that because it's over. I remember, to go back to Fulham, when Scott Parker was in charge at Fulham, they played some nice stuff, but they lost too many games 1-0, and okay, the odd point here and there, but the goals were so thin on the ground, and it really is when you're going into a game and you're like, if we concede, we'll be lucky to get a point.
Yeah.
That's very discouraging. Whereas Burnley now, they're they've given a good account of themselves. You know, Man City have got a corner, but chances are they'll go in at 1-1 at half time. I say chances, not definite Burnley fans. I don't want to jinx it for you. But they're showing a little bit more this season than a lot of people gave them. You know, we sat here on the opening day of the season against Spurs. Now, of course, Spurs beat them. Was it 3-0? If my memory
3-0, yeah, hammering for Spurs.
Richarlison was playing like a man possessed. But that game, they should have scored 1, maybe 2 goals. So, you know, I don't think one should even write off Burnley just yet. You shouldn't write off anybody this early in the season, of course, but they may well surprise a few people this season.
And they defended that corner absolutely fine. And yeah, 20 seconds to go until half time. Shot to Van Dijk! Ball fell to Virgil van Dijk from a corner, and a shot went into the turf, and it goes out for a goal kick. So 2 games in the Premier League already at half time. Those 2 games are Chelsea leading Brighton by a goal to 0, Leeds 1, Bournemouth 1. We're seconds away from Man City Burnley getting to half time. And the Palace Liverpool game, there's 10 minutes of time added on. There was a medical emergency inside the stadium in the stands, so we've still got 6 or so minutes to go in that game. City 1, Burnley 1 is the other half time. I mean, Lee, come to you then for some halftime odds. What's jumping out at you?
Yeah, well, I think you look at where this Man City game is. They were a much shorter price before the game than they are now at 1-1. They're 4-11 to win the game. Reinders to score any time is 7-2. Haaland to score 2 or more is 7-1. I mean, you wouldn't put it past him, even only having 45 minutes to do that. But yeah, I think City will probably win that in the end, won't they? I mean, Liverpool's the interesting one for me. 1-0 down, 3-1 to win the game. I mean, they've showed nothing really that would make you think that they're going to. They had 1 shot on target to 4 from Palace, 3 touches in the opposition box. Nothing really that makes you think that Liverpool are going to win that, but we know that they could turn it on. And 3-1 for Liverpool to win the second half. I don't mind it personally if they can get one. Leeds Bournemouth 21-10 Leeds, 29-20 the draw. Bournemouth 95. I'll stick with the draw there. That's what we went with first of all.
I don't believe it.
No,
was that Mateta?
Yeah, he's hit the post.
Mateta's just had an effort from 25 yards out. He hits this.
Oh,
so well, right foot, curling effort. Alisson throws himself to his left-hand side and can't keep the ball out. Then comes off the post, and for a second I thought it was going to trickle across goal into the back of the net. But he hits that.
Goodness.
He hits that so well. Wharton lays it off to him. The technique is perfection, curling effort. How on earth is this
so
just 1-0?
Inches away from a strong contender for goal of the month.
So funny listening to Wayne Rooney being interviewed by Rio Ferdinand, and they asked him, like, what strikers do you really like? He went through the usual name and goes, Mateta. I really like Mateta. And it's crazy how much he's turned around his profile.
Yeah.
Last year he scored 14 league goals. Year before that he scored 16 league goals. You don't really get strikers who are giving you those numbers in the Premier League at the moment. And it's not just the goals as well, it's all-round play. And for a player,
hold-up play is amazing, isn't it?
For a player who, like, when he first came in, I think he scored 2 goals in 28 games. Yeah. And he was kind of like a laughing stock. And now he's tucked his shirt in.
He's had a chance there.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this one.
Over the
As
shoulder.
we're chatting, I mean, it would have it would have been a wonder goal.
He's 9-2 to score in this match.
Sorry to interrupt you, Quaker, but
no, but that's it.
I mean, how he's not scored. When I say how he's not scored, that was a difficult chance. It was a chance nonetheless. I'm just saying, how are Palace not at least 2 goals up?
Yeah.
10 shots they've had in this game, 4 on target.
And how many Liverpool had?
5 shots, 1 on target.
Yeah. But going back to Mateta, he's playing the best football of his career, you would certainly argue. Big centre forward, who can roll defenders, he can finish his score, all that kind of good stuff. He's kind of like, I think he maybe goes, I would say, under the radar. Everyone knows who he is and knows his qualities. It's unlikely that he's going to be signed by, well, certainly not Arsenal and Liverpool.
But why is that?
Because I don't think he's an elite level striker. But that serves Palace well. Because he's a very good striker.
Can I ask you a question? Is Mateta, can we sit here and say Mateta's worse than Gyökeres? Is he a worse player than Gyökeres based on what you've seen?
I mean, in the Premier League, you're talking. I mean, Gyökeres was in the Ballon d'Or list,
Yeah, for
Gyökeres' numbers before coming to Premier League
so if
were incredible.
You have to caveat and say Premier League.
But if Mateta was in Portugal, do you not think he'd be giving you numbers?
Well, I mean, you don't know that.
But they're both in the same league right now. And will Gyökeres score more goals than Mateta this season?
Well, I mean, Lee will tell you the odds for that. But I get what you're saying. To me, he's like almost like the perfect striker for a side like Palace. It's that striker who, again, I don't think that one of the elite clubs is going to break the bank for him. Newcastle, obviously, they got their man, but before that, maybe I'm surprised. Maybe they don't. Maybe they did inquire and they were told where to go. Yeah. But it's that level.
Sorry, Salah managed to get in down the right hand side. Henderson does really, really well to close the space off quite quickly. I think Salah just tried to lob Henderson, who made himself big and managed to save. Still, Palace 1, Liverpool 0.
Yeah, he is in that lovely kind of zone where. He's one of their best players at Palace. Great for a goal, etc., etc. But again, I think it would either be a bit of a sideways move, or maybe if someone like Newcastle, which they're not going to, it would be a step up. So I think Palace aren't in huge danger of losing him. Yeah. The emphasis was on, or the attention was on other players in that side, which we know, with the Eze being the obvious one. I don't think Evan Nielsen is up there with Mateta, certainly not numbers wise yet. But again, a striker like that at Bournemouth, perfect.
Yeah.
You could again, another guy who scored goals in Portugal as well, and even my beloved Fulham, Mitrovic for a time. Yeah. If it wasn't for the Saudi money, he'd still be there. It's that level of striker where you think he'll get. Can you get 12 plus goals a season? Can you nudge it up to 15, 16 maybe? So, how he's not scored another one so far today.
You mentioned the comparison between Mateta and Gyökeres. Yeah. Would you rather have, given its consistency in the Premier League, would you rather have Mateta at your club and Gyökeres right now?
At my club, yeah. Just because he's a proven commodity in the Premier League, and he's playing at a club like Palace that, of course, he was playing for Eze last year.
Gyökeres' ceiling must be higher than Mateta.
Yeah, that's it.
You think so? Yeah. Who's older? I think it's similar age. I think Gyökeres might be older than me.
But I mean, that's probably a fair point.
So, I'm not too sure. I don't know. I think we get enamoured by. Of course, I'm not disputing the fact that Gyökeres
were outrageous in Portugal.
They were outrageous. They were outrageous. So was Darwin Núñez's numbers, and he came to the Premier League and he wasn't anything. So, I don't.
I mean, I take your point. It's a bit harsh on Núñez, though. I mean, he wins the league and he does chip in a bit. I kind of take your point, but you have to defend the man a little.
Amorim was a good manager there as well.
Yeah.
All right, okay. I've got nothing to come back on that.
I'm just saying that, from Portugal, apart from Jose Mourinho, has anyone come over here directly from Portugal and done anything? There's not one player, one manager has come from Portugal directly in my memory.
David Luiz had his moments, did he not? In a Chelsea shirt.
Yes, he did. He had his moments. He had
something from
he had his moments. That's not bad. But I just think Mateta.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
he wasn't bad. He wasn't bad.
There's got to be an ace card in here somewhere. Has to be.
It's the great footballer of all time. Came from Portugal to the. Other than the great footballer of all time, and one of the greatest managers of all time. Absolute pony.
Yeah.
There's your clip, Jamie.
I do take your point. I understand what you're saying.
I'm just saying I really like Mateta. I think he's great.
Mateta's quality. Look, Arsenal scouts are no fools. I mean, if we were sort of thinking about Mateta, could he go higher? They would have looked at him, they would have analysed it, blah, 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 blah.
He's an example of a player as well. It's like a new lick of paint, right? Yes. I look at Dean Henderson as well. Yeah. Where was his career going?
Yeah.
It was going the same way that Aaron Ramsey's career was going, and you get a manager in, and it adds a new coat and makes him look like a shiny toy.
All of those. I think it's Melisandre's example. I remember being in the Premier League at Watford. Appreciate he's a few years old now. He was always such a frustrating player at Watford. Had the pace, the power, but so inconsistent. And you look here, taking his game to another level in terms of those decision-making moments of final third. It feels like Glaston's the sort of coach who's just improving everybody.
But even Will Hughes, I know he's not playing today. Will Hughes in the midfield next to Adam Wharton looks like a good player. Will Hughes just been a decent player.
He's playing the best football of his career.
Yeah.
I would say definitely. A manager can do that, and I think as well, if you're playing for a particular manager in a particular system and it's working, sometimes you're a bit like, do you know what? Life is flipping good. Do you want to go out of that? And that's not necessarily unambitious. You're saying, no, this manager gets the best tune out of me that I've ever heard. So it's.
You think Glaston's one of the best managers in the Premier League?
I mean, that's a
yes, just because of what he did at Frankfurt as well.
And the Palace as well.
And the Palace, yeah. So
punching well above.
Pound for pound, if we're going to use boxing.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I can do that.
He's got to be in the mix. I mean, I suppose you're reluctant to say that because of maybe more sort of mid-table finishes. But this season, the way they're playing and what they're doing, I don't think they're going to end up in the Champions League positions. With Pep Guardiola as a waning force, then maybe he is one of the best ones.
Chelsea flattering to deceive, possibly.
I think if you win an FA Cup at a club like Palace, mate, they're unbeaten in the last 17 games.
They got the and also they got a cracking chance in the Conference League this year.
Yeah,
he's already Palace. I mean, he's one might argue he's the best manager in their history because he's delivered them their first major trophy.
Yeah.
I mean, Palace fans might say, well, what about such and such and such? But, he's up there. In the same way David Moyes at West Ham is one of the best managers in their history. So, that's what trophies get you.
So it is finally half-time. There was a delay in that Liverpool game, slightly later half-time than normal, but it's half-time at Selhurst Park. Palace 1, Liverpool 0, but Palace only going in 1-0 at half-time. I have no idea how. Well, Alice has made some good saves, and there's been some poor finishings. We're about to get underway in our other games at 3 o'clock because they finish on time. We'll take one more quick break then on talkSPORT Goals, and then when we come back, we'll be watching the second half of our 3 o'clock games. A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We're with William Hill, 18+, GambleAware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Quakey Rafari, and Marcus Speller. And also Lee Phelps as well from William Hill as well. Let's not forget that.
I was hid round here.
Chuck a few more Portuguese players into the mix who have come from
no, honestly, I probably
Fernandes has done okay, you'd say. You know, Bernardo Silva.
Bernardo Silva's from Monaco. He went with Monaco and then.
Yeah, good. That's
all right.
Good, yeah.
All right.
You did say from Portugal.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Why don't you leave it at Cristiano Ronaldo? I think you won the argument when
Jose
you threw
Mourinho.
out the Cristiano Ronaldo was quite good coming from Portugal, right?
I just don't really. Yeah,
I know what your point is. They get what happens is it's like hyperbole. They get overhyped. They come here. They come to the Premier League, and it's not quite the level.
Not even just
Dutch players are the same.
Yeah, that's it. All like Jackson Martinez. Remember Jackson Martinez for Porto? He scored like so many goals.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
And then he
Went
goes
to Atletico,
and it just doesn't work. Like I don't know. I'm not too sure about the numbers in the Portuguese league. And
some players in certain leagues. I mean, you could say that players who've done it in the Premier League. You know, they've got they try it in different leagues. I do take your point.
It's the best league in the world, though, Mark. And it's very rare that you score loads of goals in the Premier League and you go elsewhere and you don't score loads of goals. It doesn't happen that often.
Can't say Cristiano Ronaldo for that one.
About to get underway in the second half in our Premier League game. Chelsea leading Brighton by a goal to nil. Enzo Fernandez scoring an early header for Chelsea, who are without Cole Palmer today. Palace leading Liverpool by a goal to nil. The goal scorer is Mela Sarr after 9 minutes, but Palace have been all over Liverpool. Hit the post. There's been a couple of bad misses, a couple of really good saves from the goalkeeper, Alisson. Palace 1, Liverpool 0. The only two sides at the moment unbeaten in the Premier League. Leeds 1, Bournemouth 1. Bournemouth took the lead thanks to an Antoine Semenyo free kick. Joe Rodon equalised just before half-time. City 1, Burnley 1 is perhaps the surprise result. Jane Anthony equalising just before half-time. Forest, Sunderland, Spurs, Wolves still to come today in the Premier League. Charlton 1 up at home to Blackburn in the Championship. Ipswich 2, Portsmouth 0. Sheffield United played 6, lost 6, drawing away at Oxford at the moment. Preston, Bristol City, both sides have had decent starts to the season. Goalless in that game. Sheffield Wednesday could go back-to-back victories in the Championship. 1 up at home to QPR, who go into today's game having won their last 3 games in the Championship. Middlesbrough top of the table, drawing away at Southampton 0-0. Southampton under Will Steele, just 1 win so far this season. Back down in the Championship. Stoke 0, Norwich 1, Watford 0, Hull 1. In the Scottish Premiership, we know that Rangers are struggling, so it's Celtic and Hearts who are leading the way. Celtic and Hearts both go into today's game on 13 points. And interestingly, at half-time, Lee, Celtic 0, Hibernian 0, and Hearts leading Falkirk by 2 goals to 0. So as things stand, very early stages of the season, Hearts top of the table.
Yeah, it is interesting. You know, you kind of think, obviously, Rangers' demise this season has left an opportunity for Hearts. Tony Bloom was talking them up quite a lot before the start of the season, saying, and people were a bit like, yeah, okay, this is like the time that we could, you know, really make a move, and so it's proven, to be fair. You know, it's like they've done unbelievably well so far this season.
There was a buzz about Hearts, before the season, you know, and I mean, there often is.
He was talking like a 5-year plan, but they're really making a move.
So I want to say there often is when one of the old firm look a bit dodgy and you're thinking, okay, can we get in there? So I mean, it'd be great to see the magnificent Gorgie boys having a rare title challenge. It's been a number of years. I fear that Celtic may win the league this season.
What makes you think that, Mark? That's a bold claim from the Spellmeister.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
they're quite good at football, aren't they, up in Scotland?
Yeah, I mean, they seem to know how to win a league up there. But, I mean, Rangers have been so
bad on that. I'm possibly surprised he's maybe still.
I'm surprised he's still got a job.
Yeah, I am as well.
He said this week though that the players are as confident as they have been since he joined. So
which shows you what they thought of him at the start.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Sorry, you asked me, Marcus, to ask you what you're doing tomorrow night. Do you want to tell us what you're doing tomorrow night?
Going to see the greatest band of all time.
I take that back. I never knew that. That's
no cast, a supporting Oasis.
Have you seen them already this summer? Have I made that up?
You know, a lot of people want tickets for it, so I wouldn't like to say.
So you're going to see them twice in the same summer?
Whoa!
What's happened there?
Burnley nearly went 2-1 up there, just crept past the post. I don't know if anyone got a touch on it, but it just bobbled round the post.
Yeah, Lyle Foster gets played in down the left-hand side. He carries the ball into the box. He cuts in on his right foot, and I think it does take a deflection of Ruben Diaz. Just beats Donnarumma at the far post. So while City have had all the possession, Burnley have a couple of moments, haven't they? That comes off Kuzanov, and it goes out for a corner kick. But they've had chances, haven't they, going forward?
Tell you what, there's a shout of it.
Yeah, is that Diogo Gomez?
Yeah, he seemed to go through it all.
Was that last man, Chalobah?
Well, Chalobah looked a little bit guilty. Was that a guilty face I saw? I mean,
it did look a bit guilty.
It did. I mean, Brighton certainly thought that was a foul, and if that's a foul, possibly would be a red card, you would think.
Having a look at that.
VAR having a little look. So, yeah, Gomez was seemed to
yeah, it's they give the ball away, Chelsea, don't they? And, Gomez goes through on goal, and Chalobah, is it more just a coming together?
Yeah, it probably was.
That's not fair.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing what a replay can do. Well, I tell you what, if Diego Gomez is onside there when whoever it was won the ball and put him in, then Chalobah could be in trouble there. He really could. And like I said, it looked like he had a bit of a guilty face.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
And the referee stopped playing. This is a big VAR
so I think there's two things.
Here we go.
Yeah, checking possible red card, denial of a goal scored. I think having looked at that again, at first I thought maybe it was a coming together, but then having looked at it again, it does look like Chalobah Quake who just trips him up, no? Yeah. And if he gives a foul, he's got to be a red card because he's going to go through on goal.
I think we might see a red card.
Yeah, I think we'll see a red. In the World Preview
Oh, look at that. No, Chalobah.
That's a foul.
It's a
His
foul.
left knee
Gomez
clatters into Gomez.
Can't be red.
It's
But
definitely
we
a foul.
saw
and
in the Man United game the player not get a red card because it was in the box.
Don't make it right.
I know, no, yeah, this is a red. It's
This
because
is
it's
outside
outside
the
box. So this is outside box.
Yeah.
But in the Man United game, it was denial of a goal scoring opportunity. It was only a yellow card.
Is that your defence?
No, there's no defence.
Referee got it wrong at Brentford.
This is another red card.
Bit of West
Yeah.
London solidarity here.
So there's clear. Chalobah clatters Gomez from
Looks like, from
behind.
that angle, it looks like he gets the ball first, but I think it's actually.
In the world pre-VAR, they're saying it's good defending. He's shepherding, but in the world where we look back
But basically, what you've just said there, in a world where we can't have a look at the incident again,
Yeah.
no one knows, no one sees the foul.
No one sees the mistake.
yeah, but no one's.
Here we go.
Referee's going to go over.
You know he's going to give this as a foul.
Well, we know when they go over 99 times out of 100, they change their mind.
What are the actual stats on that going over to the screen? Is there anyone?
I don't know. That's a factual
But
stat,
it feels
but
like
right, doesn't it?
100%.
So Fofana's injured, Tosin's injured, Chalobah's now going to be sent off. You got some real problems, don't you, with centre back?
Yeah, we have got problems. I just can't believe it's not going to be another red card.
Who's that who gave the
Did
ball
he get
away
the
there?
ball? No,
Sorry.
did he get the ball though? Who got the ball there? Can you see
Yeah,
that?
it's a difficult one for the ref. I mean, all the players coming over, the referee telling them to back
that's
off.
the incident before. That's Hato on
Mitoma.
Matoma.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're watching that first.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I mean,
See
yeah.
if it's offside.
Well, I think Chelsea's best defence here would be, I mean, presumably it wouldn't be offside. That would have already been checked. It's just whether... Yeah, no, there's absolutely no way Chalobah gets the ball. Gomez...
He touches the ball with his other foot, I think. That's what pushes it on. See there, he touches the ball.
I
with
see
his
what
other
you
foot.
mean.
He doesn't get that. I don't think he gets enough of the ball.
No. So
Chalobah.
he's not in control of the
toe
ball.
end.
No, I'm surprised the refs are looking at this. I think Chalobah, look at that left knee.
It was a foul all day long.
Clatter into Gomez's left leg.
I mean-
and I think it's a clear foul. And I think you're giving that as a foul. He's 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper.
I don't know
isn't
why
he?
he's keep watching it.
No, I know. I'm surprised.
I mean, Chelsea got away with one when Josh King, was scored for Fulham.
There was that Palace free kick as well, first day of the season. Which sometimes they're given, sometimes.
They've got. They've got a history of getting dodgy decisions.
Well, the referee is still having a look at this and still having a look.
He
And
might.
Come on, ref, put us out of our misery.
He might not give it.
here comes the referee. He's going to announce it. We can't hear this. Yeah, he's going to change the decision, and he's surely going to send off Chalobah here, isn't he?
Is he going back pocket?
Well, he's talking to the crowd. We can't hear it.
Yeah.
But I think he's about to tell everyone that he's
Chance
denying
for
it.
Leeds.
Oh, Leeds have a shot that takes a deflection. Brennan Harrison goes out for a corner kick. Is he reading a book here to the crowd, or is he explaining to them the decision here?
He's given it. I think he's going red card.
He has to give. If he gives foul, he has to go
he's going
red
for his
card.
pocket, red card.
Red card. Chalobah has been sent off. It's really poor play from Hato to give the ball away. Matoma gives it to Gomez, who fresh off scoring 4 goals. Chalobah clatters him from behind.
He knew.
Free kick, and he's still 1 goal. So I think it's got to be a red card.
Chalobah's facial expression has not changed since after he did that. When he walked off the pitch, it was exactly the same expression he had after making that challenge. He knew. He knew. Diego Gomez was pretty confident as well.
Yeah.
And it's the right decision. There's absolutely it. Brighton have harried Chelsea at the back. Much has been made of how Chelsea have been playing out of the back and all that kind of stuff. Well, it's undone them there because they keep losing it. I mean, we've seen Liverpool doing that at Selhurst Park. But this is, I'm afraid, isn't it, Kwaku, that this is a typical Chelsea this season, you could even say last season performance, where they've coughed and spluttered a bit. OK, they're a goal to the good. Now they're a man down and they're under the cosh, but it's been far from convincing.
Oh, far from convincing. Josh Ashenprong's coming on now. He's a very, very good young defender. Who's coming off? Is it Andres?
Esteval.
No, Andres.
Sorry, Andres. Sorry.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult now. It's going to be very, very difficult. The thing is, I like that move because last week he was heavily criticised for substitutions he made after the Robert Sanchez sending off. I like this. This still gives you an outlet. So say...
That was outrageous last week.
Last week
was just like...
Honestly, I was in the blender, Mark. I was watching the game with you two, with Lee and producer Jamie, and I couldn't believe the first 20 minutes.
Longstaff.
What a hit from Sean Longstaff. Leeds 2, Bournemouth 1. This is a fantastic strike.
I haven't seen it.
Volleys it across the goalkeeper from the right-hand side. The goalkeeper doesn't move. Leeds take the lead at home to Bournemouth. Their home form this season's been fantastic. And right after the break, it's a...
Liverpool.
Oh, he's given a free kick. Isak went up and challenged Henderson. He got his head to the ball first. It just went wide, but it's going to go out for a foul anyway. Have a look at the strike here, boys, from Longstaff. He holds himself at the back post. Ball comes in from the left, and his effort across goalkeeper gives Petrovic no chance.
We've been talking up Leeds, and there you go.
and the place would have erupted as well. That went, and you could see it. I mean,
sorry, it comes off the post on the inside.
yeah.
It doesn't go across the goalkeeper.
Does he slice it?
Yeah, I think so. It comes off the post and goes into the far corner.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's as sweet as the strikes. Oh, no,
that's a
No,
proper
it's
one.
a fantastic strike.
Come on, boys.
Don't mean to take anything away from that.
on Chelsea, worst disciplined team in the Premier League. They already were before today, and now you've gone on to 13 yellows and 2 reds. I mean, that you just can't.
Yeah.
Again, as a top team, you need to be able to, maintain your discipline as well.
That speaks to Chelsea last year had the youngest squad.
Oh, Palace should score. Oh, how did Palace not score?
Oh, they're still alive.
That is remarkable. It's a really, really good, dangerous ball across goal from the left-hand side. I think it's Munoz who arrives late at the back post and he just can't convert it goalwards. Have a look at this replay here. Again, it's a great ball in from the left-hand side. And Munoz, he has to score at the back post.
Yeah.
I think he tries to slide it in. I think he'd almost hit that first time. What a chance that is for Palace.
It's another one, yeah. Absolutely.
So where are we at? Chelsea 1, Brighton 0. Chelsea down to 10 men. Chalobah has been sent off. Brighton didn't score from the free kick. Longstaff scores for Leeds against Bournemouth. Leeds 2, Bournemouth 1. Bournemouth taking the lead in that game. Still Palace 1, Liverpool 0. They've just started though in the second half of Selhurst Park. A slightly later second half kickoff. There was a delay in the first half. And the perhaps surprising result so far of the afternoon is City 1, Burnley 1. There's another goal in the Championship at Hillsborough. QPR have equalised away at Sheffield Wednesday. Nicholas Madsen scoring for QPR. Sheffield Wednesday 1, QPR 1.
The bet builder, Man City versus Burnley. Kweku, job done. You're finished.
Thank
You're
you.
out.
I'm in trouble.
Nine corners we've had in that Man City Burnley game. 8 for City, 1 for Burnley. We need 5 goals. We've got 2 so far. We need 1 from
3
Rangers.
more goals, not 5 more goals. 3
know.
more goals.
I know,
we need 3 more goals. Yeah.
But still,
What's more likely, Rangers to score, or there to be 3 more goals in the game in total?
I think probably Rangers to score.
You think?
Yeah.
City is surely at some point going to...
Rangers to score is 9-2. Over 4.5 goals is 14-5. So yeah, Rangers more likely to have over 4.5 goals.
Yeah.
Still, and I went Florentino Card. I haven't really seen him in the game, to be honest with you. But hopefully, as the game wears on, Burnley still.
Here come Burnley. Yeah, they've got space here on the left-hand side. Can he get a shot away? Oh, Donnarumma makes a save. It's Hartman who had space on the left-hand side. He tried to beat the goalkeeper at his near post, but he pushes the ball away. And you know what? For all of Burnley being good defensively and sitting in,
what I mean.
They're not afraid, are they, at the right moments to push bodies forward like there, and they're causing City problems. And also, since City scored, have City had any clear-cut chances?
We've been quite lenient, actually. We haven't really spoken. We've spoken about Burnley. We've talked about the other games and what's been going on, particularly at Selhurst Park and the red card at Chelsea. We've kind of let Man City off a little bit here.
Yeah.
Again, I can't stress enough. I know I've said this time and time again, but was saying this about a year ago. Manchester City will not get back to the levels they had under Pep Guardiola. That's very, very obvious now for me. Yeah, towards the end of last season, you thought that they're showing a bit. What are they going to do? And look, they're still a good football team, for crying out loud. They've still got Haaland up top. They've got Doku in there. And they've now got Donnarumma in goal. So, they've got very good players. And Pep is still a good manager. But in terms of being, untouchably the best manager in the world and all that kind of stuff, his power, as well, everyone has a time, a sort of a shelf life at the very, 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 very top.
Burnley want a handball here.
Ooh, let's have a look.
Oh no, I think
O'Reilly's.
It was a cross on the left. I think it was only a couple of Burnley players that appealed for it. Ref has stopped the game.
Yeah,
but no, I think O'Reilly's arms are all there in a complete natural position,
never a penalty.
and the game will carry on. Marcus,
Isn't the sign of greatness though, Marcus, when you get knocked off your perch? For example, Sir Alex so obviously Arsenal go invincible, Chelsea go back to back. They went 3 years without winning the league title, and then he three-peated. He won 3 in a row with Cristiano Ronaldo and Wayne Rooney. Isn't the sign of greatness when you get knocked off your perch to come back stronger? You don't think Pep can do that?
No, I don't. Not at Manchester City. I quite frankly, I mean, Sir Alex Ferguson is one of the greatest managers of all time because of his ability to constantly reinvent his sides and reinvent how they played. I mean, Gary Neville said, they were essentially a counter-attacking side, which it's I think that's, that in layman's terms, that's what he's talking about there. But from the 4-4-2s with, your two sort of engine room type players in the 90s in the centre of the pitch and your tricky, your wide men and so on, to the 4-3-3s, to the, Wayne Rooney, is he up top or is he in deep? Cristiano Ronaldo making him into one of the best players ever. How he reinvented himself all the time. There wasn't that kind of clear, distinct philosophy with Ferguson like there is with Guardiola.
Yeah.
And the thing is with that philosophy, it is one of the greatest philosophies, if not the greatest of all time. He's built on the likes of Cruyff and Rinus Michels and all the rest of it. If you go back through history, Pep Guardiola is and will be remembered as one of the greatest men in the history of football. So again, what he's achieved is just breathtakingly impressive.
Palace are in. Mateta's 1-1 with the goalkeeper. Alisson makes another good save.
Gyökeres would have scored that.
The offside flag did go up, but Mateta managed to get play through on goal. They're 100%. I mean, with the way Liverpool season's going so far,
you know what's going to happen.
It would not surprise you in any way.
Yeah.
I mean, if Liverpool equalise in the 78th minute and then there is some form of late goal for Liverpool and they win another game of football, which they definitely don't deserve to win.
I agree with that. The reason why he got in there, though, was because Van Dijk caught him offside and stepped up. So, but take your point totally that Palace are more likely to get a second. But going back to Guardiola, again, one of the greatest men in the history of the game, no doubt about that, for what he did, even as a player, but not those levels, but as a manager, he's been terrific. We know that. But if you have that philosophy, and of course he's not just a one-trick pony. That was disgraceful to say about Guardiola. But the clear philosophy is there.
Yeah.
And for so long, it felt like a cheat code in football. You think, we can't get near this guy.
Yeah.
But at some point, tactics do evolve, they do change. And again, the only thing, or one area that you would say, if you were going to compare Ferguson and Guardiola, which I think is unnecessary and ultimately kind of fruitless. But, Ferguson could always adapt.
Yeah.
And I think with Guardiola, once that, as I say, that cheat code is no longer kind of hitting the spot as it once did, then what do you try and do from that? Do you invent another philosophy which is even greater than that? I don't think that would even be possible, because his Barcelona side and at times his Man City side are two of the best sides you'll ever see.
So you're saying that philosophy is now kind of
no, because
moved past it a little bit in terms of that being the dominant style of football.
In terms of him, because no one can do exactly what he does because he's Guardiola. So there's no point in, if you try and do what Guardiola does, you will never reach peak Guardiola because it was his thing.
Could you argue getting better players to play in the system will be able to?
Possibly. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a recruitment thing. I think at a period of time, people think of footballers. How long do they have at the top?
Yeah.
Well.
Who is it?
Mateus Nunes scores. It's not. He had a shot just before that goal from outside the box, which just went over. But Man City do take the lead again against Burnley. Man City 2, Burnley 1. Ball came into the box. Haaland did really, really well to win the ball, and it came to Mateus Nunes. And from close range, he slotted the ball into the back of the net. Man City 2, Burnley 1. It looks like the Man City players all look a little bit relieved. Doku down the left-hand side plays the ball infield to Phil Foden. Quick feet. Gives it back out to the edge of the box, stuck up to the back post. Haaland does really well to win the initial header, and Mateus Nunes' first time ball, he beats Martin Dubravka from close range.
Lovely finish that.
Great header from Haaland as well.
Yeah.
I mean, to control that and keep it in play. Brilliant. Bournemouth have made a triple substitution, by the way, as they tried to get back into the game at Ellen Road.
And Liverpool, interestingly, made a change at half-time. Cody Gakpo came on for Conor Bradley, so it looks like Dominic Szoboszlai will go to right back, won't he? And it'll be a bit more of a 4-2-3-1, with Wirtz playing more centrally and Gakpo going out to the left-hand side. A big goal in the Championship, by the way. Southampton only one win so far this season under Will Still, taking on top of the table Middlesbrough. Southampton taking the lead at home to Middlesbrough after 65 minutes. Hampton 1, Middlesbrough 0. Also some equalisers in the Championship. Stoke 1, Norwich 1, Stoke equalising, and Watford equalised at home to Hull City. Watford 1, Hull 1.
Do you think he was tempted to? Oh yeah, you're talking about Guardiola. Yeah. So yeah, I think
you think he can get back?
I think wait and see. Because
I think we've seen enough.
No,
I don't mean that as in I think I've seen enough to.
Yeah.
I'm going with that.
Yeah.
I understand people wait and see, and perhaps people might say, "Come on, he deserves a bit more respect." This is not a disrespectful opinion. This is me saying that for for people often think that players, obviously because of the physical demands of football, you can only be at the top for so long. There's a reason why Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi are playing where they are. Two of the finest players that have ever played the game, that were at the top and hitting just out of this world numbers for so long. At some point their bodies were going to go, okay, you're not 28 anymore, kind of thing, lads. We often don't think of it like this, but is there a suggestion to say, well, actually, hang on a minute, can managers stay at that elite level?
Fergie did.
But Ferguson, that was his genius. So Ferguson wasn't, in terms of football philosophy, you probably won't hear him mentioned among even Jurgen Klopp, I'd say, would have a more defined philosophy of playing than Ferguson. So I think that was his genius, was being able to develop and evolve with everything without having as a discernible, say, playing style. But they were different days. But what chance?
Oh, that's really good keeping there from Sanchez.
He's taken.
Minty got played down the left-hand side. He put in a dangerous ball across goal, and fair play there to Sanchez because he had to come, put his body on the line, and there was no pushing and parrying there. He just dealt with the ball. Chelsea won, Brighton 0.
Sometimes when Robert Sanchez dives in like that, it doesn't work out well, but you got that right. You got to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
But yeah, so with Guardiola, I would say that, when did he take over at Barcelona? Was it 2008?
2008, yeah.
2008. What are we, 2025? I mean, really, up until, the season before last, I mean, how he was operating was untouchable.
Yeah.
It was incredible that he only, what would he have won, 3 Champions Leagues, 2 with Barcelona and 1 with Man City?
Yes.
So, that's the only surprise. But then Ferguson said he was disappointed that he only won 2 Champions Leagues.
Yeah.
I say only. I mean, my goodness, it's 2 more than all of us put together.
Yeah.
So
we're just 1 year. We're just over a year removed from winning the league. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They might win the league this year.
They're not going to win the league this year.
Man City.
They're not, are they? Look at Sam's face.
I have to say,
look at Lee's face.
There is absolutely no chance City win the league.
That's what I mean. I just
City come above not just Arsenal but Liverpool as well.
To me, this is more stretched out. At Barcelona, you had a more mini sample.
But we all agree.
Oh, what a save from Henderson! I think that was Wirtz who came onto a ball from close range. Henderson sticks out a right arm.
Oh,
keep Wirtz out, and Man City have their third goal against Burnley. Oscar Bob, who's just come off the bench. So City 3, Burnley 1, and Dean Henderson there, Quaky, with a big save to deny Florian Wirtz. But it's better for Liverpool though in this second half. A little bit more control, a little bit more possession. Belabra and Matoma coming off. He saw Belabra a lot, by the way. Danny Welbeck and Gruder coming on. Brighton, since Chelsea, by the way, Quake, we've gone down to 10 men. I think Brighton haven't asserted anywhere near enough dominance.
Mate, that's literally what I was going to observe. Chelsea have been good since we've gone down to 10 men. We actually tried to start playing.
Better than last week.
Well, that's the funny thing. They know how to play. As they away at Newcastle last season, they were excellent. Yeah. Down to 10.
Yeah.
It's a funny old one with Chelsea, isn't it? It looks like an own goal, by the way, at Manchester City. Liverpool, I tell you what, are turning the screw here, as you'd expect from the champions, but they do look a bit better, but they can get caught. Canate deals with that.
I think it's so interesting how you lot just dismiss the fact that City definitely can't win the league. They're a minute away from beating Arsenal last week. Yeah, and we all think Arsenal can win the league.
Yeah, but I think
Liverpool a stronger squad. The Arsenal are better and stronger team than Man City.
As they showed on the day. Liverpool are distinctly the best team in the league. Arsenal are distinctly the second best team in the league. Manchester City, I did think were distinctly the third best team, but
do you think Man City go to Anfield and play? Obviously, maybe this season. And play like how Arsenal played?
Look at the way that.
They'll play how they played against Arsenal.
Look at the way Man City played against Arsenal.
Exactly. Yeah. It's an admission.
Man City did the same thing at the Emirates as what Arsenal did at Anfield. No,
it's an admission of we're not the best. They're better than us. That's what that is.
Who was that? Was that Welbeck?
When Man City set up like that against Arsenal, they are admitting, Arsenal are a stronger side than us. We have got 2 very, very good 2 world beaters, especially when Haaland up top, who can cause damage. And as you showed, they score they scored the goal. Yeah. But they're setting up in a way to say, right, let's just try and frustrate him. I don't think it wasn't even Mourinho at Chelsea, when he a great performance when they went to Man City and won 1-0. I think Ivanovic scored that.
Yes.
That was a controlled 1-0, even though, it wasn't controlled for Man City. It was let's keep them at arm's length. And fair enough, it nearly worked. But I think they'll do that away to Anfield as well. You may even see it away at St James's Park, depending on on how Newcastle are getting on. I don't see them winning the league.
We've just seen, by a really, really good bit of defending there from Reece James. Brighton, for the first time, managed to play through Chelsea. Ruta plays in a really good ball to Minter. It looked like Minter was going to get a shot away, but fair play to Reece James. He used so much pace and power to get in front of Minter and managed to stop him from getting his shot away. Carl, me and you, Lee, both winced at the same time because Kyle Walker had so much space for Man City down the right-hand side. He should have put a better ball in the box. Palace are in here.
Come on, get this in the goal.
What are you doing? Come on!
Now that's the Alisson factor right there.
Come on!
That is the Alisson factor right there. Was that Sarr who went in?
Yeah, I think it was.
Sarr runs through. He has to shoot. And he thinks, I'm up against the big man.
I think passing might be the right option here, Marcus, but it's just a bad pass.
Evidently not.
Bad pass.
Well, no, I think the right option, the wrong execution. He's got his mate literally to passing.
But the defender, he's got to look up there.
No, it's just a bad pass, Marcus. He literally had his mate 2 yards to his left-hand side.
I don't know. I think if you have the chance
maybe,
to shoot, because you know Will Hughes is coming on.
Yeah.
Will Hughes.
They need a bit of Hauser in the centre of the pitch.
Will Hughes on for Wharton. So Palace 1, Liverpool 0, 61 gone. Leeds 2. Bournemouth. What a massive win that be for Leeds? Another home victory for Leeds this season, of course. Oh! Was that Jack Harrison who tried his luck from distance, pushed the ball away? Brighton now on the attack at Stamford Bridge.
Screw a little bit.
Gruder. Back to Ruta, but Moises Caicedo, who's been outstanding all afternoon, manages not just to win the ball back, he then manages to go on a dribble and sets Pedro Neto away. Brighton down to 10 men, Man City 3, Burnley 1. Lee, are the odds changing much?
Yeah, one thing on Will Hughes, I had him down as a yellow card chance. Obviously didn't start the game, so I didn't mention it, but 4 yellows already this season. I know there's not that long left in the game. Well, actually, they've got a bit of extra time, haven't they? But so I still don't mind that. Having a look at it, you have to look in play, obviously. But if he is being sent in there to be a bit more of an enforcer, have a look at that one. In terms of the odds, 4-5 Palace, 2-1 the draw. Liverpool 4-1 to turn it round. Can it interest you in 2-1 for the draw? Palace Liverpool. If they get one, I think they win it. If Liverpool
that's the thing. I think either side wins it.
Man City, obviously, heavy odds on favourites to win that one now. Rangers to score any time out there at 6-1.
My one, so 5 goals I went for that. Yeah, I fancy City to get 2 more here.
We're on
Haaland!
There he is.
Oh, by the way, triple captain Haaland. He's got an assist, but that's not what you're after, is it?
They've kind of. I mean, I appreciate they've, conceded 3 goals, but they've actually done an all right job on Haaland. The Burnley defenders, they've reduced him to very, very little.
Does this concern you, Sam? The Liverpool game.
So I feel like I'm repeating myself every week. The performances aren't good every single week, probably apart from maybe the first half last weekend in the Merseyside derby. But yet we're still winning games of football. Well, so I'm not sure. Like, I obviously want us to be better and control games better and dominate.
Danny Welbeck.
Goal! It's just
missed.
wide.
He's missed it.
That is inches. Danny Welbeck just off the bench, drags his shot wide, but Brighton in the last 5 or so minutes, Quaku, just starting to turn the screw a little bit.
Yeah, turn the screw.
He sets in. He should score.
He missed.
I thought that was going in.
He does so well. He's like playing down the left-hand side, quick feet to almost shrug off a couple of Palace defenders, but then his effort just goes wide of the far post. But it's a really good ball. I think he does really well to carry the ball in the box and kind of sort his feet out, but he just pulls the shot wide.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to score there.
I think he does the hard bit, Marcus, doesn't he? Because he's got lots of bodies around him, quick feet to create the room, but then the finish is just lacking.
Yeah, he kind of stumbles a little bit there. I mean, maybe unlucky, you might say, but it's okay. Yeah, maybe I'm being a bit generous there.
Is Mateta better than Isak Quaku? Do you want to give us that one, maybe?
Well, in this game he has been, although he's missed more chances.
Can't say what I want to say.
Well, you can. I hate it when you say that. You can just say, well, this is...
You're about to libel someone. It's defamation of character.
This is an opinion-based radio YouTube show, so you can...
I think they'll score similar amount of goals this season in the league.
Okay.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
Isak and Mateta.
Yeah.
Similar, though. How many give or takes do you give?
Mateta's in! I think he's offside. Alisson said.
If you think that Visa was going to score more goals, you must think that Mateta would be around.
You must think about a dozen players who are going to score more goals than
in my mind, I thought if he had a full season, Visa would score 18, 19, and I thought Isak would score similar kind of levels.
Yeah,
I'm not sure Mateta will quite get to that level.
Oh my goodness!
I think Isak gets about 16 league goals.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I think.
That's low, isn't it? 16. You wouldn't think. But as a Liverpool fan, you'd want 20.
Yeah, he was also starting, it feels like, kind of 6, 7, 8 games behind everybody else with his fitness and just easing his way in.
Yeah, but there's a lot of players who can score in that team, so that's probably what you're thinking there, right?
And he's not taking penalties. He's not taking penalties.
Exactly.
That's what I was thinking about the Vista thing.
Sheffield United taking the lead, by the way, Oxford. Sheffield United under Chris Wilder again, 6 games, 6 defeats, but they're 1 up away at Oxford in the Championship.
Sheffield Wednesday are ahead of Sheffield United in the league.
Everyone's ahead of Sheffield United in the league, aren't they?
After what happened last season.
By the way, Sheffield Wednesday, they're drawing home to QPR, aren't they? They were leading. They're still in the relegation zone. Yeah, Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday, and Oxford, who are in the current bottom 3. Kwaku, are you feeling slightly more worried at the moment at Stamford Bridge?
Yeah.
Chelsea 1, Brighton 0, but Chelsea down to 10 men, 40% off.
Yeah. You know, this would be a huge win if you managed to hold on.
Gusto's in it down the right. Oh, he didn't have the pace, did he?
Did you cut?
I don't think he had the pace, did he?
He's got a little bit. I don't know why.
But I think he would tell you that he doesn't. He literally did. He wanted to do anything but run there. Malo Gusto.
Yeah.
Brighton just. Here's Minter. Oh, he does really well. Achapong. He came on Dini after.
Do you fear it might be? I mean, look, I say more of the same from Chelsea last season. I appreciate they won the Conference League, but that was the easiest prediction anybody could have made. But fair play, they won it. Obviously, they won the Club World Cup. But in terms of, say, Premier League, we'll keep it. You're concerned that it might be slightly lesser or more of the same than it was last season. And when I say that, again, they qualified for Champions League, so you have to say it was a successful season.
Yeah.
But, I went to Stamford Bridge a couple of times last season, and the fans, and you see it online as well, they weren't that happy with Maresca. I thought the Club World Cup win sort of bought him a bit more credit. I wouldn't say time, because I think he's sort of fairly safe, but are you concerned that he still doesn't seem to have maybe the clearest of plans yet at Chelsea?
Yeah, do you know what it is? It's so interesting with Chelsea, because we talk about the West Ham way, and the West Ham fans want to see their team play a certain type of football. Chelsea's almost the opposite.
Yeah,
it's almost the opposite. The managers, you think about the managers that brought success to Chelsea, Jose Mourinho, Thomas Tuchel, Antonio Conte.
Yeah.
The only different type of manager was Carlo Ancelotti, but you're going to take from Ancelotti, where he was playing kind of swashbuckling football and scoring loads of goals. Chelsea fans just care about results. So when you see our team passing the ball out the back and you're not winning games, the fans aren't used to it. We're just accustomed to winning. That's why when we won the Club World Cup, when we won the Conference League, it meant so much, because at Chelsea, especially when we were built in the image of Jose Mourinho and Roman Abramovich, it was all about winning.
Totally, yeah. And the trophy hall has been impressive.
Yeah.
It's a goal.
No.
It's been coming.
What a
Danny Welbeck.
Header.
You got to be happy for Welbs. I love the guy. Come on. Danny Welbeck is one of the most sort of likeable players, I think, still in the Premier League.
Great header.
Really good. It's been coming. I thought Chelsea in the first 10 minutes after going down to 10 men seemed to control the game and manage the game pretty well, but Brighton have just been turning the screw over the last 10 minutes. One of the substitutions they made was a double sub, Gruder and Danny Welbeck coming on, and Danny Welbeck has scored the goal. You have to say, everything good Brighton have done today. Yakuba Minter has been involved in absolutely everything. This time he's on the left-hand side, up against Gusto, goes on the outside. That is, I would say, an absolutely perfect ball. He beats Gusto on the outside. It has pace on it. It has accuracy on it. Danny Welbeck's unmarked heads home, but that ball for a winger is absolute perfection, and fair play to Welbeck, in the right place at the right time. And you have to say now, Kwaku, from a Brighton point of view, you've got to fancy Brighton here to go on and win this game.
Yeah, you do now. That's heartbreaker, that one. We're seeing a return of wingers kind of taking on their fullbacks. Look at Doku, look at Noni Madueke, look at Minter, look at Grealish. Like, I think English football's healing slowly.
I love that.
And they're
was that in the podcast? Cross is coming in for a big centre forward.
We referenced the old kind of school.
I can't wait.
Number 9. I know it would have been good on the way down for the games. I think building up to it.
Brighton 19-10, so just under 2-1 to win this.
Nice, another ball whipped in.
That was never going in.
Well, I'm allowed to, get excited about my team having an opportunity.
I don't think you are.
That's a decent chance. Cross comes in from the left-hand side. Isak gets above everybody, and his header just goes over the bar. What's that, Jamie? Where's there a penalty?
Well, there was chat about Man City. Doku went through.
Oh, Doku went through. Apologies.
I mean, he seemed to have. He actually stayed on his feet and got the shot away. which probably meant that he actually didn't get the penalty. But he felt aggrieved, and you could see that the defender did have a bit of a nibble on him.
Ooh, bit of a nibble. Liverpool are going to make some change. It looked like Frimpong was one of the players on. So we've got, in most of the games, around 15 minutes or so to go. Here are the scores then in the Premier League. Chelsea 1, Brighton 1. Danny Welbeck just equalising for Brighton. Brighton just 1 win so far this season. Palace, Liverpool, the only 2 teams unbeaten in the Premier League. As things stand, that will just be Palace. Palace leading by a goal to nil. Bournemouth will 1 up at Leeds, playing really well. Leeds, though, back in the game and winning by 2 goals to 1. Man City, Burnley went to half-time at 1-1. City, though, cruising in the second half, 3-1 up. The latest scores in the Championship, Charlton leading Blackburn by a goal to nil. Ipswich 2 up at home to Portsmouth. Sheffield United 10 minutes away from their first point and potentially points to the Championship season. They're 1 up away at Oxford. Preston, Bristol City, 2 surprise packages so far this season. Goalless. Sheffield Wednesday 1, QPR 1, and Middlesbrough, top of the table, have just equalised away at Southampton. Southampton 1, Middlesbrough 1, Stoke 1, Norwich 1, and Watford, who were 1 down at home to Hull, have turned things around in the space of 15 minutes second half. Watford are 2-1 up against Hull in the Championship. In the Scottish Premiership, the William Hill Scottish Premiership, as things stand, Hearts set to go top of the table. They're beating Falkirk by 3 goals to nil. Celtic goalless at home to Hibernian. Boys, how are you feeling going into the final 15 minutes of these games?
I'd love it if Hearts could stay top of the league at the end of the day. Go on, the Gorgie boys.
So Bosley's got space.
Do you know what? We were saying this earlier, that Palace really know how to set up to frustrate against a better side. Well, the dynamic is now set in. Liverpool are chasing that equaliser and they're going for it. They will leave gaps at the back, and Palace will get maybe 1 or 2 more opportunities. It seems to be the case that no matter how many more opportunities they get today, Alisson is going to deny them, or they're going to make the wrong decision. Can Liverpool score? It looks like they are turning the screw, and straight into Dean Henderson's hands. Dean Henderson's a good game.
Yeah, and I think Gahey as well. Gahey, obviously, who Liverpool would love to be playing for Liverpool. Lots of balls in the box. He's dealing with everything so far really, really well.
Well, if Gahey's playing for Liverpool today, then it's
and there, look at that clearance there, Marcus.
Yeah, the scoreline is not going to be this, is it? Quite frankly. But, coulda, woulda, shoulda. It would be a great win for Palace if they could do this. I fancy them, like I said at the start, them to do something.
By the way, also, as things stand, Palace will be second in the table. I know it's very early to look at league tables, but Palace second in the table after losing Ezra. Lots of people thought they maybe had a quiet window, given they got European football this season, maybe needed to not just strengthen the 11, but strengthen the squad. 6 games, 3 wins, 3 draws, second in the table. I mean, Ollie Glasner, what job he's doing.
But they kept Glasner. That was the key.
Yeah, true.
And that's why, when the report suggested, didn't it, that Glasner put his foot down and said, if Gay goes, then I go. He kind of denied that, I think. But Glasner is, he's the key man there. And if Glasner's there, then they're going to be absolutely fine. Chance here for Palace. Yeah.
On our bet builder, by the way, is it just the Reinders goal we're waiting on?
No.
And
we need another one.
Goal. Another goal, and I had Florentino Lewis card. He's had 7 tackles.
No card.
No card.
Bet builder's over.
Oh,
no, I get the man who comes on.
Oh, is that right?
That's right. Yeah, whoever comes on carries on your bet with the impact. So.
Oh, Bernardo's coming on.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, we'll have some of that.
Yeah, there we go.
We'll have a look. Or is it Rico Lewis? Which one's the substitution?
Yeah, we do.
It should be Bernardo. It should be Bernardo, shouldn't it?
I can get them both, can't I?
Yeah.
Breaks on. Malagusto is shocking.
What are we looking at?
Shocking.
Yeah, quickly, talk to me about Chelsea. How are you feeling about Chelsea? Burnley,
go on.
Oh, he just can't sort his feet out from a throw which City didn't clear. I feel a bit for Burnley. I feel like Burnley have had lots of tough games and have been unlucky in lots of these games. Kwaku, how would you assess Kayes is coming from Liverpool, by the way. How would you assess his performance so far from Chelsea?
Oh man, it's hard to assess when you get.
You're a bit down at the moment.
It's bitty.
Oh man, we're just. I've written off the season, like you said. It's gonna be
written off the season.
Written off the season. So
6 games, mate.
You got Jose Mourinho's Benfica turning up on Tuesday.
We'll finish in the top 4.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure of that.
That's writing off the season.
Oh, yeah. Do you see? He just booted him in the head.
No, there wasn't a boo. I think he might have left a knee in there.
No, he booted him in the head.
I think he booted him in the head.
Watch the replay. Look at the replay.
Minter going in on Sanchez. Sanchez collects the ball.
Watch. Bang!
Oh, he does actually.
He's trying to jump over Sanchez.
Sure, Michael switched him.
He knocked him out.
He's trying to.
I think he did
do the right thing, even it up. No.
Come on.
Leeds are in, Bogle's in. Oh, that's a really, really good defence. Leeds 2, Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1, Brighton 1, City 3, Burnley 1. Right, so you think you're going to come top 4, but we're writing the season off?
Real quick, Sanchez should have gone down there. He should have gone down and made a meal of it. And the referee would have had to look at it.
Can Chelsea win a cup this season?
No. I would love us to win like a League Cup or an FA Cup. We've got a poor record in those recently. My goal as a Chelsea fan, now I've seen the team assessed it, go on a nice fun run in the Champions League, try and make the quarterfinals, finish in the top 4.
Your season isn't. You can't write your season off then just yet, can you?
Writing off in terms of doing big things. I'm a Chelsea fan, right? And I've seen us win it all. I've seen us win all of the trophies multiple times.
Well done.
Do you want me to get the violin out for you here?
No, I don't. I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm just telling you that my season's written off.
Sorry, can you please elaborate on why your season's written off in September?
Because
in terms of winning the title,
the title in the Champions League, yeah.
Chelsea they'll probably win the Champions League. They'll probably find a way. Do you know what I mean, or something?
That's what I want. I want that kind of.
I think
I've written off.
You can't write it off. Yes.
But no, but.
What's happening here? Dean Henderson again.
Finishing in the top 4 is like not a trophy. It's not a trophy.
No, but they can do something. They can. I think in the Champions League they could really warm up to that competition. And if the Club World Cup's anything to go on, then Maresca in one-off games, can set his team up to be a bit of a cup team. You've got to say in the cups. I understand that they were odds-on favourites to win the Conference League last season, but they still won it. And the Club World Cup, as we say, for whatever that's worth, which I think it's obviously worth a few quid. It's good enough for the Oval Office
and prestige, and prestige,
as it sits by the President of the US, for whatever that's worth. But I think there is a battle definitely for who is the sort of the 4th, 5th best side in England. In fact, do you know what? With Man City, I still think Man City the 3rd best side.
Yeah.
But it's not. I don't think it's outrageous to think that maybe Newcastle, Chelsea, these are the teams you're really looking at. Villa have shown that they're not at it this season so far. Right? It would be quite the turnaround, you would have to say. I tell you what, Chiesa could be in trouble with that one.
In trouble.
And if the referee looks at that again, he may well. Did he get booked? I don't think.
Yellow card.
He got a yellow card. I mean, that was studs up on. Was it Munoz? I think Chiesa's.
Another referee gives the red card for that.
I think Chiesa's a bit lucky there to only get a yellow card. I think I'm surprised VAR maybe didn't recommend him having a look at that.
Yeah.
Bernardo Silva has just come on for Rangers. 4 goals against Burnley in his career.
Let's make it 5 today, Bernardo.
And kill 2 birds with one stone. You get the 5th goal in the game. And Bernardo Silva. Doku's in for City down the left-hand side. How good's Doku been, by the way, this season?
Yeah, amazing.
He feels like a different player. Amazing. So much more consistent and better in the final third.
You'd hope that with Pep. He's great at doing that with players. I mean, Raheem Sterling being an obvious one. When you go there, you just...
Grealish, do you get the best out of Grealish?
Well, I mean, clearly, because Grealish was a more often than not a starter in a treble-winning season. So you have to say...
But you didn't got the best out of Jack Grealish's talents?
No.
It depends how you look at that. I mean, we like the swashbuckling Grealish, Euro 2020, when everyone was clamouring for him to come on for England and all that kind of good stuff. So maybe not in terms of the individual, but he made him a very important part of the collective. And that could be
penalty for Brighton!
Could be a penalty.
Penalty for Brighton. There's a high boot. Gusto on Minter.
So that's a kick in the head, but the other one's not kicking in the head.
Minter's going down, holding his head.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what a kick in the head's a kick in the head. Because, do you know what I mean? Why are you shaking your head?
Kwaku.
What are we? No, we're being serious here.
I'm being serious. Kwaku. When was it? I forget who. When he goes in on Robert Sanchez,
he boots him in the back of the head.
He's trying to jump out the way.
And what's he trying to do here? Clear the ball.
Oh, I tell you what, that's should be that's
a penalty.
If that's outside the box, he gives out as a foul. Minter gets his head to it. Gusto,
that's a penalty.
kind of without looking, tries to clear the ball.
That's a penalty.
And his boots high. And he makes contact with it. If it's outside the box, he gives out a foul every single day of the week.
It's kicking off.
Here we go. Oh, it properly is.
Going to drag him up.
It's kicking off.
Oh, it is kicking off. Oh, here we go. Duncan Badiashile going at it. This is what we like.
And this is
what we like.
Oh, this is a proper coming together.
I don't see much of this anymore.
Sanchez was.
Can I just say quick? If there was an incident outside the box, right, where the ball's in the air and the player gets his head to it first, and then the player's boot makes contact with that would be given as a foul outside the box.
Cool.
Okay?
And my point is the kick on the kick on the head on Robert Sanchez.
No, but Quaker, the kick on the head on Robert Sanchez is Sanchez goes to get the ball, and who was it that went?
Minter boots him in the back of the head.
But Minter is jumping out the way.
VAR is having a look at a possible foul. Minter gets his head to it first, and then Marcus Gusto's boot makes contact with his head.
He will give this as a penalty.
I like.
You know the one though. When he runs at Robert Sanchez, he then jumps over the keeper, as we see players do. But as he does that, Sanchez gets up, and in trying to get out the way, his boot does flick him on the head.
Also, but it's not the same. Just forget about that incident for a second. That's almost irrelevant now. Yes or no, Quaker? When you look at that,
You're trying to tell me that's not a penalty? Get over it, man. Come on.
Do you think that's a penalty, Quaker? Yes.
Come on.
Well, it is what it is. They're going to give a penalty.
He can't even bring himself out. Look at that still shot.
Look at Minter milking that. Like, come on.
Yeah, but isn't that what good players do, though?
And Sanchez should have done it.
Okay, fine. But that, right now, that's irrelevant.
That's penalty.
I think it's poor and reckless from Gusto.
There's a penalty then. It's a penalty.
It's not reckless if you don't know someone's running in behind you. You're just clearing the ball.
I don't even know what the high foot rule is.
When your boot's high and the player gets his head to it first, you make contact with his head. It's a foul. It's a foul.
But if you're facing the other way and you're clearing the ball,
if I accidentally elbow you like that, that's still a foul, isn't it?
No, because that's not the same, is it?
Okay,
because elbowing isn't part of football.
So you say accidents aren't allowed to happen, right? So the accident kick from Minter on Robert Sanchez, he kicks him in the back of the head.
He doesn't.
We're talking about this incident now.
He catches him. He's trying to get out the way, and it's an unfortunate. He clips him. It's very unfortunate. It's totally different.
It's not intentional.
Has he got away with it, by the way? I think the referee.
He should get away with it. I don't think that's intentional.
Yeah. Thank you. It's some speaking sense in here.
Just a quick word for it's not often I mention Grimsby Town, but 7-1 up.
Oh, no way.
Cheltenham in League Two.
Oh, look, this is how it all kicked off. I think Van Heck was making a meal of it. The Chelsea players weren't happy, and Duncan Badiashile propping it. That's a fight I'd like to see, but two big lads going at it. Two big, strong centre halves. They've got each other by the scruff. But by the way, Chelsea got away with that.
How have they got
away with that?
That's a good decision. That's a great decision.
That is an incredibly poor decision.
Sorry. Also, by the way, Grimsby Townley, talk to us about Grimsby.
7-1 up against Cheltenham. Cheltenham had 2 men sent off. But can I just say, a brawl's in your podcast?
Oh, yeah. We love an old school brawl, don't we? Marcus, you were very adamant. Penalty, you thought Stamford Bridge.
How's he not given that as a penalty? That makes a mockery of this whole entire sport.
He was facing the wrong way.
No, because...
How does he know he's not doing that on purpose?
So the only thing I can think is that he's thinking that the Brighton player, was it Minte, doesn't have control of the ball. And it flies off his head and it goes away. That's the only thing.
Maybe they're thinking as well. Minter, if I'm playing Devil's advocate here, he almost lowers his head a little bit as well, possibly. I'm trying to think of what VAR are thinking him.
Or do you think they think Minter shouldn't be on the pitch, so that's why we're going to let him get away with it?
Quaku, can you please act mature?
Yeah.
Acting like a child.
We'll be off air in about half an hour. You can do it then, all right?
Okay, so genuinely, I thought they were going to give that a penalty. But I'm not even being silly here. Like, a kick in the head's a kick in the head if you meant to do it or didn't mean to do it. Minter kicked Sanchez in the head. And so if you give a penalty for that, you have to give him a red card, right? And I don't think you can do that because he didn't mean to do it.
No, I don't think it's necessarily a red card. To me, it's a penalty because he's fouled him. And whether you see... Because if it comes off, say, Minter's thigh and Minter goes forward and he whacks him on the leg and he goes to clear the ball and he just whacks him, that would be a penalty all day long. The only thing I can think is...
So is that not dangerous play?
Well, to me, I think that's a penalty all day long, and I cannot believe that the referee's not given it.
Because of what? Because it's dangerous play.
Yeah, because he's fouled, because he's booted him in the head, and you can say, well, he didn't see. Well, I'm sorry if you didn't see him, but there are other players on the pitch, so you can't just go around doing that. So I think that the referee, the only thing I can think is maybe he got a slight little clip of the ball, even then. But Minter doesn't have possession of the ball. It kind of flies away from him. It's the only thing I can sort of think there.
Haaland gets it done.
Yeah. Well, we've got an assist and a goal for Haaland, dribble captain. Johnson Brighton!
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Brighton win it. Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 1, Brighton 2. Absolute limbs in the away end. What a moment for Brighton. They look set to win their second game of the season. A header from close range. Unbelievable scenes.
I mean, look, after that awful decision by the referee on behalf of all Fulham fans when we were on the wrong end of one at Stamford Bridge, when whoever it was, Crystal Palace, that was a winning goal. Well, I say winning goal, there's still about 8 minutes to go because there's so much VAR time. But yeah, that was coming. It was deserved. Chelsea are the architects of their own downfall. I mean, they were 1-0 up and then they, sending off.
It was a Yari with a whipping ball from the left-hand side. Dunk wins the header at the back post, goes back across goal, and there's a free header. I'm trying to see who that was who put the ball in the back of the net. But Lewis Dunk does really, really well. The cross in from the left, they go back across goal and header in from close range. And the ball from Ayari's fantastic. They work it short. And header from close range. Chelsea 1, Brighton 2.
Oh man, that is a killer.
Yeah, it's the Cooper that's up there, heads at home.
That's a killer. 2-2
Ellen Road. Ellen Road.
Oh,
on the 93rd minute. Goals as they go in here on talkSPORT Goal. City forward up against Burnley. Haaland does score. A late winner potentially for Brighton at Stamford Bridge. And now possibly a late equaliser for Bournemouth away at Leeds. Heartbreak for Leeds. It's a cross that comes into the box. Bournemouth win the initial header. Leeds don't clear. And it's a wonderful, wonderful scoop finish into the back of the net. Leeds 2, Bournemouth 2. Late goal in the 93rd minute. Heartbreak for Leeds, who have defended so well in this second half. They don't clear the corner. Wonderful, wonderful finish. Leeds 2, Bournemouth 2.
Beautiful.
The witching hour, man. When it gets to the last 10 minutes of the games, weird things start to happen. And yeah, fair play to Bournemouth. They fought back.
Delightful finish, that, I have to say, was it Krupi who scored?
Yeah.
That's a signal for Leeds.
Liverpool, by the way, still
also,
can't get anything.
We had that Isak chance in the second half. But other than that, this looked comfortable for Palace as Lerma's going to shoot. And a chance! No. Oh, goodness me. I tell you what, if we end up getting away with this again, this is remarkable because Palace absolutely deserve the victory here. They've been the better of the two sides. So 85 gone in that game, a bit behind there. Palace 1, Liverpool 0. Chelsea have still got 7 minutes to try and find an equaliser at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 1, Brighton 2. What a bad couple of weeks has been for Chelsea.
Shocking.
Losing in the Champions League, losing away at Man United, possibly here next game in the league, by the way,
against
is
Lincoln.
Liverpool at home. A struggle against Lincoln. City home and home.
Go on.
Do you think I should take triple captain goal and assist or not?
Yeah, take that.
Take that one. Move on.
Not too shabby, is it?
Where are we at then in the Championship? Are there any late goals in the Championship? Not
Chance
at
for
the
Liverpool.
moment.
It's a goal.
And it's Chiesa!
I don't believe it.
Federico Chiesa, by the way, has become a cult hero at Anfield. Off the bench, and he just equalised for Liverpool. 3.5 minutes to go.
And it's still...
You know what's coming here, don't you?
Yes, I do. And Haaland scored for Manchester City. So more for your triple captain, by the way.
Yeah.
Liverpool 18-1 before that goal went in to win this match. They were 3-1 for the draw. Palace 100-30 on. So Liverpool were 18-1. Let's see what they come back as. 1-1.
It's a cross on the right-hand side, and is that Richards?
I was just
he makes a bit better there.
He makes he definitely should do.
I was just looking at the stats.
He tries to make a diving header from the cross on the right-hand side, and he gets himself into an awkward position, and the ball ends up going absolutely nowhere. And then Chiesa from close range puts the ball in the back of the net. But Richards there, who's been fantastic for Palace, they're checking something here.
Come on, VAR. Did it flick someone's hand?
Did it flick Salah's hand on the way through?
Oh.
What are they checking?
They're looking possible handball here.
So I think they're looking when the ball comes in the right. Does it flick?
Well,
Salah's left arm. Is it in the air?
His arm's up. I mean, if it
is up.
Hand,
that left arm is in the most unnatural position.
Yeah, I mean, if that touches his hand, it's a goal.
Salah's saying he's being fouled though. Salah's saying his shirt's being pulled, and that's why.
So that's the did it touch his hand?
Oh, I think it might do on the way.
If it touches his hand, it makes it.
So yeah, then that
because sure you would think would mop up there. He kind of does a diving header to clear it. And it comes just off the side of his head into the path.
Full-time Etihad, City beat Burnley 5-1. All eyes, though, on Selhurst Park. This ball comes in, and just before the defender makes a meal of the header, Salah's arm is in a natural position. They're going to check two things here. Firstly, does it touch the hand? And secondly, is Salah being fouled? And therefore, is that how his hand is in a natural position? What happened at Stamford Bridge, Kwaku?
Reece James' brilliant worker down the right wing that beats Minter, gets into the box. And I think he's fouled. I also do think he dives. I need something.
The goal's been given.
The goal stands. Palace 1, Liverpool 1. Federico Chiesa off the bench and scores. Bournemouth here have a chance to win it. Back post! They managed to clear Leeds. Let's have a look at this Reece James incident down the right. Is this what I'm talking about here, Kwaku?
Does it?
Oh, he does Minter so well. He goes into the box. Oh, I think he dives there, makes a meal of it, doesn't he? He does go... No contact. Nowhere near enough contact.
If there's contact.
No way.
I don't think they'll...
The referee and the VAR think there was.
Players carried on at Stamford Bridge. We got 3.5 minutes of time added on. Chelsea 1, Brighton 2. Chelsea down to 10 men. The Leeds-Bournemouth game finishes Leeds 2, Bournemouth 2. Lee.
Yeah, we went for the draw in that one, so we got one right. The bet builder, no luck, unfortunately. You two did well. Goals landed.
Yeah.
6 goals in the end. Loads of corners. The Rangers goal and
that was a bit rogue, Marcus, wasn't it?
And my Florentina card.
Oh, did it not come in?
No, neither of those two.
Yeah.
But you got to be in it to win it, haven't you?
Indeed.
Crystal Palace, Liverpool, and this is the one now, isn't it? Can Liverpool turn this into
How much out of time do you reckon,
19 to 5 they are to win this, so just a smidgen under 4-1 to win this game.
Yeah.
Palace a 9-1 to win it, and the draw is heavy odds on as we stand now. Will we get a winner?
How many minutes injury time? What does Slot want?
I haven't. I don't remember there being 2 minutes stoppages off the top of my head. I think 4 or 5.
They'll give Liverpool 6.
Don't they get 3?
They'll give Liverpool 6.
They'll give Liverpool
I think
You get 3 at Anfield, don't you? 3 minutes at Anfield.
Right, we're about to find out right now how
up to
many
3
we're gonna
minutes
get.
at Anfield, is it?
I reckon anywhere between
if you're
4
winning
and
by
5.
1 goal against Everton.
6.
4 and 5 here, I reckon. Something like that. Palace got corner, by the way.
Yeah, they do.
Liverpool do clear. I mean, if this season is going to follow any sort of pattern, it would be Liverpool winning this game right at the end against on play. How much time have we got added on? 6 minutes added on.
Well, of course you get
The easiest prediction that anyone's made today,
like it's Liverpool. They want the drama. The script writers want the drama.
So are you then accusing?
No.
So you're telling me that the fourth official, because it's Liverpool, has given Liverpool extra time to win this game?
No.
Liverpool.
But I do think, like,
I'm asking you a question, mate.
As a man,
live on it, backing you into a corner.
as a man,
No, I'm asking him to explain his
as a man who
opinion
supports the
that
team,
will give them 6.
as a man who supports the team in the Big Six cartel, right?
Hey, there it is.
There is an unconscious bias for sure, man. Like in the game against Fulham, like of course, these bigger teams do get the rub of the green more of the time because they're the story. They're like Liverpool chasing the game. I'm not saying that it's actively on the referee or for officials' minds, but yeah, bigger teams get more minutes.
So possibly, basically, what you're saying is, if there was 5.5 minutes on his clock, he decides to go 6 as opposed to 5. Welbeck for 3. Welbeck scores!
Oh, it's that guy Welbs.
What a turnaround at Stamford Bridge.
Shot on, mate.
Danny Welbeck gets slotted through 1-on-1. He beats the goalkeeper at his near post. And Kwaku Afari, Chelsea lose again in the Premier League.
Quakey, Brighton's a place dear to your heart. You've got to be pleased for them somewhere.
No, do you know what? I despise the football team. I used to work at the stadium.
Despise the
selling
football
burgers.
Team.
Yeah. I just.
Is that why you were selling burgers at Brighton?
Yeah, at the Amex when.
Is that why you despise them? Have you seen? You've seen
in working.
You've seen how the sausages cook.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, look, Welbeck is a very likeable bloke.
Oh no, he is.
Everyone loves Danny Welbeck.
I love Welbs.
Yeah.
I love Welbs.
I'm pleased for Welbeck. Whenever he scores, I'm very pleased for him.
But this is a disaster of a week for Chelsea. Benfica to come and then Liverpool. It's not going to get much easier or better.
We're going to come back to Chelsea with you in a second, Craig, if your thoughts, but we'll just talk you guys through the final 4 minutes then of Palace 1, Liverpool 1. Into the 93rd minute, played 2 of 6 minutes added on. I tell you what, I'm saying as a Liverpool fan, it would be heartbreaking for Palace.
Oh, it would be.
They deserved all 3, let alone 1, but
They should have been more than a goal up.
They could have been 3 up at half time, couldn't they? Really?
Partly. Can they get in there? No, I mean, partly to the brilliance of Alisson.
Yeah.
Partially.
And some poor finishing as well at times?
And partially, yeah. But
Henderson.
more so poor finishing.
Henderson's made some good saves as well.
He has, but I mean, Alisson...
Superb saves.
Alisson's been in imperious form. The way he smothered the one-on-one... I mean, I'm sure the XG would suggest, I've no doubt, that Palace have...
You should hurry up.
Get a booking for a time wasted.
Paying for the draw here, mate.
The XG will say, I've no doubt that Palace should have scored more than 1 goal today. Mateta's missed 2 one-on-ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Munoz had a good chance in the first half as well. Who was the other one who had it? Pino, sorry.
Pino.
In the first half as well. And very good chances, presentable chances, which again shows you that this Liverpool team, the old cliche, can be got at. And I wonder if other teams take inspiration from it, because they don't look indestructible. I mean, few teams do.
Here it is.
Is that Frimpong, is it?
Here it is.
Bad ball.
Hey, sit down.
It's a bad ball.
That's bad microphone etiquette.
when you look at the stats, it's weird, isn't it? Because when you look at the stats, the XG was just under 2 for Palace and just over 2 for Liverpool. Total shots 15 Palace, 20 Liverpool. On target 6 Palace, 4 Liverpool. Big chances. Not sure what that means. 6 for Liverpool, 6 for Palace. So it's very even actually when you look at it. But it feels like Palace have been have had the much better chances, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When you watch.
Oh well,
actually
do you know what that pass there almost just sums up. Curtis Jones has just literally passed the ball out of play. 94 gone. Hey, you know what? Take the point. Stay unbeaten. Arsenal will go to Newcastle tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not that you guys care about Liverpool. At the top of the table.
I'd like to see a bit of a title race.
No, that's fair.
I would like Arsenal to beat Newcastle tomorrow in the spirit of that. Not because I prefer one club to the other necessarily.
See,
Although in the
What do you prefer?
I hate Arsenal.
Yeah, but you would do. You're a Chelsea fan.
Yeah.
Marcus,
what do you think
Are you more
of
the London team, or you don't really care?
I don't know. I can't think. In terms of the ownership of Arsenal, wouldn't be a huge fan of theirs personally. Prefer them to Newcastle United's owners, though.
yeah.
More on that next week.
Save it for your podcast.
We've got 1 minute and 12 seconds left, although I'm sure Quakey will come up with some sort of thing that more time will get added on to the extra time for Liverpool. Palace have got 11 behind the ball right now. Ball out to the left-hand side. Cody Gakpo comes short for Liverpool. Just maybe struggling to break down this low block. Gakpo again. And Richards with a really good tackle. And I think Munoz is going to launch this long. And Liverpool might get one more chance. Maybe go long and try and hit Isak. I'd go long, Macca.
Yeah.
I'd go long. Nope, he's going to be patient. Works out to Gravenberch. 40 seconds left. Frimpong's got it on the right-hand side. Salah. I would be tempted here in these situations to maybe try and hit Isak because Liverpool.
You've got to work it so you can get the.
Well, I think Salah did. I think Salah created room there, cutting in on the left where he could have maybe stood the ball like we scored the first goal.
True enough.
The ball came in, wasn't defended well. Kirkes.
Yeah, but I mean, Palace have defended well. I mean,
Yeah, they have.
They were unlucky for that goal, but I mean, Liverpool are going to score against you. Let's be honest. It's all about those missed chances.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. There is the long ball in the box,
goes.
which is dealt with. Devaney is going to launch this long, and I think that might be game, boys.
Yeah, I mean that's it.
And yeah, Palace going to win a throw.
I mean,
all right, fair enough. I tell you what, you have to say Palace. That would have been fair result on Palace to lose that game of football.
Yeah, fair result.
Yeah. Whistle hasn't gone just yet though.
Not just yet.
Palace. I mean, can Palace maybe fashion? They've got a chance to break here, Palace. Come on. They deserve to win this game. Come on, lads. Here we go.
Arsenal fans on the edge of their seat.
Yeah.
Even Arsenal fans will be happy Liverpool dropping 2 points, though.
Well,
I know it could have been 3, but you still take 2, wouldn't you?
Yeah, probably. Obviously,
if you said to Arsenal before the game, Liverpool can drop 2 points, you take it.
Indeed, but then you watch the game.
You watch the game.
I appreciate
and then they're going to St James's Park as well.
Well, they're going to have to start winning games of football, aren't they, Arsenal, to put the pressure on, right?
I'll tell you what, Sam, here we go. There's much been made about long throw-ins this season.
Talk us through it, Marcus.
Palace have got a chance to launch the ball in the box. Here we go, Kwaku.
Do you want to go, Mateta?
Here we go. This is it. Mateta, the big man. I think he's going to... A bit of a scramble in the box. Mateta's going to tow it in. Long ball into the box. Nah, don't get the flick on. Will Hughes has got the flick.
Seconds.
Here's a chance!
Palace have won it! 97 minutes on the clock, and Palace have beaten Liverpool.
Oh my goodness!
It's the long throw.
Even Henderson's up celebrating.
Long throws are
Oh
back.
my
Official.
God!
God bless.
Deserved.
97 minutes on the
Get
clock.
it there, Eddie.
And Palace are the only unbeaten team left in the Premier League. There we go. There we go.
Arsenal fans will be happy now. Nketiah gets it.
Wowee. Football.
Come on, there we go. Sam, word from you, Liverpool fan?
Is there a VAR check here? No, but do you know what? I have to say, we deserve this.
Yeah.
We've been poor. We've been nowhere near good enough. Palace have been outstanding, and Palace deserve these 3 points. We've defended terribly all game. No control of the game. Oh, is he offside?
Don't give a VAR.
Don't, just blow the whistle. Blow fun.
When Nketiah, when Hughes heads the ball back in, and it comes off Gahey, I think he's onside there, isn't he?
Tell you what,
Gravenberch playing him on.
Eddie Nketiah, that's a brilliant piece of play.
Great finish.
Consider how big Alisson's been. The fact that he's put that in. I've given
because it comes in quite quickly. He's got to take it down and go across the goalkeeper. It's a really, really good finish. I think we are waiting here.
Come on.
I think it comes off Gahey, and I think they're going to check to make sure he's onside. I think it's tight.
Come on.
I think is it tight? It's tight. I'm saying it's tight.
I've screamed so loud to get myself.
That made up for the Brighton loss.
Yeah, that did actually. I've forgotten about the Brighton game now.
But Eddie and Nketiah.
We haven't restarted yet because they are checking as to whether Nketiah is offside. I'm just telling you what's happening, Marcus. All I've said is it's tight.
I said VAR. I said, do me a favour, VAR. Quite literally.
Mate.
We haven't seen a replay properly of him.
There is a long wait here at Selhurst Park.
It's a what?
A long wait.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh, my.
Arnie Slot's having a moan.
He might get sent off here, Slot.
Well,
Really, on a yellow.
Referee
gives the goal.
Yes! Get in there!
Okay.
Hasn't go on. Arne Slot's thinking, hang on.
Game face now, Sam. This title race is on. Title race is on.
Man City, Arsenal have got it. Man City won today. Arsenal got to go to Newcastle, win tomorrow.
I love it.
Anyway, on a serious note,
There it is. It's all over.
On a serious note, though, only one place to start. What were your thoughts on Chelsea losing again today, Quaker?
That's not
petty.
good. That's not
Petty.
good.
That's not the story of today.
That's not the story. Let's focus on your team. That's the story.
I am going to give Crystal Palace some respect. Crystal Palace have beaten Liverpool by 2-1. Bringing you reaction in a second. I'm just going to very briefly run you through the results then up and down the country in the Premier League. Early game, Brentford beat Man United by 3-1. Chelsea were 1 up at home to Brighton, ended up losing by 3-1. They were down to 10 men. Crystal Palace score in the latest pot. All that added time ended up going Crystal Palace's favour this time. Palace, though, I think you'd have to say probably deserved. Probably exactly that. Well said, Marcus. Probably deserved the victory. Palace remain the only team unbeaten then in the Premier League. Palace 2, Liverpool 1, Leeds 2, Bournemouth 2 at finish. Bournemouth scoring right to the end of the game. So Liverpool top of the table on 15 points. The team that's second in the table, not Man City, not Arsenal. It is Crystal Palace on 12 points, the only unbeaten team in the Premier League. And the 5:30 game today is Nottingham Forest versus Sunderland, and at 8 o'clock this evening, Spurs versus Wolves. Marcus, is it fair to say Palace deserve everything they've gotten from that game of football?
They do. They had some chances early on in the game. They even had a couple in the second half. My goodness. The odd thing is despite Liverpool coming back into it and showing a lot of pressure, putting a lot of pressure on Palace towards the end of the game, you'd be tempted to say it would have been 2 points drop for Palace.
Yes.
Which seems crazy to think. But Eddie Nketiah pops up with a goal, and finally someone gets it past Alisson for the second time. They had some great efforts. Mateta hit the post. It would have been a glorious strike. He was in on goal. I think they would have rued it. And I think that other teams in the Premier League, most notably Arsenal, really would have really rued those Palace missed chances as well. But it's such a huge win for Palace, a team who they lost Eberechi Eze to Arsenal, of course, in the transfer window. It was kind of inevitable. Palace fans may have been worried and thought, oh, hang on, what's going to happen this season? Well, I'll tell you something, firmly looking up the table now, what can they do this season is now the question. What will they do? I mean, Europa Conference League, they'll be among the favourites, if not the favourite for that. We know they love the Cups as well. But in the league, dream big, guys. Do you know what I mean? Like, why not, qualify firmly in the top half this time? I mean, I know they've finished 12th. They quite like that position, as the fans sing. I won't sing all the chant, of course. But a great win for them, and it shows you as well how brilliantly set up they are under Glasgow.
Yes.
And it's that they took the away form into their home match to with Liverpool. It's all about putting the other games away now when they do play Sunderland at home and all those kind of things.
Well, the benefit for Liverpool, they play Chelsea next week, so that's 3 points for them. They'll get back on track.
Do you think so?
Yes, because
you never know.
But you'd have to say, from a Liverpool point of view, it feels like this result has been coming because
definitely.
We know it's been more documented. Yeah. Liverpool haven't been anywhere near at their best throughout the course of the season.
Yeah.
Fortunate with late winners against Burnley and Newcastle. Why do you guys think that Liverpool, the team that won the league last season, had such a busy summer? Why do you think that Liverpool are struggling to control and dominate games like they did for... Because I think one of the things that Slot did last season, Klopp, we know it was pretty... high pressing, quick football. Everything with Slot felt composed. Yeah. The extra touch, the extra pass, maybe wait for the right moment to press. Whereas this season, it feels like that's all kind of gone out the window and we can't control games.
Yeah, I don't really understand it. Especially because we saw the starting 11 and you went back to his tried and trusted midfield of Szoboszlai, McAllister and Gravenberch. McAllister's been a little bit off of it this season, I'd say. Not the same kind of McAllister we saw last year. Still, obviously, an amazing player. But that control that they have in midfield, they don't have it anymore. And it's going to take time to get used. This is Liverpool's first dent of the season and they're still top of the league. And they're still everyone's favourite.
Would you be concerned, though, concern in terms of the level of
performances. Yeah,
we keep saying after every game it's going to get better in the next game.
Yeah.
It's going to click. It hasn't yet, has it?
No, it hasn't clicked. But it hasn't clicked, and you're still top of the league.
No,
It may, and that's the thing. It may not need to click that much. I think that the emphasis is on Arsenal. Go and win tomorrow now. Go and do this. Go and show your superiority against teams and make it count. Because Liverpool, I think you saw when they lost the League Cup final last season, there was a big drop off with Salah individually, with the team generally. But they didn't need to be massively at the races to win the league, did they? And
at that point, though, he did have quite a big lead, didn't we? Which was quite nice.
Exactly. Or maybe not the League Cup final. It was actually more the PSG loss, wasn't it? It was in the Champions League. And and then the League Cup final was a bit disappointing. So, yes, it was the PSG loss in the Champions League. With regard to Slot and what you just said there earlier, I think in the first season of Slot, they were so well set up and in such a good position that the overhaul had already begun by Klopp. He'd left that team. It was such a good transfer over, or a handover rather. I mean, considering the other big clubs, Manchester United and Arsenal in particular, when they've had big handovers, it was immaculate, wasn't it? And Slot, certainly in kind of emotion and spirit, kind of took that from Jurgen Klopp. He's a different type of character, but he got in his slipstream and he just guided it, just curated it. He knew what he had in Salah. Right, we're going to get the best out of you. And Man City don't have they drop off massively. Arsenal were not, couldn't keep up. And there you see it. This season, it's kind of like, all right then, Nana, he hardly made a signing. Was it only Chiesa who came in? And it's like, right, well, now what are you going to do? Well, they spent huge. And there's a lot of emphasis on it. Like, what does Arne Slot? What is his Liverpool team? Because yes, of course, his imprint was on it last season, but there was still a bit of Klopp there as well, which is natural, right? And he was very, very clever to channel that a little bit. Now it's kind of like, right, what have you got? So there are going to be teething problems. It's very early days, but it's not too dissimilar to when they lost at Forest at home. In early on in last season.
Fourth game of the season.
They were kind of plodding along. They were doing okay. They weren't brilliant, but they were okay. But it was enoughly to.
I also think you can't underestimate the difference of bringing in that many players.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier on in another discussion about Sir Alex Ferguson reinventing Manchester United. He was able to bring players in to a very successful team and make the team better constantly. That's not that easy a thing to do. Yeah. And look how many players they've brought into this club. Yeah. And obviously, and the tragedy that they suffered in the close season as well, and the turmoil at that club. I'm talking about the tragedy, and then bringing new players in, and then even things like Ekitike in the week. It hasn't been a great week. Ekitike, obviously, Leone injury as well. It's
out for the season.
Yeah, out for the season with a terrible injury for a young man as well. So it's not an easy time to. You think, I've spent loads of money, bring them all in, it'll all work.
And sometimes you could argue, some people could make the argument that Liverpool brought in too many players in the summer. Maybe it should have been one or two less.
I do think that this is a Liverpool team that they're trying to find their identity and they're trying to find this new style of play, but they'll be fine. Yeah. And I think we'll look back at the end of the season, and this is why I'm disappointed in Arsenal in terms of the way they approach the big games, because we'll look back at the end of the season and be like, if you had just been on the front foot against Liverpool at Anfield, you could have won that game, because they were there for the taking and it didn't, and Liverpool won it. And Arsenal fans will tell you, but it was an amazing free kick, but it's like, but that's what Liverpool do. They find a way to win the games. You don't. Like, Arsenal got an incredible record against these top six sides, but when they go to City or when they go to Liverpool, they don't win. They haven't won at Anfield since 2012. They haven't won the Etihad since 2015. And that will be the difference this season. And I think Liverpool have got enough in the bank at the beginning of the season. So even if results start to go askew, which I don't think they will, because you're going to beat Chelsea next week, there's enough that you've banked at the beginning of the season. By the end of it, you'll be looking at these wins that you've done late as the reason why you win the league. Because I still do think you'll win the league.
Yeah, and also as well, again, stress it's early days. Let's say Arsenal suddenly turn it on, they play out the skins, they win the league, Liverpool finish second. Well, winning the league every season, they'll be back again competing. And this is me massively projecting and just hypothetically speaking, of course. I think because of what Guardiola's done at Manchester City, and to a lesser extent in terms of trophies Klopp did at Liverpool, we kind of expect, you've got to win every week. You have to be perfect to win a league title. Well, they've dropped points at a very good Crystal Palace team. It is early days. They'll get better as the season goes on. So I'm not worried at all for Liverpool. I just hope Arsenal can do something and make it a little bit more exciting than it was last season.
Arsenal go to Liverpool tomorrow. So Liverpool top of the table on 15 points. Palace have 12, Bournemouth 11, City 10, Arsenal on 10. Arsenal go to Newcastle tomorrow. The other big result today in the Premier League, Chelsea losing again, back-to-back defeats, this time home to Brighton. Brighton by 3-1. They took the lead after 24 minutes. Enzo Fernandez. Chelsea went down to 10 men. Chalobah sent off for a last-ditch tackle. And then Danny Welbeck off the bench scored twice. De Cooper got the second goal in the 92nd minute. Kwaku, a bad 10 days for Chelsea Football Club.
Clownish. If you look at the results, against Brentford, that draw was frustrating. Then the loss against Bayern Munich was humbling. The loss against Manchester United was embarrassing, and the eking out a win against Lincoln was all near disastrous. That was concerning, because now it's not just Chelsea are getting unlucky in games. That is just where we're at right now. This is the team we are. We're a team that is inexperienced. We were the youngest team in Premier League history last year. And that inexperience is showing. These red cards and yellow cards are stupid. They are stupid, and teams with experienced players don't do that. And now I am concerned. I still do think finish in the top 4, because I look at the rest of the teams competing for it. I don't think they'll be consistent enough. But this is now a battle to finish in the top 4, where I was expecting at the beginning of the season to maybe be looking up at the teams that have been.
You thought the Chelsea team was strong enough to do that?
To ruffle the feathers of City, Arsenal, and Liverpool. Yeah, I did.
What do you mean ruffle the feathers though, Liverpool?
Like, play against them and have a feeling that we can win against them.
Okay, well, you had that last season.
But not really.
That's last season.
But everyone tells me that you guys were on the beach. Like, we didn't get credit for that win. So, like, I feel like I wanted to feel like we go to the Etihad and we've got a great chance. We go to the Emirates, we've got a great chance. We go to Anfield, we've got a great chance. We go to these teams now and no one's picking Chelsea. Do you know what I mean? You'll see the odds for those games, and the Chelsea are going to be massive underdogs. I just haven't seen progression. I've seen regression, and that's a big concern of mine.
Does it worry you that Jose Mourinho and Benfica turn up on Tuesday?
Well, this is going
of all the people you didn't want to see in a few days' time.
The week from hell. We play against Benfica and then we play against Liverpool before the international break without Cole Palmer.
Would it be nice to see Jose back?
Oh yeah, it will be actually. It'll be lovely. I'll be here. I think so, doing Goal Show. But
check with the producer.
It's a shame I'm not going to be at the bridge. But I do.
Kwaku. So I'm just trying. I've seen this tweet from Uber Chelsea FC. Yeah. Enzo Maresca is a dead man walking. Everything is broken and everything's a bit harsh, doesn't it? Given the success that he had towards the end of the season.
That's.
But you not think? I think that's a bit strong. But you're looking at patterns, right? You're looking at sort of patterns. It's why Potter's gone. It was never going to get better there. To me, Amorim. It's done under him at Man United. He'll go on and do better things, but come November when that year passes, when the payout is not so big, I think they're pretty quick to act. Unless
is that what you think? That's what they're waiting
I think that's what people are sort of. They're the wicked whispers that are going on. Unless he produces something from somewhere, which I don't think is going to happen. So you look at these patterns, don't you? And I think at Chelsea. The same patterns are happening already this season that happened last season. The only difference is obviously they're much, in footballing terms, and probably financially as well, much healthier position, of course, than it's incomparable between them and Manchester United. So I think with Chelsea, the worry, I mean, you just said yourself during the game, you're like, was this season a write-off already? If I may, what you're sort of, that feeling, what it is doing is you're thinking, I've seen this. It wasn't particularly exciting next season. Credit for winning the Conference League, but again, heavy favourites to do so. Club World Cup, yeah, fine, bit of a mad tournament or whatever. Again, enormous credit. That gives him a bit more credit in the bank, and people go, okay, you can't argue with that too much. Let's see. You go into the Premier League season, and it feels more of the same as with last season. And for a club like Chelsea, who, not too long ago with the Champions League winners, have won Premier League titles. Yeah, exactly. All that kind of stuff. You're thinking, come on, we want a bit more. We don't want another season of this in the Premier League.
Chelsea fans are spoiled because we've been, as a club, been rewarded for not doing things properly. We've been rewarded for impatience. We sack AVB and then we win the Champions League under Di Matteo. We sack Frank Lampard, who's what? 6th or 7th in the Premier League, and then we bring in Thomas Tuchel and we win the Champions League. We sack Jose Mourinho and we bring in Avram Grant and we get to the Champions League final. And so we've been rewarded historically for making relatively rash decisions in terms of winning trophy and winning silverware. So I can understand why there are some Chelsea fans that are calling for his head, but I do think it's a bit premature.
How patient under these new owners will they be with this manager? Do you think they gave him a long contract, 5-year contract, wasn't it? Do you think they are backing this guy to the hilt?
They gave Graham Potter a longer contract and paid him more money and sacked him within short.
Well, there we go then.
So they are just as ruthless as Roman Abramovich, just do it in a different way. So if results continue like this, then I don't think he'll be there for the long run. No.
Really, yeah. Marcus, how do you see the long-term future under Maresca at Chelsea?
Yeah, I think he's got enough credit in the bank. I don't think I think I would have thought he'd be there at the end of the season. Would unless it's a real disaster.
Fans dictate that though. As much as fans don't have power,
They got on his back though towards times last season, didn't they?
Pardon?
They got on his back though at times.
Oh, that's what I mean. Like,
he survived that.
The reason why Amram's still at the job. Say Man United fans all of a sudden turn on Amram, he wouldn't be in the job. Yeah. If Chelsea fans all of a sudden turn on Maresca, it becomes untenable. And Chelsea fans turn a lot quicker than other fans. That's the issue.
True. I mean, the reason why I think he'll be there at the end of the season because I think he'll just do enough. I think because of those cup wins, I think, you see how you get on in the Champions League. As you say, if Chelsea do go on a bit of a run, say what like Aston Villa did last season or something, I think these kind of things that I just think they just keep the fans at bay.
Yeah.
But come the end of the season, if it is much of the same, because even if Chelsea were to win, a cup or two, amazing for most teams. But it's with Chelsea we're talking about, and as you say, they go through managers quite quickly. So I'm in terms of beyond next season and so on, I'm not sure if we'll see Maresca there because I don't think he's going to change it round that much. I think Maresca's a good manager. I think the situation at Chelsea is a bit funny. Bearing in mind when he came into the job, Pochettino had had a go, Potter had had a go. It seemed like a bit of a madhouse, Chelsea. And I think something that you said, when you talked about those previous managers, a couple of them had a very strong experience backbone to the side. You go back to the days of Terry and Lampard and so on. Chelsea need much more kind of experience and maturity in the side. They're a young side, and I think they lack that on the pitch, and that doesn't help the manager.
Quaker, final word to you in a minute, please. He's getting lots of criticism last week for his substitutions, went down to 10, but then it seemed to make too much sense. Same again today. Is in-game management a worry?
Less so today. I think today is maybe more on individual players. But yeah, last week it's hard to remove that from your mind because you see how poor Manchester United are, right? Say we'd lost this game, gone down to 10 men, but we beat Man United last week. You can chin it. We've gone down to 10 men for 2 weeks in a row, and we've lost those games. Like that's unacceptable. And I'm no way saying that I think he should lose his job. But that conversation will inevitably rear its ugly head because it's Chelsea. Chelsea fans are impatient. And when the fans start to turn, your manager's job becomes untenable. I don't think he'll be here beyond next season or beyond the end of this season. But
I don't think he will either.
But let's see how it goes. We've got Liverpool next week, so.
And Mourinho on Tuesday.
There we go. Don't forget about Josie on Tuesday. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I've been Sam Ellard. Lee, thank you as always from William Hill. Quaku, commiserations to both of us, I guess, right? Marcus, good luck tomorrow away to Aston Villa. This has been talkSPORT Goals. The day started with Man United suffering another defeat. Chelsea were leading against Brighton, beaten at home though by 3-1. Liverpool lose for the first time in the Premier League this season. Crystal Palace, the only team unbeaten now so far in the Premier League. Leeds Bournemouth was an entertaining game. Bournemouth led, then Leeds led. Looked like Leeds were going to see out for victory until a very, very late Bournemouth goal. Man City won, Burnley won at half-time. You thought, could they? Possibly. No, they couldn't. Haaland scores 2. Man City win by 5-1. 2 more games to come today. Nottingham Forest versus Sunderland at 5:30, about to get underway. Spurs Wolves, an 8 o'clock kickoff. That game is live on talkSPORT radio commentary. Up next on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs, it is the full-time phone-in. talkSPORT Goals back Tuesday night for a Champions League special, the full-time phone-in show. It's next on talkSPORT.